And if you're one of those people who was out on the town last night, where were you going? There's nothing open. What were people supposed to be doing? I can't quite get to grips with why London was so busy. Coming down past the Ritz, then I do a left down St James's, left into Pall Mall. Sorry, right. And there's people... I mean, the police could have had a field day yesterday with the amount of these Deliveroo people and people in illegal minicabs doing illegal turns. One of them, outside the Ritz, coming up to go to Piccadilly, was doing an illegal right-hand turn. And there was literally just on the next corner, a police car had pulled somebody in. I thought, where are the police when you need them? There was a load of Deliveroo drivers on bicycle. No lights. No lights, going wrong way up streets and sort of pavements and, dreadful, dreadful people. But London was chock-a-block yesterday. I don't know why. I mean, we haven't opened anything up for you. It's still in exactly the same state that it was before. But anyway, so hopefully they've all gone home by now. I mean, 4:05 in the morning, you've got to be heading in that direction. But there were loads of people who were coming from sort of the Tottenham Court Road area. And I was beginning to think, well, there aren't any clubs open, are there? If there are, they're doing it illegally. I have to check all these things, don't we? Thank you, incidentally, for all your Christmas cards, which you have been sending in. Paul is a CAA member and a proud spiker. Yes, he's a CAA member. That's the Club for Acts and Artists. Used to be the Concert Artists Association. And they're in Bedford Street. And they're very lovely. They're very, very lovely. And I went there, 30 years ago. 30 years ago. And loved every minute of it. They've got some very nice premises on Bedford Street, some lovely old theatre posters and a little bar and everything else. It's quite nice. They do a lot of good work, a lot of very good work. So I love to them. Actually, we were talking the other day. Well, in fact, strangely enough, the producer was saying, we haven't seen Delia Smith on the television recently, and blow me down, at that precise moment there was a picture of Delia Smith wrapped up against the elements because her beloved team, Nottingham, known as the Canaries, I believe, I might be wrong on that, Norwich, are they known as the Canaries? They are. Oh, they say Nottingham. I don't know where these places are. I'm not supposed to know this. Heavens above, I'm not a guru. I'd like to be, but I can't be. And so she was on there and went, look, we were only talking about her earlier on. Blow me down. Blow me down. And then somebody was talking to me the other day about Elaine Page, because I told you the other week that a friend of mine used to produce the South Bank show, and I went to one of the last South Bank shows where they had a dinner and they awarded people prizes. And the person who did it, I'll tell you about it a bit later on, he sort of says, come down, I'll put you on a good table, Steve. And I went, okay. So I was on a table with Christopher Biggins, Elaine Page, Michael Ball. I mean, I couldn't have been on a worse table for people who just laughed uproariously. I mean, at one point, I seriously thought we would have to lift Elaine Page from underneath the table and prop her up in the chair. It was the funniest thing going. We just could not stop laughing. Everything was hilarious, and it was some of it was supposed to be quite serious. And so I was sort of thinking, well, I like it. And then blow me down. I then go to the Cliff Richard concert at the Royal Albert Hall, and who am I in a box with? Elaine Page. And she also features in this month's Lady magazine because, as she says, and everybody else says, she's a survivor. And she is a survivor, but she's also appearing as Queen Rat in the London Palladium star-studded pantomime. She's reprising her role, and but she loves flirting. I mean, she loves flirting. And she does say, and she's quite right, if we can't flirt, what's the point of life? I do it constantly. I mean, I can't help it. It's just one of those sort of things. I think flirting's great fun. Great fun. I mean, you know, I work with people who flirt as well because everybody's in a flirty kind of mood. Although, a bit of a disaster, I might not be having Christmas lunch on Christmas Day this year because my godchildren have got a few people down there. We're up to sort of maximum of different families. So we might have to forego it this year because 3 households. I think we're up to 5. So I might have to abstain. Well, in fact, we're waiting to find out if things are going to change, and then depending on what actually changes, we'll sort of decide where we go from there. I could peer through the window, couldn't I? Like sort of one of those, show me food, show me things like that. The Savoy Beaufort bar is open and wonderful, Steve. Thank you. I don't do bars. I'm not a bar sort of person at all. I mean, if I'm going to go somewhere, I'll go and have a meal, and then I'll have, you know, drinky poos afterwards. But I'm not necessarily the sort of person who would go to a bar. But, I mean, all these people who are literally, they were streaming through London yesterday. I've never seen so many people. And somebody said, they must be going to a club. I said, what club? What club can they possibly be going to? But anyway, so as I say, Elaine Page is talking about surviving. They've also got Christmas recipes, because I'm now addicted to television programmes with Christmas recipes, and some of it looks absolutely delicious. I mean, it really does. I could eat it all now. And the very fact that I might be missing out on my Christmas lunch this year fills me with abject horror. Steve, I'm amazed that the kamikaze delivery moped riders don't get pulled over more often. They can't be bothered. They don't carry licences. 80% of them are riding, well, in fact, 90% of them are riding these bikes with L plates on. And they haven't passed a test or anything to be on the road, and here they are delivering. As far as I'm concerned, that's a job. These people should be arrested immediately. Arrested, taken in and flogged publicly. Although I saw a woman the other day. Now, explain this one to me. So she's on a little moped thing, but it's obviously battery. She's going along the road. She's got no helmet on. She's just got her coat on. I'm thinking, I'm sorry, you're on an electric bike kind of thing, and you're on the road. Why have you not been nicked by the police? Are the police not nicking people now? They sort of given up? But I agree with you, kamikaze delivery drivers, they should be pulled more often. Seriously, the one today, he discovered he couldn't turn right at the traffic lights coming over Hammersmith flyover. So what did he do? He mounted the pavement. I should have taken a photograph of it. You wouldn't have believed it. Mounted the pavement, went off round the other side, and then crossed back over the road again. Totally illegal. Totally illegal. And that was another one of these well-known, because sometimes you can't tell who they're from. But, I mean, it's just absolutely appalling. I mean, and it's getting worse. I thought it was bad enough with those trikes in London, they're all blaring out that crappy music, and their stupid lights on. And, I mean, luckily there's no tourists, so most of them are going skint because they've never paid a day's tax in their entire life. Good news is, if you wanted good news for today, and the good news is the Queen will get the vaccine in the weeks ahead to encourage everybody else, which I quite like. They've actually said now, haven't they, that so many people want the vaccine. I don't need the Queen to have the vaccine to encourage me to have the vaccine. I'm having the vaccine come what may. Thank you very much indeed. I definitely want to have it. Definitely. Also, the shops are packed. I mean, they were yesterday, weren't they? I went to nip into John Lewis to get some Creed. There must have been about 60 or 70 people queuing. And literally, when we sort of finally got to the door, I looked behind. And this queue has doubled again. Absolutely doubled. Tree sales are soaring because you've got to have a tree up. Got to have a tree up. Will you be having a tree up, Nick? Will you be having a... Not yet. Oh, is it too early? Well, it's not really. I mean, we are up to the 6th of December. God, the 10th. Oh, okay. Will you be having a big one or just an average size one? Whatever's necessary. I mean, would you generally be in sort of, in the 5 to 6 foot range, or would you be something a little bit more short? 6 to 7. Good Lord, I'm impressed. Well, I can tell you around our way, 6 to 7 foots are going for about 50 to 60 quid. That's bad average, isn't it, really, honestly? To be honest with you, I've got real ones outside, but they've been cut off. And I've also got one in a pot, which I could, in theory, park in the garden, but I don't have a garden. So, but I'm keeping it because I'm thinking, I wonder how long I can make it survive. It's got roots and everything else. It was grown in the pot. I don't know why I've got it, to be honest with you. I mean, if I had a house with a garden, then I would probably be sort of planting it. You've heard a story, yes, in the week. Water your Christmas tree. With what water? Pasta water. Well, what happens if you don't cook pasta? Your tree's going to die. Pot noodle. Pot noodle. Do you know, I dreamt about pot noodle the other day. I thought to myself... Exactly. We were reading a story about Paul McCartney, who's having those sort of dreams, and and he's 78, and I thought, well, there's hope for all of us. Hope for all of us is if he's having those sort of raunchy dreams. I mean, the only raunchy dream I have is pot noodle. I mean, how raunchy can it be? I dream about taking the top off and just emptying it over my lithe body, and that generally gets me to wake up screaming, and then I don't bother about going back to sleep again afterwards. Shane is having a lazy Sunday afternoon, listening to you with the TV on, with the sound turned down, and the fan is going, and I'm eating a custard tart. Oh, she's not still around, is she? For goodness sake, honestly, I had custard the other day. And I'm not normally a custard person, but I had a bit of a craving. You know what it's like, boys and girls? You sort of sit there and you think, what do I really want? It'll be something quite obscure. And so I fancied custard, but not custard. I wanted vanilla custard. So I had some. And it made me quite ill because obviously the amount of sugar in it is particularly bad for diabetics. So I thought there's another thing off the list. There's nothing left on my list. I haven't tried the pot noodle route, but I might try the pot noodle route a little bit later on today. But all the shops are open. Everything's open today. You know, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, the greengrocer. He's got little wreaths for either putting on your front door. I've got a huge one on my front door. I mean, it really is. It's very impressive. Very impressive. In fact, actually, I've got a choice of two made by my lovely ladies who make beautiful wreaths. And this year's one has got lights on it as well. Because I think it shows that you're there for everybody. If you've got a wreath on your front door, do you have a... Well, it's better than the neighbours. And not that I'm in any competition with the neighbours or anything like that. I just like the idea that, you know, a wreath on the door says something about you. I wouldn't like to imagine what it says about me, but I mean, I like it. I quite like the idea of being a bit festive. I mean, we don't hang paper chains up. That would be silly. But years ago, when you were a kid, I used to spend my entire life licking and sticking these things. And did you ever make paper chains? No. Long time ago. Did you have balls? We used to sort of do the paper chains from the light in the middle. What? I mean, to be honest with you, it must have been a fire hazard. I'm sure nothing was fireproofed. And then you sort of do it to the corner of the room, and then you'd hang bells or balls or something like that in the corner. The paper ones that you opened up. Do you remember those ones? They were really good fun. And they had a little metal thing that sort of kept it together, because otherwise it all sort of collapsed. And you don't remember those? Just paper chains, yeah. Well, they were cheap, cheerful paper chains. But the trouble is, at the end of the day, I mean, frankly, you could lick your tongue to death, couldn't you? I mean, it had this horrible taste of this gum on there. Where it came from, I got no idea. But nobody seems to do that now. Nobody seems to do that anymore. Nobody does paper chains. Okay, people have, you know, things hanging in there. I love people who decorate their windows. Big fan of people who decorate windows. And big fan. I also checked my Christmas cards the other day. And I'm afraid we're going to have to take some of you to task. What have I told you in the past? Do not put anything that resembles glitter or anything else in the cards. And so I've got one card here. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how many things are in it, but you could stuff a cushion. Seriously, look at it. Tons of bloody stuff. Seriously, I feel like I'm going to a wedding or something like that. Really annoying. And I'm now going to tell you the person who's off my Christmas card list for eternity. Okay. And it's from, it's from my boss, Tom. And he says, have a great time, Steve. Hope you enjoy the enclosed. No, it's not from him, actually. I can't read that. I don't know what it says. Doesn't really help. But you'll know because it's got a picture of a postbox on the front with a robin sitting on the roof. They're always sitting on the roof of postboxes, aren't they? And it's always a bit of snow. And somebody's left presents outside the postbox, which is rather stupid because the postman doesn't collect parcels from out. Look, the postman does not collect those parcels. They've got to go in the slot for him to send them. Yeah, I mean, these things would have been nicked before we can go any further. And I'm now covered in bloody glitter and everything else. It's so annoying. And the trouble is you daren't touch your face because I'm going to be, later on, going home and people are going to say, I think that man's got makeup on. And, you know, whilst I don't have any problem with anything like that, this is just too much. Too much. I remember I opened one year and there was so much glitter in there, I could have opened a factory or a shop. Because it's become very fine, this stuff. But I've got something from Germany. Do you think the German stamps are prettier than ours? Much prettier. Don't know why I imagine. No, you don't have an opinion. But that's why I'm asking, because I think it's very, very important that people should know about all these things. And these are... I don't know whether they are it. Oh, and it's a DHL envelope. What does that mean? I've never seen one of those before. Has it come from DHL? You don't know either, do you? What's the point of asking you? Totally useless. This is DHL Paket und Packchen Deutschland, which is very nice. So presumably you buy sort of it says I'm priority as well. I'm priority. I mean, I always knew I was, but you know, one has to sort of check these things. And this is a particularly nice card, which has got sort of little doors on it. You hang that. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Like that. Yeah, not for you. Yeah, better than the ones you've got. Well, of course it would be. Look, and then I can hang it up like that, and then I suppose the light shines through it. No? Just me again. It's always the way, isn't it? Honestly, talk about miserable. Well, you don't have to hang it on the tree. You could hang it anywhere you like. I've got a few ideas if you would like to hear them. But no, tree will be as good as anything else. Who is this one from? This is from Christine, who's back in Germany, south of Hamburg, for 5 years working as a translator. Wow. Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much indeed for that. At least there wasn't all that glitter stuff inside. I'm going to have to go and empty myself out. I've seriously got there's so much in here, I could drown in a whole load of blooming glitter things. Or failing that, I could just give it to Jake and say, Jake, go and empty this away. Come on. It's so much easier than me having to sort of do it. The company, 22 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Walsh says, locked into the spike after watching Trains, Planes and Automobiles. Do you know what I watched yesterday? I turned on the television. I was telling somebody earlier on, I can't remember who it was. And I watched, and it was The Railway Children. And I remember thinking, do you know what I've never done? I've never watched the beginning of The Railway Children. I'd completely forgotten the bit in the house where father's there and then the police come to arrest him and charge him with espionage or something. And I didn't realise that it was 50 years ago yesterday that The Railway Children made its debut. The man in the film who was the Russian who they find, he was a real person. He was a real person, but he got killed, ironically, on a railway crossing. I mean, in the film, he's there and he's trying to find his wife and children, and the kindly old gentleman on the train manages to locate them. And I thought I was watching another film. I had no idea. And I kept thinking, perhaps they've reassembled the cast and they've all made it again, because they all looked exact. But I'd obviously missed the beginning of the film. Dexter Fletcher, of course, was the Hound. They were doing paper... Do you remember the days when you could do a paper chase? You know, and you go running around and you drop bits of paper and then people would follow it. Nowadays, they chase you and give you £100 fine for littering. But in the early days, it was hounds. And it was very good. Stephen, IKEA Nordman fur is £29, all around 6-7 foot. You get a £20 voucher to spend in January as well, says Giles. I seriously couldn't be bothered. I seriously couldn't be. I mean, I've got a 6 foot indoors and I've got 2 5 foots out of doors and a little 3 foot as well, which is sort of growing. Because 3 foot's it's quite bushy. Quite bushy and very nice. And I was going to put some lights on it. No, it's not. I'm not planting it sideways. No, it's about that big. Yeah, about yo big. And I thought, if I hung balls on it and then just put some lights around, that would be enough, wouldn't it? That would be okay. I don't think I do enough. I think I'm lacking. I'm sure... Sorry? Little star? No, I don't do anything on the top. I don't like anything sitting at the top of a tree, fairies, stars or otherwise. We used to have a star years ago, which we had in Hong Kong, and you put the last light of the chain into it and that would flash on and off. You used to change it for a little flashing bulb, which you could buy in those days. And what? Bulbs going, way! And, we used to like that. That was the only thing that flashed on our tree. And then Eamon Holmes had a bit of a tantrum the other day. He wanted to find out what sort of lights people liked on their trees. So they did a little survey. And, he likes coloured lights on the tree, multicoloured. I do multicoloured as well. Although the set I've got at the moment does every colour under the sun individually. Each bulb is colour-changing bulb. So it's phenomenal. And, most people agreed with Ruth. They wanted white lights on their trees. And you do see more and more white lights, don't you? I think the ones that we've got in the newsroom out there are white lights, which are very nice. But I like a bit of variety. I like a little bit of a change. So the tree I've got at the moment, because it does 116 different cycles of all different things, it will do all individual colours. It will go white to blue, to red, to green, to yellow, to orange, to white. And you can have them fading in and out, or basically flashing, or they call it fireworks. I've got a controller with me. Not that I think if I do it here, it's going to affect my lights back in Twickenham, but it's a fun idea, isn't it, to actually think? And I've lost it now. Where is it? Come here. They're LED. Yeah, I mean, nobody has bulbs anymore, do they? I find it quite disturbing, because if a bulb went, you'd have to find out where it was and all that kind of stuff. This is the controller for my lights. And it's got either steady, glisten, firefly, twinkling, random twinkle, chasing, 2-colour variable, fireworks, 7-colour, morphing, 7-colour slow fade, light show, and cycle favourites, plus the brightness of the bulb is good, and you can hang on to it. So I could stand from outside and I can change the colour of the lights, isn't it? It's very nice. Very expensive, of course. And but hopefully they'll last for years and years. Oh, look at that. Chloroseptic. I always love this. Every time I bought chloroseptic spray, because I had a bit of a sore one the other day, chatting way too much. And I bought it without... I've just brought it in. And on the front of it, it's got numbs fast. Well, how useful is that going to be? How useful is that going to be? You know, if you get a sore throat, you want it to be sorted out quickly. And I've suddenly realised that as a presenter, these things don't work. These things don't work. But it's nice to actually spray it on there and you go, and it numbs it. And you go, yeah. So basically, I think what it means is you can numb it and then stick your finger down your throat. You know, which is not something to be recommended. But I mean, it is Sunday morning, isn't it? So today you're going to be up. I mean, if I was you, I'd get up now. If my Auntie Enid is listening, I'd get up now, have a shave, you know, because she likes to do that on a Sunday. I said, then get yourself ready and then just go for a walk to the shops, because loads of people are going to be out there early today. I think the fish shop will be open, absolutely guaranteed. The butchers will be open in Twickenham, which is next to the fish shop. Paul Cooper will be open. I don't know if the chemists are open, but the coffee shops are open, so you can get a latte, or you can have one of those things that sort of do you want cream? You know, and they squirt it all the way up there, and then they stick something on the top. Crushed nuts, I think. I can't remember, but always particular. But I can't have any of those. I've suddenly discovered there's too much sugar in this stuff. It's very disappointing, very disappointing. Actually, now that I'm a Celebrity is finished, every single one of their agents is out there punting for work. So the agent of oh no, she was on something else. The woman who won, I was right actually on Friday. I told you he was going to win I'm a Celebrity, Giovanna Fletcher. And she's What's-It's sister from Towie, who was out years ago, Mario Falcone. And they're saying, wait a minute, this was the stupidest headline I'd ever read about her. I mean, there she is, mother of 2 children. She's a blogger, apparently, whatever that is. And they said, she's going to be Britain's Oprah Winfrey. And I thought, well, she is neither black nor a chat show host, so how on earth can she be Britain's Oprah Winfrey? They say, because she's a good listener. Who wants a good listener? How boring is that? Honestly, if I'm watching a chat show on the television, I want to make sure they're earning their money. You talk for a living, pal. Sit there, go, she's a good listener. Well, go and be a psychotherapist then. But don't waste your time trying to pretend to be... But it's obviously somebody's gone, what can we do with her? And they go, well, nothing, really. There's nothing. I mean, as it is, poor old Jordan North, they're trying to sell him in every which way but. You know, Jordan North was somebody who didn't win. And he's on the radio. I was the only one who never heard of who he was. Everybody else is saying to me, oh, Steve, you must know him. I go, and I don't know him. And neither did anybody else at the time, because now all of a sudden he's got all these new friends. All these new friends inside. I mean, I love it, isn't it? The way that somebody in show business seriously believes that all these people you've just been in the jungle with are going to be your friends. I mean, it's almost hilarious, because they're not. Listen, if push came to shove and there was a job, they'd shove you out of the way. So here is poor Jordan North, and he says viewers nominated him to be... exactly, because they want somebody who's going to cry and scream and shout and do all the sort of usual things. But in fact, he sort of taught... I'll have to read this to you in a moment, because he thinks he's mates with all of them. Delusional or what? That's why nobody'd ever heard of him on the station he was on. He's hoping this is going to lead to something. Like what? I mean, I'd love to know what radio presenters think there is around the corner. But he did celebrate, and then he's talked about people. I'll just read you one little thing for the news. He says, Shane Ritchie, the entertainer, top fella with a big heart. I mean, have you never heard of him or something? He's been around since he was about 14. We formed a great friendship. Yeah, of course you did, love. He says, I can't wait to go for a drink with him. Yeah. Hello, Shane? Yeah, mate. It's Jordan. Sorry? Jordan, I thought we'd go out for a drink. As if. Mind you, better link yourself with as many celebs as you can find, because I don't know what you're going to do. What do you think? You're going to go out on the town and have a bit of a knees up? I don't think so. They're all in relationships. You're the one who's not. Very embarrassing. Even Giovanna Fletcher, he says she couldn't. She's so caring and selfless. We all leaned on her in the cab. Sorry, in the camp. And she also gives the best hugs. They do talk rubbish, these people, honestly. She gives the best hugs, and she's a very good listener. Oh, that makes her England's Oprah Winfrey. Good. To 5. So, Jordan North, who nobody knew before, in fact, we had to be told who he was. Now he comes out of the jungle, and all these people are now his busy mates. I bet. So, my little sister in the camp, he says, was Holly Arnold. Brave, ambitious, strong, and very mischievous. I think she was the first one we kicked out. So, obviously not as brave. Ruthie Henschel, can't wait to see her in the West End. She's been in the West End for the last 25 years. What, you've never seen her in the West End? Are you sure you're in radio? Victoria Derbyshire, such an intelligent, inquisitive and loyal lady. I love that we got to see the fun and passionate Vic in the camp. Who wrote this drivel? Who wrote this? Beverly Callard, my mum in the castle. Can't wait to drink with her in Spain. Yeah, in your dreams. Russell Watson, down-to-earth, hard-working Salford lad who's one of the best singers of our time. Are you sure you're on the right radio station, dear? Jessica Plummer, absolute diamond. She's going places. Yeah, as far away from you as possible, I would think. Sir Mo Farah, the most humble man. I'll miss his cheeky smile every morning. Yep. Well, he certainly won't be hanging around with you, will he? Because they'll realise that you're after publicity. AJ Pritchard, the grafter who's so focused, a nice, genuine lad who's really talented. I have no doubt AJ will be back on our screens very soon. He's already booked up for stuff, dear. Do you not have any bookings in the diary? Vernon Kay, my big brother and such a lovely bloke. He kept me going during tough... Have you never met any of these people before? Is life such a total mystery? It must be, she said. Tess and the girls are being... What do you mean, Tess? Mrs. Vernon Kay to you, mate. Tess, honestly, as if you're familiar with these people. They'll be so proud of him. Well, he didn't win. How can you be proud of somebody like you and him who didn't win? He went to Giovanna Fletcher. You know, we all leaned on her in the camp. So, but to be honest with you, they have to grab the publicity, because give it another 2 weeks, there'll be another one of these Love Island type things out there, and you'll have to put up with girls who are getting their tits out. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think I can say that. I think I could say that because that's what they do. And if they don't do that, then they don't go anywhere. You have to, A, be in a relationship, B, you've got to wear the skimpiest bikini ever, and you have to sort of wear little, you know, it's like if we were sending the boys in from here, they'd be issued with their own mankinis. It'd be as simple as that. You know, that's what you'd have to wear, because that's the only way you're going to get noticed. Oh, it would. I'd make sure. Yeah, definitely. I've never worn one. Oh, I think a mankini would be hilarious. I don't know why people don't wear them. The trouble is you've got to be that triangle shape at the top, haven't you? I think basically you'd end up looking like a cartoon character. I mean, Borat wore a mankini, which actually was one of the worst images of anybody in a mankini I've ever seen. Tom Fletcher hailed his wife Giovanna as his queen. Well, she certainly looks as old as, but anyway, she was in there, so she's done it. And he wrote, the first time speaking to my queen, I know her name in my phone is ridiculous. So I don't quite understand where she goes from here. After they've sort of said, oh, it's, you know, she's going to be Britain's Oprah Winfrey, I began to think, who come up with that idea? What, they're going to go, I tell you what, we're going to throw out Graham Norton and Jonathan Ross and everybody else, and we're going to give you the job. The next thing is she'll be a new panel mate on Loose Women. Because the good news is we've lost Andrew McLean, who decided to sort of milk the publicity of the show for her own good and start going, oh, I'm leaving. And I thought, I wish she would on a jet plane. And you know, and then she's done 13 years. I thought, there must be something about 13 years. Mustn't there, people? Because Eamon Holmes and Ruth had done, I think, 13, 14 years. Although, surprisingly, Alison Hammond has done more. She's done more. And yet they were sort of they were complaining about it the other day, and I just wish they wouldn't. You don't need it. Will you be putting Christmas decorations up in your studio this year? I don't know, actually. I haven't quite decided. Might have a small one in the corner, I suppose. I don't want to put anything too big and ostentatious. I don't want people to think it's a bit flash. You know, we just want to be sort of in the spirit of the season, which is good. Steve, the young don't want to start a career at the bottom and work up. I want to be famous. They all want to be famous. They all want to be, that's what they've gone on this programme for, to be famous. That's why they're doing this. If they'd just gone on there because they thought, oh, I'll earn a bit of extra money before Christmas, they're lying. They're doing it so they want to be famous. You know, if Jordan North doesn't get some gig out of this, as what? I've got no idea. I wasn't quite aware of what he did in there that would warrant doing something, you know, away from that. Because he has a job on the radio, and that should be where his loyalty lies. If he's been there for, 13 years... then, you know, that's his loyalty. If he starts faffing around looking for something else, then he should be dropped immediately. You know, you can't sort of just be 1 minute on the stage then go, oh, by the way, I'm looking for something else. And they go, well, I'll tell you what, go and look for it now, because you're wasting our time. It's like having people working on radio programmes anyway, and you go, oh, do you enjoy this? Sort of. You go, oh, go now, please. I couldn't bear the idea that somebody was working and they didn't really know what they were doing. And so if Jordan has gone on there to try and be better, well, they're not going to give him the breakfast show, are they? That ain't going to happen. He's always going to be swing. In other words, that's called cheap cover. That's what they do. They go, although, to be honest with you, he must have been there for ages. I've never heard him cover anybody's, but I don't know anything about that. I'm completely at a loss. Rita Ora's mother leaves the singer's home just days after her COVID idiot daughter hosted a lockdown birthday party. I mean, she's quite clearly as thick as they become. You know why? She's been away and she's broken the COVID rules again. She went to a private party the other day. This is after her ridiculous 30th birthday bash at this place in Notting Hill. They say it's plush. If it hosts her party, I wouldn't want to go there, thank you. I'm told they had blacked out windows and you could hear the music the other night from her party. So in other words, a bit of a disgrace. But of course, as she's thick as... Her mother works for the NHS and she didn't know about COVID. Thicko. Mind you, you carry on getting your boobies out, darling, and pretending you're a singer and we'll all buy into it, OK? Because she did a gig the other day. She got flown out somewhere on a private jet. And she earned enough money to pay for the 10 grand. She doesn't care about you. She's not interested in you. She's Rita Ora. She can do whatever she wants. 10,000 quid should have been 100,000. Should have been 100,000. It should be based on your earnings. You know, I mean, ridiculous old baggage. I mean, 30 guests, including Cara and Poppy Delevingne. I mean, your heart drops, doesn't it? OK, who's here? Oh, not the blooming Delevingne sisters again. Can't you have a party with some proper celebrities, not models who sashay up and down a catwalk, shaking their tush and all the rest of it? Very unnecessary. I always fancy myself as a male model. I think I'd be quite good as a male model. I can do moody looks. Like that, you know. Yeah. And I can also point. Pointing's very good if you're a male model. The BBC still plan to broadcast a new movie it commissioned from Johnny Depp. It's a 2-hour documentary about the Pogue singer Shane MacGowan. Oh, Godfather. I thought 10 minutes would have been long enough for him. But the director says he was very important as the producer. Yeah, well, brilliant. You go for that. It's already out on DVD. Why would you want to watch something on the television again? I am enjoying it. Oh, look, here she is, exhibitionist number 1, Becky Vardy, out in a public park with her photographer friend to take a picture of her so she can look as though she's being casual. Nobody cares, dear. Nobody cares. Who's it who wrote the other day? Somebody wrote about her and Colleen in court saying, with all the court cases that are piling up, these two idiots are wasting court time. And I thought, well, they probably don't think they are wasting court time, because if I say something about Nick, you know, and he goes, well, actually, that's not true, Steve. And I go, I didn't do that. Somebody else must have done it. I didn't do it. And he's going to go, well, I think you did. And so the next thing is we're both going to end up in the youth court, you know, because we're not old enough to do the adult stuff. And everybody will be saying the same to us. They say, couldn't you just sort of shake hands and go, OK, I accept the fact that you made a mistake and I'm willing to go along with it. That's okay. You don't waste time in court. That's for big boys stuff. Please. Honestly, there's bigger things to worry about, like who's going to live next year, because we've got to wait and find out who's going to get this COVID vaccine. I'm on the list. Are you on the list? Producer would like to be on the list. You'll be having it, won't you? You'll be having the COVID. See how it works on other people. Actually, because not everybody is going to be immune from some of these side effects, which could be a headache, feeling very tired, but it will go. But you'll need to have 2 injections. 2 injections. Exactly. Headache and tiredness. I mean, you spend your life with Anadin Extra, you know, and stuff like that, because that's what happens if you work overnights on the radio. You are prone to all sorts of things start collapsing, don't they? You know, you can't remember whether you're supposed to wake up to go to the toilet or just go with it. And then you sort of go, I've got a headache. But actually, I don't get headaches. So that's my only lucky thing, which is good news, isn't it? Gemma Collins has her critics, says Karen Brady. And how? And how does she ever, poor old Gemma, honestly? Miss Delusional. This is the woman who the other week said on some podcast that her mother's spoken to aliens on the train. I mean, seriously, she's that stupid. It isn't just a case of it's very funny, it's fat old Gemma again. It's a case of you're really stupid. Really stupid. Let's have a quick break, shall we? I'm going quite well on the breaks this morning. This is actually the third one I've managed to get on time. But, I do my best. Oh, Lord. Steve, and Tim in Vauxhall says, I'm a solicitor. I've just finished work at the police station. A fun Saturday night, I bet. He said, but I'm very happy to represent you at court if Nix takes you on. Oh, no, he said, we never get to things like that, Tim, in Vauxhall. But thank you very much indeed for the kind offer. The trouble is, this is what people were saying. Don't sort of argue with sort of somebody about something that is so pointless. Nobody gives a forex. Had you heard that expression? Yeah. Never heard of it. Never. I've explained to him, but he'd never heard that expression before. Mind you, what did we have the other day? I did something on the programme. I mentioned, it wasn't a phrase or saying, it was something. And so the person looked at me and went, what? I think it was Luke, and said, what's that? I said, you've seriously never heard? It was, I can't remember what it was actually, but it was something fairly straightforward. But he said, I've never heard of that before. I thought perhaps I'd wandered into the wrong place. I thought everybody knew that. You would know. Perhaps it's an age thing. I can't remember what it was. I said, I'll remember it because it came up on the programme. And I remember thinking, oh, that's actually quite good. But he really didn't know about it. He'd never heard of this particular thing. I can't remember what it was, actually. Steve, Jackie says, you can go for Christmas, you can bubble. I don't think I want to be a bubble. I'm not sure I want to be a bubble. I don't think so, anyway. Steve, you'd be a great male model, says John, like Phil Collins. Very bitter. Very bitter there. We don't need that kind of talk, actually. Big fan of Phil Collins. Big fan of Phil Collins. And also, somebody says they definitely get their bits out, says Tony and Derby. They do, don't they? That's how they do it. The whole idea is, somebody who doesn't have an agent and doesn't have any talent, they go, oh, look, there's another Love Island-type programme coming up. And I think they're doing one it's a house or a chalet or something like that. They've got a few of them. And it's like Love Island, but in a chalet. And I was thinking to myself, who cares? If these people are so naff and ugly that they can't find anybody without having to go on a television programme, I wouldn't go within a barge pole of them. I'd just be going, I'm sorry, you're too stupid for words. Every time you see them, I mean, it's like, who was that the other day? One of the ones who gets everything out for you. Oh, the latest. Hilarious. I couldn't believe it. I hope I can find it before the end of the programme. I should be very upset if I can't. And it's a little piece on Chloe Madeley. Do you remember Chloe Madeley? Mummy and Daddy, Richard and Judy. How embarrassing. Chloe's got a little husband, not the brightest penny in the box. And you know what they've now decided to do? They've joined one of those apps where you pay money and they'll take clothes off. It's a bit trash, but they're doing that, and so people pay them money to see them with their clothes off. I was nearly sick. I couldn't think of anything worse. Who on earth would want to see Chloe Madeley or James Haskell or whatever his name is half naked? I mean, their business must be going way down the toilet. I mean, seriously, I've never heard of anything like it. I mean, how embarrassing, Paula. That's the best she can get. Best she can get. I don't know. Steve, the only thing enjoyable about a night shift is getting to listen to the Steve Allen Show. That is true. I agree with you, actually. I mean, I would rush home and listen to this myself. If I wasn't doing it, I'd go home and I'd listen to it and I'd go, ha, 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 as you do. Guess who's out touring? Riverdance. I watched that again the other day. I've got it. Michael Flatley was brilliant, and I saw the one in front of the Pope. And the Pope looked as though he was enjoying it. Because they brought on, must have been about 100 dancers. I thought it was the best thing ever. Best thing ever. I loved it. The first time I saw that thing was at the Eurovision Song Contest. And they were there, and they introduced it, and you think, I wonder what this is going to be like. And they started, and then the drummers start, and that was it. Along came Flatley, and your eyes didn't leave the screen. And I interviewed him once, and I have to tell you that he's very nice, but he's very sensitive. And a journalist had upset him the previous interview, and the PR said to me, she said, Steve, you will be nice to him, won't you? I said, why? So she said, oh, so-and-so. I said, oh, no, I don't do those sort of interviews. I said, I'm a big fan. And we had a really good chat, actually. He was really charming, really, really charming. But to watch him on stage, was like, you know, so when they did Feet of Flames and all these other things, I thought it was just sensational. And I'd love to do that sort of dancing. I'd love to do Irish dancing. But I can't, I've got no sense of rhythm in my legs below the knees. Not now or ever, I shouldn't think. But there's no upper body movement. Well, I mean, there is upper body movement, but I mean, it's best, you know, save for the shower or something like that. I'm just not very good at that sort of thing. But I watch people doing it and I think, God, that's fantastic. That is really, really good. I'd love to do that. William and Kate are travelling around Britain on the Royal Train. They're going to be thanking people who've kept the country moving. That's a riveting experience, isn't it? So here we are. Yeah, would you like to... William and Kate are here. Yeah, really? Have they got a train ticket? Or they're getting off the train and getting back on again? Can you do that? Or just get off and just wander about and then get back on the same train again? I don't think you can. I think you have to buy another thing. But they're going to be going around thanking people. For what? I've got no idea. I watched a great programme yesterday. I thought it was very good. And it was on about Christmas at Sandringham, how the royals celebrate Christmas. And it's done to the perfection. Oh, by the way, in case you were wondering, if ever you go to a posh place and there's more than one set of cutlery, you work from the outside in, okay, not the inside out. So the furthest extremities are the first bits you pick up, and then you get rid of those, and then you go to the next one down. You should have about three sort of knives and three forks, I think. No, and do not drink the finger bowl. I know we've had a lot of people over the years. They bring you... I mean, of course, you're never going to go to Buckingham Palace or anywhere posh and they're going to do spare ribs. I'm sorry, they're just not. It's a case of, no, we've actually taken the meat off the bone for you. And then you do that, and then you sort of... You never ever think about it. You never think about it. But it's always difficult, isn't it, trying to work out which knife you use for buttering your roll. And do you use a little bit of butter each time you break a piece off your roll, or do you butter the whole roll and shove it in your mouth? The answer is you break little bits off, and you do it like that. And you do not mop your soup up with it, OK? Have people learnt nothing at all? But we do try. By the way, fewer than half of primary school children write a Christmas list to Santa. Did you ever do a Christmas list to Santa? I think I was a bit too old for Santa to do a Christmas list. Do you think you did? Dear Santa, my name is Nicholas. Please send me a bike. It was always about a Christmas list to your mum. My youngest goddaughter, she just hands you the Argos catalogue and says, I've marked the pages, Uncle Steve. I think, lovely. Steve, I drink Forex. It's a Queensland beer. Oh. Apparently, there we go. John says, nobody gives a Forex was a tagline for the Aussie lager Castlemaine. Oh, right. I've heard of Castlemaine. And I've heard... Castlemaine? Oh, Castlemaine for it. Oh, right, okay. Hello, Skippy. Somebody caught in the mine? Where's that? Quick, let's go and rescue them. I used to love Skippy. You now get it on the television in the morning. He's fantastic. It's a talking kangaroo. It's the original version, and looks like it was the 60s version, but it's still great. There are some really good programmes on the television. We're getting Bless This House, a lot of, and that's very good. I like watching Sid James and All the Family and that one. I thought that was just quite sort of funny. Apparently, Steve, Her Majesty will get the COVID vaccine within weeks. Hope she'll not have any adverse reaction. But you know, Dean, I've got no idea. I mean, I don't know. I think, listen, she wants it. I mean, look at her. She's still got loads of energy, except the only thing she doesn't do, she doesn't go out on the walk after they've had the Christmas lunch of the Queen's speech, or as she calls it, my speech. And, but the rest of the family go out walking through the woods. She doesn't. She goes and has a little rest in bed. But she's over 90. She's entitled to do that, isn't she? She does still ride a horse, yes. She goes out with her groom because they're in Windsor at the moment. That's where they'll be celebrating Christmas. They've got a huge 20-foot tree. 20-foot tree. I mean, she doesn't decorate it. It's all done by the staff. They've got like sort of a crane that comes in and sort of puts it in. I think it comes from the Sandringham estate. We found another police officer who's got himself into a bit of a pickle. And this one's paid the price as well. He's been fired for using, what do you think? His force's computer to do what? To track... No, you're wrong. To track down a woman he liked. To track down a woman he liked. Detective Nicholas Poynton used the database to find the address of a woman he'd been in a road accident with. He turned up at her house uninvited, then went on to meet her whilst on duty for 6 months. Can't do that. You absolutely cannot do that. So he was found guilty of 6 charges, including gross misconduct. But I mean, it's like teachers. Teachers can't go out with pupils, but can they go out with other teachers? I suppose they can, actually. Yeah, you think, you think that's okay? You think that's acceptable? Right, okay. But you can't go out with, I can't go out with listeners. That's specifically written into my contract. It's a case of, Steve, please do not go, It's like not being allowed to the Christmas party, I do my best, but ever since the Steve Allen revealing a few years back, I've decided it was maybe better not to go. People are still talking about Scotch eggs. Rachel Bletchley's had 3 this week, and there are more in the fridge calling to me. See, I haven't had a Scotch egg for ages, and if I'm going to have one, it's going to have salad cream with it. You're going to cut the salad. You definitely. It's like pork pies. I do with salad cream as well. I love that. Perhaps I'll have that today. I might have some bacon or something like that. Toasted bacon. Although it's so messy, isn't it? Really, through this month, it will go so fast. All of a sudden, we're going to get to Christmas Eve, and you're going to be going, it's not really Christmas Eve. And I'm going, yeah, it's really Christmas Eve. You should have done everything. And that's when it's always, if you're out today, my idea is buy a few extra Christmas cards and keep them about your person or in your bag. So if somebody goes, I forgot to give you a card, you go, oh look, here's yours. Write their name on it and sort it out that way. Because that's what I do. I've always got Christmas cards in the boot of the car. I go, oh look, here's your present. Box of After 8. And sort it out like that. Much easier. Steve says there was a lad at secondary school who had a crush on one of the teachers, and when he left, they got together, and now, believe it or not, they're married. Oh, that's loads of cases like that. That's nothing new at all. It's nothing new. It's just that, at the time, that people can't do anything. So you can't explain, can you, why you fall for somebody? There's no logical rhyme or reason what sort of attracts you to somebody. Because if somebody says, what's your type? And you go, I think they're going to look like that. The person you end up with doesn't look at all like your type. Not at all. Very interesting. COVID vaccine. Cliff Richard, his calendar is number 2 in the charts. He's been pipped by the official Liverpool FC calendar after the team's first league title win in 31 years. But he's beaten off loads of TBM radio stars and Little Mix, which must have been done ages ago, unless they're one missing. It's difficult to tell, actually, on who's in these groups. So the first 50 hospital trust hubs in the first wave, they've got a whole list of. You'll need to go through. I can't run through all of this list because there's 50 places where you can get the injection. But I think you've got to be invited. I don't think you can just go and turn up and go, I'll have the injection. Thank you very much indeed. You've got to fit into the remit, and I think I'm possibly the 4th layer. I think I'm 4th layer because I'm over and I'm diabetic. So that might make me in the 4th tier. But if you're a young like Nick, you'd be way down the list, wouldn't you? Way on down. That'd be good. If you booked yourself if I booked into a care home. Imagine. Steve, where is he? He's in a care home, bless him. He's in a care home. But he's done it so he can get the coronavirus injection. Or the vaccine. Whatever it is, I want it. So, all these people... There's a load of people on the front of one of the papers today saying all these celebrities, Gloria Hannaford, people like that, have said they're going to have it. Because we don't know what the side effects will be. Hopefully... no side effect. I was always told there were side effects for the flu jab, but only in the first year that I had it was there any little side effect, which involved me getting a cough, which I couldn't shake off for ages and ages. In fact, it got so bad, even my boss said to me, he said, I think you better take a couple of days off because talking all the time just made it worse. Shane says, I've been to where they filmed Skippy. A friend and myself won a tour of Waratah National Park in 1968, and the kangaroo scared my friend. They're quite... Bless, thank you. They're very butch pushing all these doors round here. The door opens. I don't know why do they put in studio doors just a little thin bit of glass in the middle? Why can't we just have an all glass door so people can look at me? I feel you should be allowed to do things like this, at this time of the morning. You stand outside the door, I could look at people, they could look at me. Also, Boris Johnson in most of the... Well, in fact, you're going to get loads of Boris Johnson over the next few weeks, as you can imagine. William and Kate travelling around Britain on the Royal Train. the royal carriage can seat 12. Why don't they just book into I mean, I'm sure Andrew's still got a discount card for that Pizza Express place. I mean, I'm sure he could help them out there. Plus, Giovanna delights the family as she scoops the title because she's won. But where she goes from here, I've got no idea. I mean, she didn't show any discernible talent in there of sort of being able to paint or do anything like they go, oh, she's very good at listening. Well, go and work for the bank then or something like that. Just sit there and listen to people. Makes it so much easier. Tina Turner may be in her... How old do you think Tina Turner is? She's in her 80s. She's in her 80s. She's 81. 81. And she says she credits Buddhism for saving her life and making her, look young. I suspect she wears a wig. I suspect it's a wig because that's a lot of hair for one person. I like it, actually. She says, I focus on the here and now and I appreciate every day of life. Don't we all? Don't we all? Goodness sake, I can't begin to tell you how many people I know who've said, do you know, when you get to a certain age, you then start appreciating absolutely everything. And I've said, well, I do. I appreciate everything every day. Every single day. I don't appreciate it when it's miserable weather. I don't like it when you go out there and it's cold and damp and stuff like that. And it's you sort of think, oh, I don't like it. I'd rather stay in. So you put your feet up on the settee, you have a cup of coffee or cocoa or something like that, and then you just drift off. And drifting off is good. Drifting off is very nice, as the boys will be telling you later. So hard-up Christmas shoppers are being targeted by retailers, charging up to how much APR for gifts on credit? 119%. Unfortunately, I think that's a huge amount of money, isn't it? 119%. I mean, my parents always used to say, I mean, it served me quite well, if you want something, save up for it, because then you appreciate it more. It's very easy when you're younger to just put stuff on a Visa card. Producer hasn't even got a Visa card. Not even got a Visa card. But that's mainly because he's rubbish with money. And he survived without it. Because I think people seem to think you can only live if you've got, one of those credit cards. Whereas if I'm buying stuff abroad on the internet, I use PayPal. I've used PayPal for donkey's years, and I find it's much easier. It comes straight out of the account. It's linked into an account. And I do have a credit card, but we pay it off every month because I only put the car on. So a month's worth of the car, and then the bill comes through, and then it goes on to that, and then we sort of pay it all off. It's much easier because, to be honest with you, I sort of regret, well, not regret, I object to giving money to all these companies for doing nothing at all. And unfortunately, it's always the most vulnerable person who's going to get caught by, a rate of 119% APR. I thought you used to think it was bad enough years ago, and it was about 38% on some of the cards. I remember thinking, shan't do that at all. Father Christmas is used to requests for Lego Star Wars or patrol toys for bicycles and electric scooters, but now he's been rubbing his beard because what is the thing that all the kids want nowadays? They want a hug. They want a hug from Grandma, and no amount of Santa magic can make that wish come true. I can't wait for the hugging to begin. I'm almost gearing myself up for the hugging. I think it's the best thing ever. Sometimes we actually forget to hug. I'm going to put these on the floor. Do you know, paper? There's so much in these papers now. Gone are the days of just having like 20 pages. Look at this one here. 3,620. I mean, it just is non-stop. So you have to clear them. Oh, look, what have we got in the Daily Star today? Oh, look, who's always in the Daily Star and never quite makes it anywhere else? Look, it's Christine McGuinness in her knickers. Fantastic. Well, just what we need, darling. The 32-year-old model for what? What? Oh, because she gets her kit off. Oh, right. She looks red hot. In fact, she's so hot that fans are desperate to know the secrets of her sexy look. It's called airbrushing, dear. I'll say airbrushing. And also, it takes ages to paint that black line in down the middle of her hair. You know, you see people with blonde hair, and then you get to the top of the head, and there it is, the black line, because she's bleached. Bleached within an inch of her life. Somebody said, you should do an amazing fitness video. I'm going to be sick again. I don't want any talk like that. Thank you very much indeed. Mo Farah is set to make a surprise visit to Albert Square. What for? They said because he became pals with Shane Ritchie. Well, he's not in Albert Square now either. What's the point of that? I don't get that one at all. But I'm sure he will. What's he going to do? Turn up, they're going to go, oh, you did very well in The Jungle. We've been watching you in the Queen Vic. That doesn't happen, does it? So Jordan North has been congratulated by his hero, Burnley Football Club manager Sean Dyche. Burnley Football... Who are they? Burnley Football Club. Apparently, the radio DJ, 30, is a lifelong supporter of the club, and during trials he kept chanting the name of their ground and calling it his happy place. Riveting. Not going as well as we thought it was. Oh, and the term Essex girl could be a thing of the past. I don't know why. If you're a girl and you're from Essex, why are you not an Essex girl? Apparently campaigners, if you please, no less, have demanded that the definition was removed as they deemed it very offensive. Yeah, we've seen the programme, dear. It is very offensive. It's disgusting. It read, a name used especially in jokes to refer to a type of young woman who is not intelligent, dresses badly, talks in a loud and ugly way, and is very willing to have sex. I'm sorry, which bit of that are we disagreeing with? I'm not too sure, actually. But that's it. It's not very offensive. Novelist Sid Moore, founder of the Essex Girls Liberation Front, said, women from the Congo had heard of the Essex Girl. I thought it's time to get rid of this once and for all. And her project was backed by a campaign group called Snapping the Stiletto. Have we really sunk to this new depth? I mean, most people are quite proud to be called an Essex girl. Of course there are jokes about Essex girls. There's probably jokes about radio presenters. Not very good jokes. But there'll probably be jokes about radio presenters, jokes about, producers and stuff like that. And Essex girls, I mean, you only have to say to somebody, Essex girls, and they go, oh, what, and you get the Essex girl jokes. Well, you get loads of jokes. Irish jokes, fat jokes, thin jokes, everything. Scottish jokes, Welsh jokes, everything. And so they say it's to refer to a type of young woman who is not intelligent, dresses badly, talks in a loud and ugly way, and is very willing to have sex. They've obviously never seen Towie, because this is exactly what they're doing. I mean, most of them say, you only got to look at poor old Chloe, what's-her-face? Chloe Sims? I mean, she's been having a fling with not very tall boy, Pete, tattoos up his neck and all over his face, as a class act if ever there was one. And for 2 years. For 2 years, and she kept it quiet. I'm not surprised. So which part of the, not intelligent, dresses badly, talks in a loud and ugly way, and is very willing to have sex? I mean, that's the whole premise, isn't it, of Made in Essex. The whole thing revolves around people's relationships. They seem to hop in and out of bed like there's no tomorrow. Heavens above, you want to move to Twickenham. We don't even do that years down the line. Seriously, you'd have to be in a long-term relationship with somebody to even get anywhere near the bedroom. Or bus shelter. Or mini. Or top of the bus or anything else. I mean, the whole thing... And the other day, what were they trying to find for Diags? A girlfriend. For somebody called Diags. It's not his real name. It's another one of these made-up things, isn't it? And so they were out and then he met somebody and he go, oh, I'm not very good at it. I thought, you've been on this programme for years and you still can't find anybody. You know why? You're boring. And there's nothing you can say worse about that. However... Moving away from the Essex girls, there's a face of one of most our prolific trophy hunters. Now, I'm afraid, a bit of a downer on trophy hunters. I do not understand why anybody would want to leave this country, go over to all sorts of places, France, Pakistan, South Africa, and kill animals for the sheer fun of killing an animal. I don't get it at all. And here's one who boasts about the thrill on social media. He's hunted zebras, African buffaloes, antelope and impala. He's posed for dozens of pictures with giraffe carcasses. His name is Asif Watu, and he works for Thames Water. But, quite rightly, Thames Water, when they were asked about it, said, we don't comment on what their employees do outside of work. It's not very pleasant, though, is it? There's a picture of him here, posing next to a zebra, which he shot dead. He's been exposed by a founder of the Campaign to Ban Trophy Hunting, which, again, I didn't know was around. One of his albums, there are more than 50 hunting photographs showing killing sprees. He lives in Berkshire. He goes on jaunts with the South African firm Umlilo Safaris. They offered canned lion hunts as well as rhino, elephant, leopard, hippo and antelope. They breed lions on these farms just so people like this person can go and shoot them. They have no idea what's going to happen to them. They just set free into whatever, and he just goes around and kills them. I don't know what canned means. I don't know. Canned lion hunts. But they say canned hunting involves breeding thousands of lions on farms just to be shot by wealthy foreigners. I mean, I find it absolutely unbelievable. What a sick person he is. What a sick person. The Daily Star has contacted him for comment. Let's see how long it takes to get a thing. He absolutely loves killing animals. That's what he loves. Sick person. Sick person. And, Steve, talking of Essex Girl jokes. Oh, no, we can't do Essex Girl jokes. Well, how can we do Essex Girl jokes? Although it is a particularly good one, I have to be honest. It reminds me there was... Oh, I can't tell you that one either. Oh, the other one that I heard about the Essex Girl... No, I can't do it. Can't do it. There's some very good ones, though. But they could apply to anybody. They could apply to... people who live in Leicester Square, I suppose, or anything like that. Not that I'm saying it would be anybody who lives in Leicester Square. I forgot to offer, actually. Did you eat your little donuts? Were they nice? They were both delicious. You like the pink one? Would you like a little donut, Jake? Look at... Oh, sorry, I went all throaty then. I was going to be bouncy. Do you know there's a place in this country? Where is it? They've opened their Christmas market. I thought we weren't opening Christmas markets. I thought because of social distancing. It might be Nottingham or it might be somewhere. Whatever it was, I remember thinking, well, we don't have them in London. We haven't got one in Kingston. And there's no Winter Wonderland. But I think this is a Winter Wonderland. I'm pretty certain. Because I remember thinking, well, why can't we have one in London? Man, not that I sort of think too much. Outside where? You can't have it here. You know why you can't have it here? Have you seen what they're doing? They're digging up Leicester Square because right in the middle of Leicester Square, underground, the electric substation, they're replacing it with more... I've been invited down. I've been invited down by the lady what knows. And she sent me a thing the other day. I haven't followed it up yet. I'll have to get round to it shortly. I have to wear a hard hat. And you can go in there, and you know where the stairs are, right at the beginning of Leicester Square, just before you go through the gates to walk through. And they lift it up, and there's a staircase that goes down to the substation. I can't wait to see it. I want to know how big it is. I want to know whether it's, we're going to go into a into a turbine hall, or whether it's all a bit... because I'm imagining it being quite big. I'm hoping, anyway. I don't like to imagine this. I don't want to be disappointed, put it that way. So I'm hoping it's going to be... And I shall take pictures, but I have a horrible feeling you won't be allowed to take pictures. I think it will be quite secretive. Because the amount of people who work in this building who do not know that the whole of Leicester Square is an electricity substation. Amazing, isn't it, really? Keir Starmer is isolating again... Second time. And lags at Britain's toughest prison are ordering in sirloin steaks, king prawns and Victoria sponge cakes. Salmon fillets, tuna steaks and litres of ice cream are also on the shopping list in County Durham. Good Lord. It was the place of Ian Huntley, Levi Belfield, and they can order in food and drink from local shops. You sure they're in prison? I'm never sure whether these people are actually in prison again. Mary Berry's new book called Simple Comforts has topped the Christmas bestseller charts as well. I think Jamie Oliver's book is number two, which is fantastic. Also, the demise of comedy on Radio 4 continues, according to Nick Ferrari. A panel choosing the 20 best radio comedies of all time decided the top 5 were, in first place down, I'm sorry I haven't got a clue, Hancock's Half Hour, Round the Horn. I used to love Round the Horn. That was one of my favourite programmes. I would sit there glued to the radio. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and On the Hour. I don't remember On the Hour at all. But I certainly like listening to comedy shows or comedy programmes, and Round the Horn was fantastic. Hit show The Masked Singer has been rocked by a leak. Apparently, fans who were in the studio audience before filming or during filming, before lockdown, have been letting slip which celebs are taking part. So, it's very interesting, but, some of them are so boring. I like the concept of the programme, don't get it wrong. Well, here we are, Megan Barton Hanson. She says, she teased she loves stripping off online for cash. Of course you do, dear, that's what you do for a living. You strip off for money, you won't do it for free, will you? Apparently she's earning top dollar with one of these pages with OnlyFans. And she says, for me, it's a self-indulgent thing. I miss doing photo shoots, so my account is for me to express myself and be creative. Well, just taking your clothes off is called creative in your book, isn't it? What a simpleton you must be. And she reckons that the success of OnlyFans is helping to make sex work more acceptable. No, unfortunately not, dear. Just in your tiny little mind. But she says it's empowering for women. No, it's not. It's not really. It's a certain sort of woman, Megan, as you would know. Les Dennis has got his hands full. He's turning up in the Birds of a Feather Christmas special. He plays Graham, Dorian Green's latest love interest. Way! I always remember that Les Dennis was another one who ended up taking his clothes off on television. And it was in, I can't remember what the programme was. But he was, who was that? I think it was on Extras. And they walk into the room and he's got his foot up on a chair and he's stark naked. Do you remember that? So funny. But also, I remember taking Leslie Joseph to an appearance in Lakeside. And I gave her the line. I said, what you have to do is say to them, listen, Essex has given so much to me, I thought I'd give you something back again. And we went walkabout at the shopping centre, go and buy different bits and pieces. And she loved every minute of it. Absolutely loved every minute of it. And also, I've had her taking all her clothes off in the back of my car. Because we went to the Livy Awards, but there were two bits of it. There was the first bit, and then there was the dinner. And so she had two different outfits. She put one in my car and she changed into one. She said, because if you wear the same outfit, they've already got pictures of you from the first one. I said, very clever, very clever. She said, so different outfits, whereas I just looked exactly the same. Very dull, very boring, I'm afraid. Craig Charles is to investigate aliens for his next project. Should have a word with Gemma Collins' mother. She's as barking mad as they become nowadays. And half of us feel guilty about our jobs and think we should be doing something worthwhile. How could you get anything that is more worthwhile? How could you get anything that is more worthwhile than doing what we do? It's serious. If we had Scotch eggs, we couldn't be more perfect. With salad cream. Also, Gary Bushell on the box today says, awful. No, we still love Dick. This is Dick Emery, who, yes, I mean... It was a different period of time, wasn't it, Dick Emery's humour? I thought it was great. There's a woman here in the paper today. I don't get this one either. But she had a toe grafted onto her hand when she was born without fingers, hoping to break down barriers. She wants to become a model. I mean, unless you're being a hand model, I don't quite understand what this is all about. She's a personal trainer. She was born without digits, and so she had surgery to transfer one of her toes onto her, giving the ability to pinch. And she hopes to start working as a model and improve representation of people with limb differences. So, in other words, see, I don't get this at all. I mean, I understand what you're doing, but then, are you doing this for yourself, or are you really doing it? She says, I want to inspire other people. How would that inspire other people? Because the sort of the modelling world is a bit fickle, as we know. But she says, I've had lots of messages from people, and I felt a lot more relaxed about showing my hand in public. I wouldn't worry about it. Seriously, it's not something that people sort of worry about in this day and age, is it? We've all moved on a little bit. There's another piece in the paper with James Bourne from Busted, who is set to give dancehall stars like Shaggy and Sean Paul a run for their money. He said, oh, by the way, I knew there's something I forgot to tell you. Guess who's doing an album? Apart from Gemma Collins releasing a Christmas single, so that'll be made into ashtrays before the end of the month. And guess who's bringing out an album? Come on. Katie Price, that would be a total... She can't sing, she's tone deaf, flat as a pancake. Well, obviously not flat as a pancake, but unfortunately a little bit naff. Bros are going to bring out an album. I mean, that's got Winner written all over it, eh? Now you know what I want for Christmas, Jake. I want the Bros album so we can... Who are Bros? See what I'm doing? Who are Bros? Do you not know who Bros are? I'm losing the will to live here. You've never heard of Bros? Did you not see the documentary, which was after the Screaming stopped? Bros used to be very big in the 80s. There were a couple of lads from Chertsey or around that area, and when will I be famous? I can answer. Matt with an unusually high voice, and you've never heard of them, and they did what? What genre of music? Rubbish, I think. What genre? I don't know. I don't know what their music fits into. They sold about 20 million units, and then it all finished. Hence the DVD, which followed their career, and the fact that Matt's got one or two screws loose and argues all the time with his brother. They are twins. Luke is the filmmaker and writer and plays drums. And he got the rough end of this deal in this DVD that they made, where the cameras, it was like a fly on the wall. Matt, talk about living the fantasy. I mean, in his own brain. You know, yeah, it's great to see everybody. Wears a hat all the time because he's got this hair. We're not sure whether it's his hair or somebody else's hair, or whether it's like Joe Swash's, grown, you know, in a can. And they made this thing, whereas Matt just had tantrums all the time. I've never seen anything like it. I've known people, you know, that they sort of talk about Gemma Collins being a diva. She's nowhere near being a diva. She's just a silly girl with not much brain. Seriously. There's not a lot going on there. But in the case of Bros, they were enormous. They were huge. Absolutely huge. Every time they turned up, people screamed, and they were two sort of pretty boys. Sort of like, you know, Club 7, just with three of them. There used to be the Bros brothers, and then there was Craig Logan, who decided to leave the group, and he's now huge in the record industry. He walked away with £1 million, which is something that Bros didn't. They walked away with nothing. Because if you're in a pop group, the record company will say, right, we'll give you £1 million advance. So they do publicity. £1 million advance for Bros. Not £1 million, it was something else. And what they didn't realise was that they just thought they could go out and spend £1 million. Well, in fact, every single thing they did, every taxi that was sent to pick them up to take them to a studio for an interview came out of the £1 million. Every outfit of clothes that they had made came out of that. Every record that they made came out of the £1 million. Before you knew it, there was no £1 million left. They had to sell a lot of records to get themselves back to where they came from, and they couldn't. They couldn't do it. When they decided to make a comeback, because Matt was working out in Vegas, in Cleopatra's place, which they then called the Gossie Lounge for some peculiar reason. It was basically a room that seated 150 people. Even I played to 700 and 1,000, you know, so, and he sort of did his little bit. He thought he was Frank Sinatra. She gets too hungry for dinner, and he sort of get all this rubbish. And then they made the comeback, but they had to cancel most of the dates because they didn't sell out. Only sold out, I think, about 2 or 3. Very sad. Let's have the news, shall we? And just gone. Morning, nice to have your company. Steve Broswell Camberwell. Oh, right. Listen, who cares? We're not being pedantic at this time of the morning, aren't we? There you go, Nottingham Christmas Market was open yesterday. Thousands been walking around, no social distancing. Crazy, yet I cannot visit my daughter. Third wave on its way post-Christmas, says Nick. The council approved it. The council approved it. They said you can have the market. I wasn't. I'm looking at a picture here of London's Regent Street. It's absolutely rammed. Not everybody wearing masks. In fact, there's a security man here. He's got his high-vis jacket on, no mask. In fact, there's quite a number of people with no masks. And I was standing the other day in John Lewis in Kingston, so I went to buy some Creed, and I'm standing there, and the lady's wrapping it for me and all the rest of it. And these two girls come in. I knew they worked there because they had their John Lewis badges on. She's got her mask pulled down underneath her chin, and she's sucking a drink in a carton. I'm thinking, I'm sorry, are you really working here, or are you just is this some sort of joke? Perhaps the standard has dropped. Not very good. Rita flouting the COVID rules again. I mean, really, you are incredibly dumb, aren't you? Incredibly dumb. And Gary Lineker last night led the condemnation of Millwall supporters for booing their own players as they took the knee at a football match. I mean, unbelievable. 2,000 Millwall fans who have a reputation for being confrontational. I mean, really. Were let into the club stadium, The Den, against Wayne Rooney's Derby County, but the jeers rang out before kick-off as the players took a knee, which is a custom that teams have adopted since June to support the Black Lives Matter movement following the death of George Floyd in America. Match of the Day host Lineker took to Twitter saying, let's be fair, it only appears to be a small minority of Millwall fans that didn't boo the players taking the knee. But the former England striker Dion Dublin was more direct, saying, to me, they're racist. They don't agree with taking the knee, which means they're racist. I mean, it's a bit tragic, isn't it, really? But there again, they never had a great reputation beforehand. And here's a popular pub. We love a popular pub. This is a good story. An undercover council investigator pleaded with staff to allow him to use cash to buy a pint. OK. I didn't know there was such thing as undercover council investigators. And they've been ordered to shut their doors. Bosses at Richmond Council have drawn heavy criticism over the incident at the Waterman Arms in Barnes, which occurred before the second national lockdown was lifted. It's understood the investigator asked to be served with a takeaway drink, but the bar manager, Adam Sanford, initially declined, explaining that lockdown rules meant all customers had to order and pay online. According to the pub's landlord, Dick Morgan, the official begged Mr. Sanford to relent, saying he was unable to access the internet because his mobile phone had run out of power. Eventually, Mr. Sanford relented and agreed to sell a pint for the cash. When he returned with the drink, the licensing officer pulled out his badge to reveal his true identity. Days later, the pub received a prohibition notice banning the sale of drinks through their click and collect service. What disgraceful behaviour from Richmond Council. Honestly, I mean, whoever... as former UKIP leader Farage has taken up Mr. Morgan's case, says, whoever authorised this operation should be sacked. That's how I feel about it. Richmond Council defended their actions, as they would, and said they received complaints from local residents about customers gathering opposite the pub to drink. Yeah, you're assuming everybody tells the truth, aren't you, Richmond Council? This is the place. Don't bother shopping there because you have to pay to park. 24 hours a day. You know, everywhere. They're so mean and tight. So mean and tight, honestly. I try not to shop there. So the Royal Train, single beds. It's not much fun, is it? And Formica dining table. They've got the same at Buckingham Palace, a Formica dining table. The Queen will eat off a Formica... What do you think she eats? I think people think that they eat off, you know, sort of gold-plated, you know, cutlery and everything else, an ivory plate. They don't. They really don't, which is interesting. Good Morning Britain bosses fear they could lose Ranveer Singh. See you, bye, thank you. Wouldn't be any great loss. With her current contract ending in the new year, she's political editor, and she's due to begin contract negotiations. Sources on the show fear her heightened popularity will result in her being inundated with other more lucrative offers. Really? One insider said she's bigger than standing on Downing Street in the rain in the early hours of the morning. Oh, delusions of grandeur. Here we go again. Oh, I'm far too important, dear. I've been on a dancing programme. Who do you think you're talking to? Miss Singh regularly stands in for Piers Morgan and Susanna Reid. Well, if she didn't get the contract renewed, she's a bit up the gum tree, isn't she, really? London Transport has organised visits to abandoned tube stations. Oh, God, that's old news. I've been doing those for years. Years and years and years. Years and years and years. Dan says Spain seem to have it nailed, even a mask in the street. Hot, hot, hot. Oh, I think you should wear them all the time. But that's just me. Just me. Also, wait a minute. Have you ever had hiccups on radio? No. I don't think so. No, not that I remember. Not that I remember. A lot of people talk about Essex Girl jokes. You're quite right, though, says Angela. Tina wears wigs and probably has quite a substantial collection. They're great wigs. They really are great wigs. I mean, I think she looks fantastic. I watched her the other day, and in fact, I seem to watch her most days on YouTube, where she's sort of doing Proud Mary, but it starts off slowly. Turning down a river. And then all of a sudden it goes... and the whole thing builds up and there's fireworks shooting off and the whole thing. I mean, you can imagine if you were in the crowd, you'd be enjoying it. I'm looking forward to the Vicar of Dibley because she will take the knee and deliver a sermon about Black Lives Matter in a move critics say could undermine the BBC impartiality. The Reverend Geraldine Kennedy, played by Dawn French, addresses the killing of George Floyd and the broader issue of racism in one of the 3 10-minute sketches. I liked it. I mean, I was watching it last night, actually. The very first episode, the vicar that they have in Vicar of Dibley dies halfway through a sermon. He's doing a sermon, and then he sort of stops to pray, and then he drops dead. And so they bring in, and obviously the people in this village, it's a woman. It just shows the period of time it was, because they went, we don't really want a woman vicar, thank you very much. We don't want to be used as and yet she turned out to be brilliant and fun and everything else, but they're going to recreate it. How many are still alive? I've got no idea. Vernon Kay has claimed he lost more than 2.5 stone during his 19-day stint. Do you think that's what people are going to be doing it for now? They're going to be going, I tell you what, let me go on, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. I'm just going on there to lose weight. I think that's a brilliant idea. You don't need to bother with all these places where you pay a fortune for or get yourself a personal trainer. Just go on I'm a Celebrity. And you can, if he's lost 2.5 stone, he wasn't exactly overburdened with weight. He's always been quite a good-looking boy. A lot of people say I look very similar. And, funny, is it? I don't really understand that, but there you go. And he's just tall. That's the thing with him. He's about 6'4" or 6'7" or something, whatever it is. It's a lot. Spit. I know. I thought you'd say that eventually. Seeing as you're going to be spending so much time with me over the next week or so, aren't you? I believe. Week after. Oh, it's not this week. Oh right. I thought it was this week. That's what I've been told. I was told the other day, actually. I can't remember who told me. Oh, it was Luke, I think. Luke's told me. And I shall read it to you, because it'd be helpful if somebody knows what we're doing. And he says here, wait a minute, I gave him a dancing Christmas tree, which he was very pleased, and then sent me a picture of it. He says, he's with me Monday morning with Nick Entwistle. That's you. No, oh, sorry, no second names. And then it's Corey and Jake. Yeah, you should. Too late now, isn't it? Too late. He said, then it's Corey and Jake, I believe, for this week, for this next week, and the week after. Oh. Week after's correct. Who's doing it this week, then? I wonder who's doing it this week. Are you Nick X doing it this week? I can't remember, actually. No, you're doing tomorrow. AP tomorrow. Yeah. Because then I think Luke's doing Tom Swarbrick. No, after tomorrow. I think so. Well, that's what he said. Perhaps he doesn't know. Perhaps he's got no idea at all. One of those bizarre things. You can always take that out, can't you? Of the, you can, like that. Yeah, all right. Have to use that word, don't you? Have to use it. Do you know what it's like? Oh, right. Not sure I can wait. Eugenie. Yes, Princess Eugenie and her husband, Jack, aren't the only ones moving into a swish new home at Windsor. Their protection officers are moving into a £3 million house. I mean, honestly, the sooner we've got rid of these two, the better. So their protection scheme. For Eugenie? What for? What for? They've certainly got bragging rights over the details. They were billeted in a modest 4-bedroom house costing £1,000 a month less. And then the bill for Eugenie's team is being met by Prince Andrew. Hardly a man renowned for counting the pennies. Where's he got the money from? He gets it from the Queen. She gives him money. I bet she won't be mentioning him again. And what will Prince Charles get for Christmas? What would he get for Christmas this year? What? The throat? No, don't. They're all... Do you know that the Queen, she's decided not to have any more dogs? So she's just lost Vulcan. She's got one left now, which is on its last legs. I mean, you can see how slowly they move, these things. And do you know what the reason is that she's not replaced them? Because she doesn't want to die and leave the dogs. So she'd rather she didn't have it. I mean, she's had dogs for donkey's years, but Vulcan they lost the other day. And then there's one who is, it's a cross between, I think, a corgi and something else, giraffe or something. But, yeah, so that's the reason. No, what will Charles get for Christmas? £1.5 million. If he gets his way. He's selling signed prints of 6 of his watercolour landscapes for £2,500 through his Highgrove House website. There are 100 prints of each work, which would net a total of £1.5 million. All proceeds, though, go to the Prince of Wales Charitable Fund, which is Prince Charles. You know, that's why it's got his name on it. Interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. And despite worries about his health, which television presenter won't give up his encounters with the ladies of the night? They have to apparently come up with an ingenious plan. He videos the liaisons in case he keels over. I mean, I have no idea what the answer is, so it's no good asking me. I don't know anything like this at all. But it's very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. And also, the question on everybody's lips last week, thanks to the new COVID tiers, was whether a Scotch egg constitutes a substantial meal in a pub. So they asked Prue Leith. And the verdict of the Bake Off staff, yes, a great big one, especially made with a goose egg. I mean, where'd you find goose eggs at Wetherspoons? I mean, they don't do those at all. Unbelievable. Seriously, I couldn't believe it. I was watching an old programme on DVD the other day, and there were all sorts of strange lines in it relating to people's religion. And I'm thinking, you know, nowadays you wouldn't get that through. You'd absolutely never get it through. It would not be passed. And there was quite a number of sort of references. I mean, I know that there's been old TV programmes where you sort of look at some of the things that people talk about and you think, oh, blimey, you can't get away with that nowadays. In fact, actually, was it Graham Norton that said if you were making comedy programmes nowadays, you wouldn't be making comedy programmes nowadays because you can't. You can't. Supermarkets. We love a supermarket. by charging different prices for almost identical products. Tesco are charging £2.65 for its finest Parma ham, for example. Lidl has priced its deluxe prosciutto at £1.99, a saving of more than a third, according to a Channel 4 investigation. See, the trouble is, if you went round every single supermarket, you'll find that some supermarkets sell stuff cheaper than other supermarkets, and then other stuff they sell as a loss leader to get you into the shop to start with. And that's the way it's always worked. I mean, in my day, years ago, you'd go to the local corner shop and you'd have 3 slices of ham. You know, and they would put it on that big machine and they'd turn the thing and it would slice the ham. And I remember looking at it thinking, oh, looks lovely. Looks lovely. Nowadays, you just buy all pre-processed, and it is processed. That's why I think I'm going to have bacon today. I just fancy bacon. I don't know why. I just fancy bacon. I wonder if Greggs is open. Probably not. Yeah. Will you be having one of your deluxe breakfasts? Yeah. Bit of a bridge, I know. The worst thing is, you want somewhere to be open immediately, don't you? You want to go there. You don't want to have to wait for somewhere to open. I can't, but, you know, I remember to go to play the fruit machine, and I would be queuing outside the pub waiting for it to open lunchtime. How sad was I? And it's only because I looked back on it the other day, and I remember thinking, so I used to go in there, and they go, usual, and it was a little pub, a little tiny pub in Berkshire. I go, yeah, and I'd have a Coca-Cola, and then pump about £3 into a fruit machine. £3, honestly, I ask you. But the supermarkets have always been doing that. There's nothing new coming up to Christmas. If you shop around, and you will find the bargains that you want. Because I've told you, I've bought tins of toffees and chocolates, I brought in here for the boys and girls. And in Iceland, it's 2 for £8, but I can go to one of the big supermarkets and get 2 for £7. Exactly the same thing. But can you be bothered to keep driving around, finding out where all the cheap bargains are? And the answer is no, I can't. Definitely not. Not my sort of thing at all. People say, oh, if you bought it here, you could save that. You think, do you know, I'd rather not bother. Oops, sorry, I'm very noisy. Very noisy today. So Ranveer Singh, our agent's obviously going, right, let's see if we can get some more money out of Good Morning Britain. That's how it always works. I knew a presenter once, who would announce that he was going to be leaving the world in which he inhabited, and you'd go, oh, contract time again. That's what it was. It was contract time. And she'll be doing exactly the same. Her agent will be using that as a lever to say, listen, I've got lots of other offers on the table. And, of course, if you call their bluff nowadays, they actually turn out not to have loads of other offers on the table, because there's too many people coming off all these programmes, all looking for the same thing, another job. And let's face it, when the likes of Eamonn Holmes are looking for a gig, there's no hope for many of these other people. No hope at all. Very nice. So after their unintentionally hilarious docu, Pop Brothers Bros are planning their first new album in more than 30 years. Please don't. Please don't. Save yourself the embarrassment. We had this from somebody else, didn't we? Who's that? Louise Redknapp. I knew you'd know. And she sort of decided to go into the recording studio. I'm going, please don't. Please don't. Your time has passed. You're never going to go back again. It was bad enough watching Kylie Minogue the other day on the Jonathan Ross programme, and he'd go, oh, she's gone all disco. The dirtiest record I've ever heard in my entire life. I was quite disappointed. When you listen to some of the early stuff, I'm spinning around, blah, blah, blah. And this latest one, I remember thinking, do you think, perhaps I've gone deaf? Perhaps I'm one of those sort of people. I watch it on the telly. She did a nice chat. The interview was fine. And then she was only on there to plug the record. Well, I mean, it was not great. Even the dress she was wearing wasn't great either, and I bet it was worth an absolute fortune. Absolute fortune. Was that 13 years? You see, but, I mean, I thought that was disco. I should be so lucky. And then this thing she came up with the other day, I couldn't even hum the tune to you. I really couldn't. It was that bad. It was that bad. Watch the winter. It's coming. Christmas is coming, and winter is coming from the north. I was sitting in the car yesterday. I went out to do something, I can't remember. And all of a sudden you go ping, 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 and you get the little ice sign on the front. It was this morning. A little ice sign that comes on the dashboard, and it said it was -2 or something. I remember thinking, oh, God, freezing cold. Absolutely freezing cold. So I bought gloves in. I've got gloves to wear and everything else, and I'm quite happy, wearing me gloves. Also, Zoe Ball once got so drunk she danced on a wall wearing only her thigh-length boots and an overcoat. Well, of course she was. She was drunk. You don't do things like that if you're stone cold sober. I bet if I went through the boys here and asked them, what's the worst thing that they've ever done when they've had a few sherbets, they'd be having to select the ones which were repeatable, as opposed to the stories which are not repeatable. You know, come on, Jake. Sorry, you've got loads of... Many unrepeatable, are they? Yeah. See, that's the trouble. Nick, of course, far too perfect. Like Mary Poppins, practically perfect in every way. Wouldn't get drunk or do anything like that at all, would you? Everybody's done it. Everybody's done it. We've all been sort of a little bit blathered. You've been out somewhere and you go, oh, no, let myself down again. But asked about her guiltiest pleasure, what does she say? Eating Christmas pudding. That's a guilty pleasure, is it now? God, blimey. Rest of us should be so lucky. Jerry Horner today tells how motherhood and break-off helped fix her relationship with food. Don't need me to have a relationship with food. I just like eating it. I'm very big into food. Also, the Beatles legends' tragic anniversary. This is John Lennon's killer, still in protective custody. This is Mark Chapman, almost 40 years to the day that he shot the Beatles legend. He's ready to risk death to preach about God. Because they all do it, don't they? They all go inside, committing, various crimes, and his was, one of the most heinous. There have been more heinous crimes than that, but nevertheless, he did take away somebody's life. And then they go, oh, I've discovered Christianity. And you go, no, you haven't. No, what you've discovered is loneliness. What you've discovered is the fact that everybody hates you. Also, have you seen The Crystal Maze? I did watch it. Oh, I tell you what, that reminds me of something else, actually. I was in Costco the other day, and I saw this thing, and I thought, oh, that's nice. And it's a glass dragon, different coloured glass, about yo big, full of whiskey. It's a whiskey dragon. And it was about £74. And I stood there looking at it, and there's a couple of us actually standing there looking at it, obviously thinking, who would I give that to for Christmas? And I thought, nobody. So I left it. But on reflection and on thinking about it, I thought, that is such an unusual present. A whiskey dragon. And it's a beautiful, proper sort of glass-blown dragon with different coloured glasses on it. And it's quite big and hefty. So I might have to go back today. And they did something yesterday. I nearly bought them in this morning, but I thought, no, I'll bring them in next week. Panettone. Is it Panettone? They do in Costco 6 different boxes, little ones, each with a different flavour panettone in. Everything from pear and something to really nice. I mean, really nice. You grab chunks. Well, you're supposed to dip it in hot chocolate, I believe, but I mean, that sounds to me like a heart attack on a plate. But I've never had panettone until a few years ago, and a friend of mine who's Italian said, you must try this panettone, it's delicious. And I brought it in here, and it was ripped apart like they were wild animals. Tearing it off, and it's really lovely. Have you ever had panettone? No, you don't know what it is, do you? No. Oh, God, honestly, such an education ahead of him. It's sort of, I don't know how you describe it. Actually, how would you describe panettone, Nick? What would you say it was? It's sort of like, it's a very light, but very light fruit cake. I mean, you can pick it up, it's very light, and you just rip it apart. It looks like, I mean, you really can. You're supposed to dip it into hot chocolate, I think. It's quite delicious. And you'll see them all over it. They come in boxes, and you'll see them over in all even the supermarkets you go to. You're not a big fan of fruitcake. Okay, but it's not really fruitcake. It's not, when I think of a fruitcake, I think of something dark, glistening. There you go, it looks like that. So there is fruit in it. It's like a sweetbread. Sweet, well, it sounds even worse because it's not sweetbreads, they're something different, aren't they? I believe. I think they're nice, actually, but these ones are all different. See, I like Stollen. Have you ever had Stollen? No. You're very uncultured. Very, very uncultured. Stollen's lovely. That's fruit bread full of nuts, spices, and dried or candied fruit. And you get it in chunks. You just pop it in your mouth and just wait for it to sort of melt. It's delicious. I mean, you wouldn't want too much of it because I should imagine it's probably very, very fattening. But it originated in Germany, where they just shove sugar in everything. They don't care about it. It's lovely, but it's eaten during the festive season, and it's called Christstollen. So obviously Christ must have had it, I suppose, at some time. But whatever it is, it's delicious. But I try and keep well away from it because it's just so delicious, so delicious. I've had it in little cubes, but you can buy it in a sort of a loaf and then cut it into pieces and have it. I don't know what you have it with. I suppose you just eat the blooming thing. Lots of celebrities: Anne Robinson, Bob Geldof, Lulu, Michael Palin, Michael Parkinson, Craig Rebel Horwood, Eamon Holmes, of course, because he isn't getting any other gigs at the moment. So best to get the thing. Everybody should have it, but he's way down the list. He's only 60, so he doesn't qualify for age. He's probably about 5, 6, or even 7 down there. There's also a groundbreaking cause that put mental health firmly on the map. It's going to close next year. Why? It's a victim of government funding cuts. £12.5 million worth of funding, and not anymore. So it's going to close. Philip Schofield apparently is a gay icon. To whom? Why would he be a gay icon? Why would he be a gay icon? This is from Michelle Visage, who says that he's a gay icon in the LGBTQ community. Well, that I don't get at all. I mean, you're just making this up, Michelle. Why would he be a gay icon? She says, but I speak to him regularly, because I didn't want him to feel alone or confused. Oh, believe you me, he's never been alone. The one thing he ain't is alone. That's the good thing you can say about Pip Schofield. Listen, we'll take a short break for the news at 6 o'clock this morning. It's all very exciting. It's all happening. So today, my advice is get up now, because the earlier you get out to the shops, the better it will be. And then you can get the stuff done and then get back home early. And if it's going to be another miserable day, we'll check on the weather in a moment, you might as well sort of enjoy the best that you can. Michael Ball is out on tour again with Alfie Boe, and they're touring all over the place, from the O2 to the Brighton Centre. Seems to be a winning on LBC. This isn't the last Sunday before Christmas, is it? We've got another 2 to go, I think. Two to go? Yeah. Got to be quick, though. I mean, you got, the shopping days are getting shorter and shorter. And I need to get out there, because all of a sudden the shops are going to start running out of all the things you need, like the turkey. Other stuff you can get. I don't think there's going to be any shortage of vegetables, as far as I know, this year. But turkey, they think there might be a bit of a shortage of, so you've got to get out there. Plus, they always go on about, don't they, Christmas television. What are you going to be watching on Christmas television? Same old, same old. There's nothing new. You might as well listen to the radio. Radio, excuse me. Far more on the radio. And it's all fresh. Whereas most of the stuff you'll be watching over Christmas is pre-recorded. Or repeated. Mainly repeat. You can always tell if it's a repeat or a pre-rec. There'll either be no audience at all, or there'll be an audience in there and you go, well, this isn't done recently, because they haven't filmed anything for ages and ages. Yes, well, the actors aren't with us. How would you like a Fortnum's hamper? I'm not... You sent one to your dad? Oh, he's not listening, is he? Lord. How much is this one? This is... it has actually got quite a lot of nice things in it. And so you are familiar with it? Okay. You can even get potted Welsh rarebit. You see, Welsh, that's just cheese paste, isn't it? That's what Welsh rarebit is. It's got everything. Waxed cheddar truckle, Earl Grey tea biscuits, a rose magnum. I'm assuming that's booze. Sounds quite nice. Not an ice cream, is it? Christmas figgy preserve, Fortnum's Farm Scottish smoked salmon, extra virgin olive oil, Hennessy cognac magnum, £375. But all of this appears in this Imperial hamper. It's available for delivery within the M25 from December the 20th, or can be bought at the flagship store. Although how are you going to get it on the bus? I've got no idea. And the price for it, if you want, incidentally, a luxury Scotch egg, it's an extra 15 quid. But this hamper will cost you, today, I'm not sure whether it includes the delivery, 6,000 quid. You're going to say 1,500, yeah. £6,000 for this one. And it is famous. It is famous, the Fortnum's hampers, because it is a proper hamper, as opposed to some places give you what looks like a cardboard box masquerading as a hamper. It's quite lovely. I mean, it's even got champagne baubles, plum Christmas pudding. How much do you think their plum Christmas pudding is? 40 quid. They've given you the price of all the items in there. There we go. Fortnum's traditional marzipan stollen, 25 quid. It's quite expensive there. A willow cheese platter, £38. This is the sort of thing that Nick will be gloating over. All the Glitters crackers. How much do you think their crackers are? All that glitters crackers. That's what all it says here, and then it's got the price. Now that it doesn't tell you how many, but I'm assuming you normally get 8. That'd be about right. Let's go. £80. 550. Perhaps you're getting a bit more in the cracker department. It does seem a lot, doesn't it? They do have some beluga caviar. XX. How much is that? How much for the beluga caviar? It doesn't say how many. See, the trouble is, it doesn't tell you this. You would think about... what? 350. No, not even close. 680. I don't think this hamper's going to be making its way to your door anytime soon, is it? They've also got... what's something else that's fairly expensive? Traditional potted Stilton. I don't even know what that is. Well, I mean, I know what potted is. I know what Stilton is. That's £40. They've got some Chateau Cos Estournel, 95, £275. The Scottish salmon's very good value, actually. You've got a whole Christmas ham, 125 quid. Fortnum's waffle tea towel, £12. I don't know why. A champagne stopper, £10. Elvis plums, £17.95. Don't even know what they are, but they're obviously terribly expensive. Also, orange and champagne marmalade. Oh, you know this one, do you? £14.95. The larger one. You've obviously gone for the little tiny one. I'm sorry, could I have a little tiny? Yeah, thank you. I'll just take that one. Also, what was the other one I quite like? Oh, there's also a Fortnum's picnic rug. Well, where are you going to sit on that in this weather? That's £75. I mean, it's... I'm so excited, actually. I mean, it does look absolutely delicious, and it is wonderful. Who would you buy it for? I don't know, you know, I mean, you're hardly going to send it to an elderly aunt, are you, or a loved one? They're going to go, it's lovely, Steve. How much you pay for that? And you're going to go £6,000. I mean, and especially if you're... I mean, there'll be some people who probably give them out to their sort of business associates. My uncle used to work in freight, in shipping, and his garage at Christmas was full of booze and hampers and everything. I mean, seriously, it was like an Aladdin's cave. So some he'd be given, and a lot he'd be giving out to people. All his regular clients would be getting that. Because that's what people do now, to encourage people to come back and do more business with you the following year. Actually, it was quite... I did get a hamper sent once, I told you, from Costco. Came in a trunk. And there was a dressing gown, champagne flute, champagne biscuits. And I thought, you can't take it home. Apart from that, I couldn't have lifted the thing anyway. And we then had a raffle in the office so that everybody got to pick an item. Well, there were about 30 items in there. I picked out a few things first. And then let the rest of them... It was my boss at the time who said, oh, should we do a raffle? I didn't have the heart to say no. I thought, no, I'm more than happy to do that. So that's quite a nice idea. What was the last thing to go? Well, I actually took the champagne flutes and the booze. I don't know why. I think the last thing to go was the dressing gown. Except it came with two dressing gowns. I mean, most people have got a dressing gown, haven't they? You don't need another dress. You haven't got a dressing gown, no. I'm beginning to feel so sorry for him. Honestly, it's like working with a waif and stray, isn't it? It's a case of what has he not got? Everything. When does he want it? Soon. We live in hope. We live in hope. What else we got? Andrew Lloyd Webber was hugely optimistic about the return of audiences after he announced his 7 West End theatres will reopen from the spring. And the Church of England has said Christmas celebrations might feel strangely different. Well, with families distancing and things like that, it will do this year. You know, so the kids can open all their they don't know what this is. Little children, they've got no idea about COVID or anything else. They just know that Granny's not there, but she smelt of mothballs anyway, so they're not particularly bothered. So, as long as they get all their prezzies. Martha Collison, the message says, this Christmas might feel strangely different, but it's still a timeless truth for everyone across the world. So, you know, for some people, it will be, you know, a very busy time and business as usual. But for a lot of other people, it will be very, very difficult. Very difficult. We just have to get through it. What else we got? Forget the coughing major. The biggest surprise in the history of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Piers Morgan and Jeremy Clarkson laughing together. Oh, you don't believe all this rubbish that you read in the papers, do you? But, you know, they've got all sorts of people because they actually fell out, but I think it was all just done for publicity purposes. And they keep it going, which is quite nice. Oh, Greg Wallace is here again. Can't bear Greg Wallace. I don't know why, I just don't like Greg Wallace. Oh, dear. Jennifer Selway, writing in the Express today, says the road out of COVID is beginning to seem like a slow bicycle race through treacle with hurdles. Yes, and you've got that ridiculous Rita. Stupid woman. They don't come any more thick, do they? I'm sorry, a mother who works for the NHS, and she has a party with 30 people in it. I mean, you begin to wonder, actually, where is the family brain cell? Do tell. Do tell. And then she goes off and does another one. You can't work it out. Oh, they look nice, don't they? Because very shortly you'll be planting stuff in the garden for spring. And it'll be little dwarf narcissi. Tete-a-tete. It's a dwarf variety. And there's nothing nicer than... I mean, I sometimes take all the stuff out of my plant pots. Go up the road, there's a place that sells lots of different plants. And I buy all their daffodils in pots and just stick them in the actual pot. I don't plant them, there's no point, because at the end of it I throw them away. But always have the plants just full up, I think, and it looks absolutely fabulous. I'm loving all of this kind of thing. So the BBC are doing that. Jack Grealish and Ross Barkley broke strict coronavirus rules yesterday with a day of partying. What is it with footballers and partying? How do they manage? I mean, I don't understand whether or not they're living in the same world of us. And the answer is probably not. Number of drivers aged 100 and over has doubled since 2015, with one aged 108. Don't want to be behind them, do you, really? Not on a motorway. It could be very embarrassing. High Street's toasting a £4 billion weekend jackpot as 18 million lockdown-weary Brits, 2 in 5 adults, hit the shops for bargains. And people were out the other day. I mean, Regent Street, they've got the pictures of, but all over the country, they've got people going out queuing and spending money like it's going out of fashion. Jay says, what are you eating? Nothing. Also, Conrad says panettone is very popular in Brazil. Some eat it having coffee for breakfast or as an afternoon snack. I love the chocolate-filled panettone. Yeah, well, these ones are brilliant. I like the idea of having lots of little panettones. The Royals have a Fortnum's hamper delivered to Sandringham. Not this year, though, unless it's going to Windsor. Yeah, good programme about the Royals on Channel 5. They've not been to Windsor, I think, for Christmas for donkey's years. Also... my boss received a Fortnum's hamper from a client, but when he discovered it contained a tin of foie gras, he returned it. I don't think that features anymore, Penny. I don't think there's no list of foie gras on this thing here, so presumably they've decided not to bother, which is probably better, isn't it? Really? What was the other one I was going to do actually? Oh, Maisie Smith. God, blimey, honestly, she must be suffering from a dearth of publicity. She has the blessing of Harvey's mum after the Strictly Come Dancing rivals were romantically linked. It's the only bit of publicity she's getting at the moment. The rest of it we're not bothering with. And Chloe Madeley and James Haskell have joined up with one of these OnlyFans websites. You can see them, hardly any clothes on. Ugh, how embarrassing, honestly. What a dreary twosome. Very dreary. But Chloe's already open about her relationship. Oh dear, where anything goes. Now fans will be able to see even more of them. Apparently, Chloe and James are really open-minded. For that read, sad and desperate. I think that kind of sums it up, doesn't it? 15:15, Andrew Castle, up for discussion today. UK-EU trade talks to resume over the critical issue. Shoppers flooding back to the high streets on the first weekend after lockdown. And Essex girl removed from the Oxford Dictionary. I think it's not the Oxford Dictionary. I think it's a version which is given to overseas students, I seem to remember. Because I remember thinking to myself, I mean, why would you take it out? Everybody knows Essex girls and they know everything, about the programme. But anyway, I'm sure that Andrew will unravel it all at 7 this morning on LBC. Somebody says, I ordered a Scotch egg as my main course at the weekend. I kid you not, I could only eat half of it. I definitely consider it as a main course meal. Half of it was enough for me. What, a Scotch egg? You must have the appetite of a sparrow, I should imagine. I mean, they're sort of... I mean, they do two different types, don't they? They do the Scotch egg, which you just have cold. You cut it in half and then probably quarters and then dip it into salad cream, which I'm tempted to have this morning. And then there's the other one, which you bake in the oven. And when you take it out, you cut it in half and it's got a soft yolk. which is quite nice. Steve, another one here. A lot of people sort of talking about the Father Christmas and the Snowman are both on television this afternoon. Seems a bit early, says Joseph. No. I mean, they've been showing Christmas films on the Hallmark Channel for a couple of weeks now. Every day, I find. Channel 4, I think, yeah. But, I mean, if you haven't seen The Snowman by now, what planet have you been... Oh, no chance. Have you seen The Snowman? No. Honestly, I'm serious. It's like living up on the moon. Like living on the moon and saying, so, Jake, have you seen... No. Do you know what The Snowman is? Do you know who actually wrote it? No. Do you know the song from it? Maybe you know the song. Oh, right, okay. That's actually quite good. That's a good start. What do you think it's called? The Snowman. No, it's not. No. It's not. It's the one that goes, we're walking in the air. Sorry? Tubular Bells. Oh, you do worry, don't you? Seriously, I have to deal with this on a daily basis. Small wonder I'm going round the bend on us. I begin to think sometimes I'm so ancient. I seem to know all these peculiar things. You ask somebody who looks the same age as me, and immediately we get this sort of vacant look, which is not very good, is it, really? No, well, you watch it. You'll actually like it. So Neil says, what can I get you for Christmas? You brighten my mornings. Oh, nothing. It's all free. It's free. That's how it works. It's very good. And then Anne in Richmond says, when the Stollen starts to go a bit stale, if you've got any left, toast it. Oh, I'm not sure about stale Stollen. Also, Panettone says, Patrick makes a wonderful luxury bread and butter pudding. Steve, what did somebody say here? Philip Schofield, Steve, is not a gay icon. Alex Sibley is a gay icon. That is Alex Sibley, by the way, just in case I just couldn't understand that, Alex. I mean, why would anybody ever say Philip Schofield's a gay icon? That would be the last thing. Since when was a white-haired old man heading into his 60s a gay icon? Tom Daly would be a gay icon. You know, the people I work... No, anyway. And, the sort of other... But not Philip Schofield. He has... I mean, to be honest with you, I went to see him when he took his shirt off, when he played I Close My Eyes, Drew Back the Curtain. He was Joseph at the London Palladium. Well, I just thought he needed an iron. I never thought about anything else. I mean, he's never going to be a gay icon. Why would he be a gay icon? Unless somebody's just sort of... What can we call him? A gay icon? No, what we want... Not that it's got anything to do with us, but seeing as he made the big drama about sort of coming out on television, which went down like a lead balloon with Eamon Holmes by the look of his face, it's a case of, are you going out with somebody? Who have you been out with in the past? Who are they? What do they do now? Or we can fill in the blanks, if you like. What's the point? I don't quite understand the point of somebody coming out on television, but normally somebody comes out on television and goes, by the way, just in case you were wondering, this is the boyfriend. But we haven't had that. He just sort of came out on television and then everybody went, oh, you're terribly brave. What was brave about it? He's nearly 60, for goodness sake. He's been on television since he must know more gay people than I've had hot dinners. There must be thousands of them. I mean, probably even working at This Morning. We knew, Everybody must have known about it. We all knew about it a long time ago. Why would he not know about it? And then sort of comes out, no, until he finds somebody to settle down with. Or is he, who's he been out with in the past? You can't just announce you're gay unless you've had some sort of experience. Like me sort of coming out as a man who flies Montgolfier balloons or something. Unless you've actually experienced it, you can't really say, and this is what I do, I fly balloons. Very odd. Steve, is that Alex Sibley from Big Brother 3? Might be. I'm not at liberty to discuss the sort of people who listen to this programme. Far too important. Far too important. Hard to believe that Cliff Richard is declaring his days of flashing the flesh are over at the age of 80. He's very fit. He hasn't ruled out making more of his annual calendars, but from now on we'll be keeping all his clothes on. He says, I'm not stripping off my shirt anymore, it's too late. He says, imagine the furore if an 80-year-old actress said the same thing. He's very good, honestly, he is very good. Lovely, lovely. And there's an Uber Eats. I've never had anything from Uber. And you haven't either. Have you had? Yes, of course you have. You can always tell now, can't you? I know where we're going with this conversation. But there's an Uber Eats courier who's in the paper today. Now, whether it's a true story, I don't know. But somebody claims to have filmed this. He spilled a family's takeaway on the ground, scooped it back into the containers and delivered it. Well, I mean, that's a big no-no to start with, isn't it? But there's no point turning up at the door going, I dropped it. It just doesn't work, does it? He was caught on CCTV as the paper bag split, spilling burgers, chips, chicken wings and sauce on his customer's drive. Oh, please, I'm sorry. Anybody with a drive is not going to be eating burgers, chips and chicken wings. They'd be having, sushi. They don't have burgers and chips and a drive. What are we talking about here? The man... Oh, it can't be the person I know, actually. Can't be, can it? This is Jonathan Levi. I wonder if it's my friend Jonathan Levi. Can't be, can it? Well, this would be really bizarre. He said he questioned the delivery man who was not wearing a mask or gloves, but he insisted all was well before hurrying away. It was caught on his neighbour's CCTV camera and he rang to shout, "Don't eat the food." Emma, Jonathan's what might be my Jonathan Levi. This might be Jonathan Levi here. And bought it. They spent £26.50 at a gourmet burger restaurant in Finchley, North London. TV producer... It is Jonathan Levi. It is my Jonathan Levi. And the courier scarpered quickly on his bike. We started putting the order on plates and realised it was cold. Then Michael rang. They cooked fish fingers from their freezer and took pictures of the bag, sauce and chips on the ground. How funny. Well, it's not funny for them because they were sort of eagerly waiting for it. Fancy having a drive. Very impressed by that, Jonathan. Jonathan is also the man who used to appear on my programme and featured on my live shows, and also did a documentary on Rampton, looking at the people who are incarcerated. In fact, he did the first one on Broadmoor. He's very famous. He's very famous. Also, Emma Watson has more power than other Harry Potter stars to magic up on online fortune. The Hermione Granger actress has 58.9 million Instagram followers, so could get £184,000 for a sponsored post. I think we need to up the ante on this one a little bit. Also, you've got... who else is on this? Rupert Grint, 11,200. Daniel Radcliffe, 11,200. Tom Felton can get 29,000 for a posting. Plus, there's quite a few other people, actually. Matthew Lewis, I don't know who some of these are, actually. James Phelps, who is Fred Weasley. Oh, right, they're all in Harry Potter. So there's lots of them. And here's a Love Island star. Her name is Arabella Chi. Briefing fans on the latest Sunshine trip in a sizzling bikini. She says, you can't buy happiness, but you can buy a bikini, and that's pretty close. She's 29 now, getting on a bit for this kind of modelling. But better start deciding soon, dear, exactly what you want to do with your life. Just whizzing around, is not really good. Matt Cardle apparently has had injections in his bottom to get him up and moving. We had to do that one year. We went to... No, a couple of years, actually. We went to Hong Kong. You had to have an injection. It was in your bum. And I can remember sort of thinking... I can't remember what the injection was for. It was obviously... could have been malaria or something like that. I remember, ow! It hurts. Needle was about 6 foot long. It was absolutely enormous. And but they don't care. When you're little, it's just... that's why babies cry. They sort of... Da, la, 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 they scream the place down, which we discussed the other week on the programme. Hooked on fish. Fish very good for you at the moment. In fact, everybody's been talking about fish. Clive Ball was talking about fish last night. And I think... who else was talking about? Nick Abbott was talking about fish. My star sign today... Love reading these. I don't believe a word of it. But I always like to see whether or not it could apply. You are a genius buyer or planner of gifts. It is so true. It is so true. I am. And... you discover perfect personal ways to show how much you care. I do. I so do. It says, so don't get too caught up in cash issues and stay on your own path. I do. This is all turning out to be so accurate. In passion terms, you're a fast learner. I am. The moment somebody shows you a trick or technique, possibly linked to food, you fall in love. I don't. I had a thing once, and it was you can order this person who'll come round and lie naked on your table, and you cover them in food, and then you eat the food off them. Well, I mean, who's ordering stuff like that? I wouldn't be doing things like that. Can't think of anything worse. Where'd you keep the salt? You'd have to check all these different things, wouldn't you? In the belly button. I remember having toast in bed once. I mean, it was all right. I know, a bit of a rebel there. I pushed the boat out, went, I'm going to have toast in bed. And I suddenly realised that no matter which way you eat a piece of toast, crumbs go everywhere. You get crumbs in places you didn't think it was possible to get crumbs. But believe you me, it's like sitting on a nude beach. I remember sitting on a nude beach once. I mean, I quite like doing it, actually, because every time in Brighton the little Volks railway goes up and down, I used to stand up and wave with my hands behind my back. Anyway, and so because people do swim in the winter. People swim in the Serpentine. They go and swim there. On Christmas morning, there is a group of people, mad as fruitcakes, and they will jump in and they will swim in the Serpentine, because apparently it's invigorating. They all look like they're on death's door. Does your dad do it? I've never seen... He's mad. It's not normal, is it? Why would you want to get into freezing cold water? Why would you want to do that? There's no logical reason at all to do it, so I'm very sorry. Victoria Derbyshire claims I'm a Celeb was an unforgettable experience. Yes, for us too, dear. But thankfully, never again. Swampy joins the Stonehenge protest. And, what was the other one? Angela McLean. Is it Angela McLean? It's not Angela. Is it Angela McLean? Can't remember. From Loose Women. She's announced she's leaving. So, she's been doing it for 13 years, for goodness sake. And apparently she then burst into tears. No, they'll just replace you, dear, with somebody else. And, the other one, which I quite like, was the Rail Worry. Christmas tickets are running out. Running out. I mean, I don't believe that. How could you run out of tickets? You just stand on a train. But some people go, oh, I'm going a long way, Steve, so, I want to make sure I've got a seat. Well, you should have thought of it. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but this isn't some big surprise that Christmas has just popped into our lives. It's the same every year. December the 25th, hello, Merry Christmas. Here's your present. It's like Easter's always going to be roughly the same kind of time. Goodness sake. TV's Crown must stick to the facts over Diana's death. Why? Why? It makes it much more entertaining for people, to discover what went on. You'll never discover in a million years what goes on behind the scenes of the royal family. You'll have people telling, like Paul Burrow, but I think he just makes up any old toffee nowadays. So it doesn't make any difference. It's not our life. It's their life. That's the way that they do it. Adrian says, very cold today. Are casinos open? I don't think so. Not that I've noticed. Not that I've noticed. Let's have the news, shall we? 6:30 in a little tiny bit. Casinos are open if you're in Tier 2. Not if you're in Tier 3. And what are we? Tier 2. Tier 2. To go to the Hippodrome. Had a very nice time there. Alex Sibley. Yes, it's Alex Sibley again. Who says, if you can make that much money on Instagram, I'll be taking my clothes off and posting nude pictures. If you can make that much money, will you do it with me, Steve? No, thank you. No. Believe you me, I look so much better on radio. So much better with clothes on. So, you have to have the kind of body that, and I'm totally convinced the people who actually do take their clothes off, they are people who sort of, there must be a certain exhibitionist streak that you would want to take your clothes off, and appear in a calendar or something. If it was a calendar with loads of other people, you could probably understand it. But if it's just by yourself, it becomes a little bit sad and tragic. Because you sort of, unless you sort of, it was a calendar just with the one person, and they've got different outfits on, or not, as the case may be. I think that could be quite a nice idea. He's the Big Brother guy, yes. You thought so? You've got a picture of him up now. It's so funny. People always get quite excited. They go, is that Alex Sibley? It's like when we used to get Phil Vickery. We still get Phil Vickery and loads of other people. Angie Greaves and all sorts of lovely people who sort of write in. Jamie Oliver used to write in all the time. But of course, coming up Christmas, these people get a little bit busy. But yeah, they do write in. Steve says, Mary, apart from the Queen who qualifies on many levels, who do you think is important enough to get the vaccine early? NHS workers. And then we go down the tiering. It's as simple as that. Steve, I work for an intercity train company and you need a reservation to travel due to social distancing measures. The capacity is more than halved and you need to be seated. If you don't have a reservation, then you will not be able to board, says Ollie in Hampton. Some people need to buy their tickets quick. Well, you know what people are like. They'll leave it to the last minute and then be totally surprised and go and complain to the newspapers because they can't get a ticket to go somewhere. You could always drive. We don't have, although I do, given the choice, I would quite like to let the train take the strain. That would be quite a nice idea. So you just have to sit there staring out the window thinking, this is quite nice, isn't it? I like this idea. Shane said you sounded like Mr. Melville when you said, I don't believe it. Mel Drew. Mel Drew. Steve, somebody else talking about how much money you can make on these things. Some people make an awful lot of money, but then once somebody's bought a picture of you, which is naked, there's no big surprise anymore, is there? We like People like a surprise. You imagine they go, and also the worst thing is it can come back to haunt you in years to come. I remember somebody who was very famous on television years and years ago, and when he first came up to London, he didn't have any money. So he posed for a gentleman's magazine which featured naked gentlemen, and obviously thinking that these won't resurface. The moment he became quite famous, these pictures resurfaced, because whatever happens, they're going to come back and haunt you at some point. Have you heard about this iceberg? This 1 trillion-ton iceberg. This thing is huge. It's a threat to penguins, a threat to everybody. It's enormous. I've never seen such an iceberg like it. They say it could take 10 years for it to completely disappear. I've always wanted to do it. I've always wanted to go to Antarctica or Arctic Circle or anywhere like that. I've been inside the Arctic Circle, and it's cold, believe you me, and it's very gloomy, but pretty at the same time. Very, very pretty. So, under siege from East European gangsters. What's the thing they're after at the moment? It's not drugs, is it? It's puppies. And what they do is they sell you a puppy, and then they steal it back. So they basically, because they've suddenly realised that some of these little puppies are worth £2,500–3,000 each. Easy to pinch, very easy to pinch. And, you know, we've had people who put their dogs in the front garden, come back, the dog's gone. Very dangerous nowadays. Don't ever buy puppies off some bloke in the street, please. So the Millwall fans, silly as usual. Keir Starmer is going to have to self-isolate again. Paul McCartney admits to explicit sex dreams, which we couldn't quite get our head around. Maisie, somebody, claims she'll turn up the sizzle. Oh, go away, honestly. These people become so desperate, don't they? Very desperate. And Vinnie Jones admits that he started talking to his wife again, who died... I can't remember when she died, actually, now, but he lives in America. I think that's where he lives. Do you know, he's got two... Did I say earlier on? He's got two grown-up children. One is 33, and one is 29 or something. I don't know if it's possible, actually. The Father Christmases, who are getting together to form the first British Union of Santas. But I think they should have some sort of protection. You know, there should be a ruling that no stick-on beards. You know, it should be sort of proper beards. Don't you think so? I think so. You know, people work for... You know, they do a big Santa run in London, don't they, every year? You get all these Santas. SantaCon? I don't know, I've got no idea. I just remember I've been driving through... Mind you, I'm always driving through London. I got caught up with the nude cycle race. The naked cycle race. I was sitting there at Hyde Park Corner, and I was sort of I was thinking, and I was aware of two bicycles either side of me. And I thought, it's a bit unusual, because I'm going to be fastest away from the lights. And I turned to look to the left. They were all stark naked, sitting on their bicycles. Honestly, in London. In London, I ask you. Goodness sake. So, do sort out, please, your Christmas ticket. Swampy has joined the Stonehenge protest, all to do with digging underneath it. And the hard-up Christmas shoppers. Do you know, people always say that, don't they? Hard-up Christmas shoppers. All I see is people coming out of department stores or shops like that, laden down with bags. Laden down with bags. I mean, is it on the Never Never? I really don't know. But, you know, if ever you say to somebody, oh, of course, you know, you watch anything, the shops will be complaining after Christmas, well, you didn't spend enough money with us. You think, well, they spent a fair bit. At the time, they spent a lot of money. Also, Steve, some VIPs are bound to jump the gun. What was that for? Was that something else? Can't remember. Very good, very good. A lot of people saying, so do you think you actually qualify for the vaccine? I do qualify, yes. Do you remember the big breakfast on Channel 4 from the 90s? No doom and gloom, just fun in the mornings. Well, it was fun, apart from there were certain little bits on it which used to make me laugh. It was done by the Lock in Camden, wasn't it? There was a Lock, that's where the big breakfast house was. And they tried loads and loads of different people. Some people were very funny on it. Some people, they just didn't get it. The idea is it's supposed to be a bit of fun. A bit of fun. You know, you go out there in the morning. That's what people want in the morning. People don't want anything too complicated. You know, people want to have a good old laugh at Christine McGuinness. You know, taking her clothes off yet again. They go, oh, here she is posing in her underwear. How lovely. I'm sure your children must be delighted. And then I look at Megan Barton Hanson stripping off for cash because she thinks it makes her empowering. And I'm thinking, no, it doesn't. No, it really doesn't, dear. But it's very sweet of you to make a contribution. Steve, is there any percentage of your brain that thinks the COVID vaccine has been developed too quickly? No. Absolutely not. Listen, the vaccine has been developed and it's been passed. They don't just go, oh, ticket, that's it, you can all have it now. I was listening to some poor old soul talking to Nick Abbott, who I think was American. He didn't have the faintest idea what he was talking about. I've never heard anybody embarrass themselves so much. I was driving in, and it was an interesting argument, but he was obviously doing it because he thought if he said stupid things, then perhaps, people were sort of strangely drawn to him. I wasn't. I just thought, you're an idiot. I thought it was a bit sad, really, that somebody had these thoughts about, you don't need to do this, you don't need to do that, and all the rest of it. Was he the same one who was 70? Was he 70 and sort of wanted people to gravitate towards him? I thought the only people gravitating towards you will have handcuffs on. I can't see it being anybody else at all. People have got very odd ideas of this thing. They all think that it's made up. They think that, coronavirus is made up. They don't want to have the vaccine. Well, don't have the vaccine. I don't think they'll force you to have it. If you don't want it, don't have it. But please don't come back crawling to us when all of a sudden you pick up something. It's as simple as that. All you're doing is like somebody had to. I think Nick Abbott had to explain to this bloke that you're not wearing the mask for you. You're wearing it for us. Selfish little so-and-sos. But that's it. Somebody else saying here. Somebody else wondering about these things. No, listen, it's already been checked. It has been checked. So they wouldn't authorise it for use. Some people will get a reaction to it. Some people get a reaction. Not everybody will get the reaction, but there again, some people got the reaction to the flu vaccine, and some people got nothing at all. When I first took it to start with, even though it takes about a minute to do it, they said, you'll have pains and this, and I didn't. I just developed a cough. And then after I managed to get rid of the cough, I was fine. And so for the last 2 or 3 years, it's been absolutely fine. And I feel I should have to have it because I'm on the list, that VIP. But I definitely want one. Also, you have to be an old VIP to get it. So me and Gloria Anniford, we're doing all right, actually. 6:45 is the time. Apparently, the big breakfast was an old Ford lock in Bow, not Camden, says Colin. Who cares? It was just a lock anyway. And Jeff says, if the Union of Santas introduces a qualification, would they be called a ho-ho-ho levels? They could be. I'm sure I saw, perhaps it was in Santa Claus the movie or something like that, they had a school for Santa Clauses. There is because you go there, because it's not just a matter of putting on the suit. It's a matter of becoming the person. That's what you have to do. No, obviously not. Never saying that, no. Doesn't surprise me the slightest, actually. So when do you open your presents? Do you open your presents Christmas morning, or are you a bit lazy and do Christmas Eve? Midday? Oh, blimey, who can wait till midday? If you obviously haven't got children in the house. If you've got children in the house, there's no chance you could wait till midday. They'll be there. You do what? Oh, right. No, children, they're up from 4 in the morning. They're getting ready to open the presents. They're just waiting for everybody to descend downstairs going, it's too early. It's way too early for things like that. Yeah, we probably used to do, 6 o'clock we'd actually wake up. There you go, the big breakfast house is up for sale. And it's it's not cheap. 5.75 million, and they say it was renovated after the show finished. Minutes from the Olympic Park in Stratford. It's split into 2, comprising one home of 3,000 square feet and one of 1,500 square feet. It's nestled in the secluded oasis on the banks of the River Lee and boasts a beautiful roof terrace, a huge garden, even an outdoor swimming pool. I should blooming well think so for nearly £5.5 million. Oh, it's quite nice, isn't it? Not my sort of decor at all, actually, but 5.75 million. It also comes with a separate outdoor workshop where Johnny Vaughan hosted From My Shed Son, which could now be converted into a home gym. Who wants home gyms? Isn't that the thing, isn't it, nowadays? They go, so I'm more into it. They say, and of course, it's got a screening room. So you can go and that I quite fancy, having a cinema in a house. That would be quite nice. And I don't really want... I don't mind a swimming pool, but I don't want a gymnasium or anything. What's that one there? What's that down in the one in the middle? Inside the Nottingham apartment, hiding an underground cave. Wow. This is on the market. So look at this, a 2-bedroom apartment in Nottingham. We've just told you about a house split into 2, 5.75 million in London. This is in Nottingham, 2-bed, 325,000, and it's hiding its own underground cave that doubles up as a private home cinema. Good Lord above. The something is out of bedrock and would definitely do the Flintstones proud. I love it. Go down, show me. Wow. I love that. It boasts light and airy open... The idea of having stairs that you go down to the lower level. I think that's brilliant. But if you're a film buff, and you also enjoy Mumford and Sons music, if you know, you know, then this home is definitely for you. And then you look at it outside and you go, that's nice. I like the idea. So it's a 2-bedroom apartment with this underground cellar. God, dear. It's got floor-to-ceiling brick pillars, which add a real charm to the property. I think that looks sensational. I'd live there. Definitely. Oh, I'd like that one better. the one in the Right Moves one. That's. I bet you anything that's out at. I can't remember where it is actually now. Inside Right Moves Most Viewed Homes. That one's beautiful, isn't it? But the trouble is, it's a bit too stark. It's all in white, and it's a Surrey mansion in 30 acres, 10 bedrooms. I mean, 10 bedrooms. You'd have to find 9 people that you liked enough to let them move in. It's also got its private own indoor 2-lane bowling alley, complete with disco lighting. Okay. On the market. Wait for this one. Yeah, this is a good value, isn't it? 30 million. You can't imagine a property ever costing 30 million, can you? I mean, I'm not surprised it's not sold. It's got an iconic Georgian-style facade, which I do like, and a colonnade entrance. How lovely. Look at this. You've got your own bowling alley. You invite your friends over, and you go, do you want to go for a swim? Or should we bowl some balls? And they're always going to say, I'd rather go home, Steve. And so you go, well, at least I asked. Well, I think it's lovely. And so you you also got tennis courts and stables. You've got indoor and outdoor pools. I mean, this place is even too posh for my lot. They'd never cope with that. I mean, they don't know enough people to fill it up. But the idea is, show me a bit more, a little bit more down. Oh, it's lovely looking, isn't it? I mean, I'm assuming it's got a glass lift. Oh no, this is another one. This is a glass lift to each of its 3 opulently decked out look at this. This is lovely. 10-bedroom property, panoramic views over Hampstead Heath. And it comes with 2 acres of land, incorporating a tennis court and a phenomenal indoor swimming pool, self-contained staff lodge, home gym, billiards room and a garage for one of your 4 supercars. That's lovely, isn't it? A bit too modern for me, but £40 million will get it. Do you think people who buy properties like that, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, look at that garage. Look at that. You've got a garage. It's also got a waterfall and a jacuzzi, and you can get 6, probably about 7 cars in your underground garage. I'd have to go and buy another load of cars just to fill up the garage. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it? God, it's all lit, and it's got a big turntable in the middle. Have you noticed the big turntable in the middle? So obviously you can put your cars in there and then reverse them if you've got some Maseratis or Ferraris or something like that. Amazing. Once you move out of the £300,000 bracket, you move into what can only be described as super rich. I mean, properties in London, I suppose in Cheshire they'd have expensive houses, but nothing like us. Nothing like us down here at all. Primrose Hill, 8-bedroom house, very nice, nothing particularly special, 28.5 million. I mean, it's all right, but look how close your next door neighbour is. I mean, if I was going to spend £28.5 million on an 8-bedroom house, I'd want a bit of land around it. Wouldn't you? I mean, so it's all very pretty when they've got every single light burning in the place. Their electricity bills must be astronomical. So I like anything like that. I do, but the Nottingham apartment with a cave, I mean, it's not as big as you think it is, but still nice. Still nice. Steve, I'm sure this rush through vaccine is perfectly safe. They wouldn't pass it otherwise. It has to go through stringent, tests. That's what happens. Somebody says it annoys me when people blatantly disregard the COVID rules. I was outside of Greg's. The sign on the door said no more than 3 customers in at a time. And there were 7. People are too selfish or just thick, says David in Shropshire. Well, there's the same in the Richmond one. Normally it's completely empty and I nip in there and get a baguette. In the end, I had to go elsewhere, so I didn't get anything from there. But they were literally queuing outside the door. Amazing. Peter in West Lou says, I'm 50 today. Instead of cruising around the Med, I'm listening to you. Fair swap in the circumstances. Very good fair swap. Very good fair swap. Somebody says, I'm eligible for the injection, Steve, but I've been shielding since March and I'm not rushing into having it. I want to see what the side effects are. Well, there aren't any side effects. I've just explained to you. We won't know if there are any side effects for you until you take it. You can't base your experience on somebody else. Just because somebody else gets some side effects like a headache or tiredness, that doesn't mean to say you'll get that. Everybody's different. So you'll have to have it and then wait and see what happens. It's as simple as that. I think you just have to be positive. But you definitely cannot sort of go, I'll wait and see if anybody sort of gets it after the first trialling, because somebody might not. Somebody might not. So. Great picture, I think, on the front of the Sunday Telegraph of Boris Becker. It's a really good picture. Sometimes he gets good pictures taken. Other times he doesn't. The Observer, military planes to fly the vaccines in to avoid the ports hit by Brexit. And Roald Dahl's family has discreetly apologised for his anti-Semitism after meeting for the first time in several years. Oh. He died aged 74 in 1990. The Queen is going to let you know when she's had a vaccine. She'll probably phone me up. Steve? And I said, yes, Your Majesty. I've had it. Thank you. Well done. So we could all... Because I wonder how many people... If they think if she comes back with it and says, listen, I've had the vaccine, then everybody else will be going, oh, perhaps I'll go and do it. You have to trust her. You have to trust. You've got to trust people. But it has been tested. If you don't want to have it, don't have it. Simple as that. The Sun have done the Jordan exclusive. Where he goes from here, as I say, I've got no idea. All these people who come out of a television programme and they go, I can't do this, I don't need to do this, I'm not going to do it. Of course you are, because otherwise you disappear back to the world of obscurity. So people always learn. But unfortunately, there's about 20 people all looking to enhance their careers. The funniest one, as I say, is that the poor girl who won, they've said she's going to be the British Oprah Winfrey. I mean, who came up with that one? I've got no idea. But the corona vaccine boost, everybody's having it, and you should as well. But it's your decision. You make the decision. No, don't let it ever be said that anybody forced you into anything. Thank you very much indeed for your company for today. It's been a freezing cold morning, actually. Freezing cold morning. You can't argue with David Attenborough. I mean, seriously, if somebody says that's the best voice in the UK, then that's the best voice in the UK. I wasn't on the list. But I don't mind. But actually, the interesting thing was I did get a Radio Times award. And I've now forgotten what it was for. I think it was for voice in the UK. But David Attenborough, I mean, he's just got one of those voices. I think actually, was I beaten by Eddie Mayer? I can't remember. Probably. Yeah. Oh no! Don't look at it. You'll depress me. I'll have a terrible programme. Suddenly realising I'm losing out on things, but it doesn't matter because it's Monday and I'm in a very good frame of mind today. Well, bits of me in a good frame of mind, other bits of me in a terrible frame of mind. So yes, I got the Radio Times award. And I think I was the public vote. The public vote did. The audience to this programme were very good. Very, very good. So I was very pleased about that. We found the oldest place name in Egypt. It'll be Rue de Avenue de Pyramid, I should imagine, or something like that. The oldest place name. It's all to do with whoever was pharaoh at the time. But we've only ever heard of a few pharaohs, haven't we? We've only ever heard of Tutankhamun, Ramesses. Who else have we heard of? Nefertiti? Ramesses, yes. There was a lot of Ramesses around there. And there was only one Tutankhamun who died young. He was about 18, wasn't he, I think? Probably picked up some influenza, I should imagine, at the time. But that's the only one. There were lots of other people who were buried in pyramids, but there was very few. I mean, to be honest with you, they're still fascinating. Nobody was buried. Not in pyramids? I thought they were. Well, do they not have a... What did they build the pyramid for, then? I thought that's where they were put. Tutankhamun didn't have a pyramid because he died a bit too young, didn't he? He was 18, so they hadn't built his pyramid. There you go. It was built as a tomb for Khufu and his wife. Queen, known as Cheops. And they reigned. So it was built... Because I remember seeing a thing in the pyramids that when they buried them, well, they didn't so much bury them, but they had a sarcophagus in there. There were lots of... It looked like a scene out of Indiana Jones because you couldn't get back to it again because blocks of stone slid down, thus entombing them for the rest of their life. And I think you'll find that Tutankhamun is back in some sort of burial place. They sort of... Yeah, they found him in the Valley of the Kings and they sort of popped him in there again. Did you go? Oh, I've been onto the internet. I used to live there, but I'm not actually in a pyramid. Obviously, we couldn't afford a whole pyramid. We just had a little door, and it was on our doorstep. I've got pictures of me playing in our yard, and just on the edge of the horizon was the pyramids. Now, of course, Cairo's moved all the way out to the pyramids, so literally it's on their doorstep. Still fascinating places. This is McDonald's, drive-through McDonald's, toot and come in. And they had the interior of the pyramid, and they put staircases in, and you look at it and you think, blimey, it's really impressive. They still think there's loads more to find. Loads of sort of dead, buried Egyptians, which is a bit unfair, because I used to complain about it, saying, haven't they got family members around still? You know, you can't go digging up your relatives and putting them on display. Tutankhamun was on display, and but naked. Now they've covered him up a little bit. They sort of took him out of all his bandages and all the rest of it and showed you what he looked like. And you think, I don't think that's right. That's not very Christian, is it? What would their religion have been in Egypt? They weren't Christian, were they? They had their own gods. I've seen different gods in museums and stuff like that, but I quite fancy the whole pomp and circumstance of a big burial, because there must have been thousands of people involved. So the moment the pharaoh came to the throne, they started building the pyramid. So he could literally look out of his palace and watch them building what was eventually going to be his grave. Only in Tutankhamun's case, he was Valley of the Kings, so they had to have hundreds and if not thousands of people digging out the underground chamber and then getting him put in there after he died, and then filling it up with all the stuff they would need in the afterlife. What do we get? Nothing. We obviously don't believe in the afterlife, whereas they had chariots, there was food, in fact, some of them were even buried with their servants, and it was considered an honour. Yeah, right. So he wants to take you with him to the afterlife. Sod off. No chance. I don't want to go to the afterlife. But I'm just amazed at all the paintings inside the tombs, which some are, you know, if you let the people in there and they breathe, that can affect them. But some of them are as good as the day that they were painted. It's still fascinating. Still fascinating. And you don't see tombs like that in this country. We don't have the big pomp and circumstance and the big sort of... apart from... the biggest place would be Frogmore, wouldn't it? Which is where I think most of the royal family are buried. I believe that's what they say. Because I remember Philip taking us for a tour around there. It's near Windsor, and going, oh, Victoria's in there. Prince. I call him Phil, you know, as everybody does. But he took us round there. Obviously, it was of no interest to him, because that's obviously where he's going to end up. He's going to end up at Frogmore, where most of the royals are buried. And they sort of stop in the car, and he's very, very matter-of-fact. He goes, oh, yeah, that's the family mausoleum. Anyway, down here is a tree I planted back in 1935. Yes, the gift shop's on the left-hand side, you know. Get your Frogmore Mausoleum posters here. But I think Victoria's in there, I'm pretty certain. I don't know, I'm just thinking about that. You think she's Westminster Abbey? I thought she was Frogmore. I'm pretty certain. I might be wrong. You know, I have been wrong. 1963, I remember it very well indeed. But I thought she was buried at Frogmore. I think. Wait a minute. Queen Victoria, there you go, buried Royal Mausoleum. So that's where she is, together with quite a number of other people. Must be very busy in there, mustn't it, really? Very busy. But my one... Is that that's the interior of the Royal Mausoleum? Oh, it's very nice, isn't it? That's the first time I've ever seen inside the Royal Mausoleum. Well, at least they know where they're going to be going. It is... Well, I bet it doesn't look unsimilar to that. It's the Royal Mausoleum. Wow. I was always the one who got excited when they were going down into the crypt in Windsor Castle, in St George's Chapel. They found the coffin of Charles I. And they know it's Charles I because it had the royal cipher on the coffin lid. This is down underneath the main chapel in St George in Windsor. And when they opened the coffin, there was the body and the head was separate. So they knew, because Charles I had been beheaded, and it had a little beard. So they knew, obviously, that the beards you don't lose, even in death. It's quite nice, isn't it? I'm looking at the Royal Mausoleum. They've got a very big one in Vienna for the Habsburgs, and that's the Habsburgs tomb, and they're all just in there. They're very beautiful. And I've been down in St Peter's Basilica in Rome, where they bury all the popes. Well, first of all, they leave them lying in state for what seems like days. They're not catacombs. It's right under the main altar. So you do a tour, and I'm not Catholic, but I wanted to go anyway because I thought it was great. and people take it terribly seriously. Terribly seriously. They've got sort of guards down there and all the rest of it. And they literally, all the sort of popes, that's where they're buried. Which must be quite nice, you know. Look at it. Have you ever been to St. Peter's Basilica? It's vast. You cannot imagine the size of it. When you look up to the ceiling, there are letters around the top of it. You can see it in one of the pictures. You'll see letters. It's so big, these letters are 9 foot tall each. That's how big this place is. It's absolutely vast. And but they've got loads of security. Loads of men with dark suits on, sunglasses and talking brooches, which is very sweet, you know. Yeah, they're 9 foot tall, those letters. That's what we were told. I mean, the place is absolutely huge. Huge. We didn't have any trouble getting in and sort of going out and doing all sorts of... I just wanted to use the toilet. So I was able to use it. But it's a fascinating place to go to. But the one thing you'll know about Rome, if you've been there, is the amount of graffiti all around the city. I've never known so much graffiti. They must be the dirtiest people under the sun. That's all it is whereas we are getting good at sort of, you know, siphoning it off and jet washing it and everything else. Over in Rome, they just leave it. It really is. It's awful. I don't know why we don't build things. A friend of mine sent me some pictures the other day of I looked at it, and it's a theatre, and it's in Germany. And I said, is this place still standing? And he said, yes, it is the most beautiful place. You won't be able to see this, actually. But can you see it? It's called the Margravial Opera House. Margravial. The Margravial Opera House. I mean, it is the most seriously, you couldn't even make this up. It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Look at it. It's like... I mean, it's just unbelievable. Still standing, built in the 1700s, I believe. It does... Do you know what it looks like? It looks like a Frank Matcham place. If you go to Blackpool Opera House and the Tower Circus, that's what it looks like inside. I mean, just absolutely beautiful. Absolutely stunningly amazing. And he sent me pictures of it the other day, and I went... I thought it was long lost. He said, no, built in the 1700s and still in operation. That's what I like. That's why I like history. That's why I keep meaning over the festive season to go around to some of the big country houses that are open to the public, because there's some pictures in some of the daily papers today showing you how the rich lived in these big houses, which used to have 500 staff. There could be 300 working on the garden. And interior, I think Waddesdon Manor is very famous for putting up thousands upon thousands of lights all over the place, outside covering bushes and inside, you know, decorating the trees and just wonderful place to go. Well, company, it's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 'Tis Monday morning, and yesterday, busy everywhere. Busy. People were rushing out and buying bits and pieces, getting the trees, kids getting very excited. Kids get excited because we're up to the, what are we up to at the moment? The 7th of December. I mean, you know, less than 20 days and it will all be over, bar the shouting, and then they'll be going into the January sales, won't they? Which generally begin day after Boxing Day, or some even on the Boxing Day. And they'll all be using the excuse of the pandemic to say you need to come out and shop. But all I've seen is people staggering out under the weight of bags and boxes and everything else. So obviously people are spending money, and I don't know whether they're spending it on the family or whether there's... I mean, you know, on this Christmas, I'm going to be a bit more frugal than I have been in previous years, mainly because there's so many things that you can spend the money on, and we haven't really decided what's up. We don't even know what's happening on New Year's Eve. I'm still waiting to find out whether or not London is open for business and people will be celebrating the pubs. People will be... Well, there's no fireworks. As far as I know, there is no New Year's Day parade. Do you remember that I told you yesterday there was in Nottingham, they put on Winter Wonderland. One day it lasted. And the police went, I think not. And you think, but the council approved that. Did they not think that everybody was going to be coming out thinking that if the council say it's all right, it's all right? But of course it wasn't, so they've closed it down. They've said because too many people went out in the streets, not socially distancing. People seem to think because we've got the vaccine, it's okay, you'll be able to catch coronavirus, have the vaccine, then you'll be well again. If only 'twere so simple. If only it was so simple. Steve, Tutankhamun was the founder of the Groovy Club. He might as well. He'd have been a member. He'd have wanted to be a member just to get one of the glasses. Definitely. They had a bottle that came up for auction the other day, and it was from Henry VIII's wine cellar at Hampton Court. I mean, just something. I mean, he wouldn't have touched it, but it doesn't really matter, actually. Martin says, is Luke getting excited for Christmas? Difficult to tell. Difficult to tell. You know, is he excited? Is he sad? It's the same expression. We don't really get sort of a choice of expression. He doesn't sort of jump up and down and go, woo, Christmas, or things like that, because you know why? Same as last year, nut roast. He's not having anything different. Whereas we go, whoa, turkey again. And then they've just destroyed another load of turkeys. They've picked up this avian flu again. This is the second turkey farm. A lot of turkeys who would have been seeing the end of their life now seeing it ended a little bit quicker because they picked it up. Apparently we're quite safe with it, but even so, still slightly worrying, isn't it, really? The Grinches who want to ban Christmas dinner. You know why? Because they think that we waste our food. We leave too much food on the plates. You want to come around our place? Definitely not. Definitely not. I can't imagine why anybody would think, yeah, also, you have yours next day. Yeah, but also, you can have cold turkey the next day, vegetables you can heat up in the microwave fairly quickly. I'm always up for seconds for Christmas lunch. I mean, definitely. The only thing we don't have, and I don't know why we don't have it, is bread rolls. Whereas I do like bread rolls, but the next day you can have the bread rolls with sliced cold turkey or ham or something like that. Yeah, we have Yorkshire pudding. I love Yorkshire puddings. I have seen the big Yorkshire pudding. I mean, to be honest with you, I could eat 3 or 4 Yorkshire puddings. They're actually. I don't know if they're fattening or not. I've given up worrying about stuff like that. But they are delicious. But we've now accepted that we have Christmas puddings. No, sorry, that we have Yorkshire puddings. I like Christmas puddings. I wish they'd make them just a bit smaller. Like, sort of 3 bites would be enough. Because I can't eat any more than that. Because I'm so stuffed after the first course. But, it's my sprouts, gravy, sage and onion stuffing. I'm not interested in Ponzi stuffings, peach and avocado, and things like that. It's just a waste of time. Just do, normal sage and onion, stuff your bird, and then when you got it on the table, make sure you've taken the giblets out. Not of the bird. And you take that, because you can't cook it with them in there. Although my mother managed it 2 years in succession, which was brilliant. But I know, a tradition in our family. Oh, look, Mother, that added ingredient in the turkey. The giblets. Fantastic. Why they even bothered with them in the first place, I've got no idea. The average price of a bicycle's gone up. You know why? Because people are cycling. Blooming dangerous, I thought. Very dangerous. Alexa has banned Fairy Tale of New York. Alexa has made the decision because they think it could be upsetting. Well, after all these years, somebody's going to be upset by it. Well, why? Have you seen? I was watching Live from the Apollo, and the language on that, you can't let children watch it. It's full of effing and blindings and things like that. And there are more television programmes now that have basically what I call adult language in there, adult humour. Even in quite a lot of that. I was watching Vicar of Dibley the other night, and some of that, there's some really close to the knuckle stuff, considering how old it is. Apparently drinking too much alcohol, it says in the paper today, leads to low concentration. What was that? I can't remember what I said. Robbie Williams is backing Gemma Collins for the Christmas #1. I don't think that's anything to do with recording. Make up your own jokes. And the trendy Eton Head, backed by the parents in the sacking row. It's all going on at Eton, isn't it? Honestly. Used to be sort of the place, parents put their kids down when they're born to go to Eton. And a coffee connoisseur is just really a caffeine addict. See, I'm not drinking anything at the moment, actually. I should go and get myself a cup of tea. I drink coffee at home to wake up, and then I drink tea. I go for tea, which is nice. The weather warning at the end of the snow, they've said. They think that because the country's warming up, we won't have snow. Well, I watched the Bake Off thing the other evening, and that was, for some reason, if you're making a Christmas programme, they spray the ground with a bit of fake stuff, so we go, oh, it's obviously been snowing out there, which of course is a load of old rubbish. And They sort of awarded it. So I don't know who anybody is on that programme. I've never seen it, so it doesn't really matter. The dream come true is Les Mis back on the stage, socially distanced. and the crowd loved it, as indeed you would expect they would. Tyson Fury thinks he's a shy bloke. Yes, dear, of course you are. And Peter Allis has died, aged 89. And because I don't do golf or know anything about golf, I just know he was a golf commentator, and he was 89, and that's all I know. I know who he is, but I don't know anything else at all. And do you remember yesterday we found a bloke who works for Thames Water in the paper today? He was on a list of people who shoot big game. He goes out to these places in South Africa and different places where they breed animals specifically to be killed by people who pay money. And this bloke, and we couldn't understand it either, the papers were trying to get hold of him, but he wasn't answering his telephone. He appears on a list of people who go out there and they derive great pleasure in killing animals. In one particular place, I think lions have been bred for a long time, specifically to be shot. And I can't get my head around it. Anyway, they found another one. This from the same stable of people who want to go out and shoot animals. This is a lawyer. A woman. No less. She'll be embarrassed in the papers today when she reads her names all over the place because she's been going out killing animals. For what reason? I have no idea. I don't understand it either. Oh, Rhiannon poses in her underwear again. Fantastic. Is it Rhiannon? No, it's not Rhiannon. It's Rhiannon Sugden, isn't it? Rhiannon Sugden. Don't want to get the wrong one, you know. I'm sure that Rhiannon's posed in her underwear before. Rhiannon Sugden again. I mean, they go, oh, she's posing in her underwear. And you go, what, again? How dull. The girls' choir from, I think, Canterbury Cathedral have released a Christmas record. Girls' choir? Cathedral? Well, how does this... It's only boys, isn't it, who sing in choirs in cathedrals? That's what I always thought. I've never heard of a girls' choir. Well, I've heard of girls' choirs before, but I had no idea that they were in some of our big cathedrals. So they obviously separate. So they have sort of the boys, the sopranos, then they have the girls, then they have the sort of the next tier up, and then you get down to a few old men. But always good at Christmas, always good. I was in the choir, not at school, in the church. In the church. 2 and 6 a week we got, which is 12.5 pence. Extra for funerals and weddings. If somebody had requested a choir, we would be brought in to sing, and we never got any money. What sort of numbers? Well, we did all the hymns and all the carols. And we got to wear our cassock and surplice. I got to carry the cross sometimes. I was very lucky. And I loved it. I thought it was fantastic, actually. Because when you're little, you know it. I mean, you know, the kids sit there with their hymn books. So they don't need to read it because they know the hymns backwards because you're doing the same hymns all the time. You know you're doing the Te Deum. You know that you're going to be doing... I mean, at our school, we used to sing that song at the very end of term. It only ever appeared once, and it kind of resonated with me. And it went, God be in my head and in my keeping. God, and that and all it was sort of, and I can't remember if we sang it. We might have sung it. God be at my end, and the last word was, and at my departing. And I remember feeling quite sad listening to this thing. Yes, could be. Show me the words. I'll know if it is because I shall recognise it instantly. Because all those years ago, I was the little chorister, and I was the one who sung together with there was about 8 of us. Yeah, there you go. God be in my head and in my understanding. God be in mine eyes and in my looking. God be in my mouth and in my speaking. God be in my heart and in my thinking. And then the final bit was, God be at my end and at my departing. We didn't know what that was, actually. We seriously, we used to sing it at school, but we didn't quite understand what the God be at my end, at my departing. We just assumed you were going home for the summer holidays or something. We never thought about it being anything else. But we always used to sing that at the end of term. But we didn't sing it in church. In church, it was the church is still there that I sang in as a chorister. It's still there, but it looks so much smaller. It looks tiny. Sorry? I'm not telling you what the church is, no. People will start going there as a pilgrimage. You know, you'll have the Steve Allen fans trekking out to my little church. It was very... I'll tell you which one it is in a moment. But it was tiny. Giblets for making the gravy, says somebody. I don't think so. I don't know where you get that idea from. That's obviously a very working class thing to do, isn't it? Didn't you have Bisto in your day? God, blubber. Or failing that, you just go to M&S or Waitrose or anything else and you just buy ready-made gravy. You pour it into the gravy boat and you heat it up. Giblets for making gravy, honestly. You snob. The funny thing is, every time I come into work in central London, I always think, lovely coming into work, must be lovely living out in the country. And then I thought, maybe not, because out there it's freezing cold. You wake up, there's hardly any street lights, and there are drawbacks, as Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, soon at work, tells me. She says, for example, lovely clear starry night means your car will resemble an ice cube in the morning, or rather ice box being freezing inside. And that's not exactly what you need, even if you are prepared. But 5 miles later, it doesn't matter anymore. In the city, rarely you'll drive more than that in the morning. So all the best from my morning commute. All necessities are accounted for. Coffee, donuts and Steve. And that seems like the perfect combination, doesn't it? Steve and Luke and Nick. Sort of the temporary groovy gang for today. Luke's still trying to muscle in on the groovy gang, and we're not sure about that. We haven't quite decided. But coffee, donuts and me. That's quite a nice... But it's right, actually. When you open the curtains in the morning and you look out, if you live out in the countryside, it's very pretty. But there's nothing going on out there at all, is there? There's what? More fresh air? Well, I mean, it is true. I mean, even around here, the starlings have developed a rather nasty cough first thing in the morning. So when you open the front door to the building, all you can hear is the starlings going... like that. They get very carried away with the pollution. It's nice in the countryside, but it's so quiet. I'm not sure I could go to sleep with sort of it being as quiet as that. I spoke to a friend of mine who was in Phantom of the Opera years ago, and I said he'd moved out of town. I said, what was it like? He said, you wake up, he said, to the sound of bird call. He said, in London, you never got that. He said, you hear birds tweeting in the morning. I said, that's nice. He said, but there is the downside, as Monica said, you know, the car's got that layer of ice all over it, that hoary old frost, which sits on the roof of the car. It looks very, very pretty. But you've got to scrape the car windows before you start. Or failing that, what do we all get for Christmas? De-icer. The ultimate naff present of all naff presents. Oh, look, de-icer in your Christmas stocking, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. And so we ended up sort of squirting that. I'm sure it used to affect the paintwork. I'm totally convinced it affected the paintwork. But that's right. So people put cardboard over their windscreens or a blanket or a towel or something like that. And then in the morning you could just lift it off and because if you've got normal cars, they've got windscreens all the way round. And it's such a blooming nuisance. I mean, why can't they invent something better than de-icer? But it will be in everybody's, you know, sort of Christmas little parcel, won't it, really? And now we know that the theatre has been... Oh, you're writing something else, are you? Oh, right. Writing a letter to your parents or something saying, yeah, love no, won't be home for Christmas. You know, I'm staying at home. So, for those people living in the countryside, it's nice to have your company this morning, but you will be freezing, because I walked outside this morning and I tell you what, it was... Brrr, and the car turned up, and it was one of my regular boys. In fact, my most regular boy, I think, who's been picking me up for years and years. And I was so... He was a bit early, which is always great for me. But I couldn't find my gloves. And I bought these gloves the other day. I bought them in M&S, and they were £7 something or whatever. And you know, they're actually quite good. But when you put your hands in them, if your hands are cold, they seem to remain cold. Whereas I like it with it. But you can't do anything with gloves on, can you? I mean, I've got those gloves that were sent in the other day by that lovely lady who knitted me gloves. And they're because you can use your fingers. They always remind me of Dickensian London. I don't know why. I like stuff like that, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve, I was looking forward to my turkey this Christmas, but I'm concerned about the bird flu. The bird flu won't affect you. As far as I know, I think we're fairly safe with bird flu, aren't we? You think so? I'm pretty certain they actually said it doesn't affect us. It just affects the birds at the moment, yeah. Because they've now culled, I forget how many thousands of turkeys. You know what turkeys are like? They go around coughing in each other's faces and all the rest of it, and sort of gobble gobble here and gobble gobble there, and you know, the next thing they will go down with it, because the second place that went down with it, they're in the middle of nowhere. They're not even near it, so it's obviously airborne. Can't think of any other reason, can you? Right. Oh, they found £100 million worth of cocaine in banana pulp. I was tempted to say that'll make the city a little bit quieter, but to be honest with you, I mean, they find... Somebody said to me a short while ago, they discovered that people were... What were they doing? Oh, that's right. They were mixing cocaine with water and pasting it over books and things like that, and then sending it into prison. Well, of course, the moment that got found out, that had to cease. Then there was the prison warder the other day, and she thought she was being clever. She smuggled in drugs. She was a prison officer. She smuggled in drugs, so they've sent her to prison for 3 years. Another judge went, not long enough, because she had crack cocaine and all sorts of things in there. And so they've sentenced her, I think, to another year and 7 months in prison. Because you can't... I've just seen Jim Diamond. It's the first time I've seen him for ages and ages and ages. He's lost an awful lot of weight. So you need to learn. You could have a chat with him later. Write it on a postcard for me and you. Because I want to come back next year and I want to be thinner, I've decided. I don't want a washboard stomach. I think I'd look ridiculous. I've seen people with washboard stomachs. They've got no fat on them whatsoever. A 12-pack I've got. That's the old joke, isn't it, from Absolutely Fabulous? You know, inside me, dear, you know, there's a thin person trying to get out, and the mother goes, just the one. Which is awful. 4 degrees in Gloucester, rather mild, still walking to work in a T-shirt. You must be mad. Mad. Shane says, I wake up to screeching cockatoos every morning. Yes, you've got swarms of them, haven't you? We have them here. We have parakeets in Bushy Park, but you know, I've not seen them for ages and ages. But they survived. They think that they escaped, 2 of them years ago, when they were making the African Queen down in, probably a joke, Isworth Studios, because nobody could work out where these parakeets came from. They're all green and yellow. Now there is a swarm of about 30,000 of them. When they go over in the evening, it darkens over, and they go back and roost, but they eat the bark of trees. I think they look lovely, but people tell me differently. They always go, no, they're very noisy. I don't mind. But in Australia, you've got parrots and stuff like that, which can imagine the mess they make. It's bad enough with pigeons. I live in Fifield, Steve, near Ongar. I'm just getting ready to drive into London. Thank goodness for heated front and rear windscreens. Yet, can you imagine what it was like before we had something as simple as a heated rear... I mean, I've got heated seats, which I didn't know about. When I bought the car, I was driving back. I thought I'd gone incontinent. And I remember then thinking, well, the dickens is that? I'm not sure I can drive around. But it was to keep your bottom warm as you were driving, and the back of the seat as well. But it can be quite quick clearing front and back windscreens. But can you imagine if you don't have that? You've got to get out there with a credit card or something and scrape them. It's very messy. Very messy. I would always advise people, I've seen people pour boiling hot water over. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. You could crack the windscreen. So, Harry and Meghan are doing their own honours. They love, just really having a dig at the old royal family. The attention-seeking Harry and Meghan. Very bad news. Ellen DeGeneres has moved in, apparently very close to them. Problem being, they're in an £11 million squat, and Ellen DeGeneres and her other half is worth £48 million. Poor old Harry. Oh, Lord, somebody living in a bigger house. How embarrassing. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, Netflix refusing to put the disclaimer on The Crown. We're not children. You don't have to watch The Crown. You don't have to... subscribe to it or do anything else. If you choose to believe it, you believe it. If you don't choose to believe it, I don't believe anything now. If I watch something, it's a case of, you take it with a big pinch of salt. And that's a case of, I don't automatically believe every single thing that I see on the television or made into a film is absolutely right. In fact, when they made a film now, it was the Memphis something, and it was an American film, but it should have been British, but they couldn't raise the funding. So the funding had to come from America, and they dictated how the story turned out. So it was journalistic license again. They're allowed to do things like that if they sort of... Memphis Belle, yeah. It was going to be British, but they couldn't raise the money for some reason in this country. But the Americans went, yeah, we'll actually go for that. So it then turns into an American film. But it was supposed to be British. I'm full of useless information like that. I never even saw the film. They had the film on television the other day, the Apollo 13 or something with Tom Hanks. I've never seen that one either. Of all sorts, space travel was the most boring thing I've ever seen. Was it not good? Worse than Pearl Harbor. How is this possible? Worse than Pearl Harbor. Of course, you'll have to explain to Luke what Pearl Harbor is. He won't have the faintest idea. You don't know, do you, what Pearl Harbor is? What is it? Was it? It's a film, yeah. A film about what? Yeah, Pearl Harbor. Yeah, we got that bit. Yeah, but what's it about? About the bombing of Pearl Harbor. My God, if ever anybody was clutching at straws, you're it. You're it today. Steve, I was just wondering, how many households still sweep out to make a new coal fire every morning? Well, everybody. Everybody. If you have a coal fire, you can't just sort of leave the ashes and put it on top. That doesn't work at all. No, you clear it all out, and if you're very lucky, you vacuum out as well, and then you lay the fire. I used to have to do that in Yorkshire because it was so cold. We didn't have central heating. I laid the Rayburn. You open the door, you shake all the ashes out, you take the thing out, you throw that away. We used to put it on the garden, and then you scrunch up newspaper. You rip out the Telegraph. We had the Telegraph, and you rip it up, and you screw it up into balls, and you put about 20 balls in the bottom. Then you get what they call kindling wood, which you can go and cut from the... we used to have a wood right next door to us, and you'd pick up old things like that. You dry it out throughout the year, and then you just break that up and put it on there. Then you put some bits of coal, and then you'd make sure the fire was drawing properly. You'd light underneath. We used to have things called spills. Somebody will know what they are. They're like wooden strips, and you lit it, and then you held it underneath till the paper ignited, and that would then light the kindling wood, which in turn would light the coal. And we used to have to... What's the matter? We used to have every do two sticks to make... No, we didn't. No. My mother wasn't in the Girl Guides or anything like that. No, we just had a box of matches and some kindling wood. It seemed so much easier than sort of rubbing two sticks together. We're a little bit more sophisticated than that. But no, everybody makes a new coal fire every morning. You should do. You know, it's like if you're actually painting a wall, you take it back to the bare basics, because otherwise, you need a proper surface to work on. Otherwise, you're just painting over rubbish. I mean, some people used to do that. Yeah, exactly. It's your foundations that are, the be-all and end-all. So that's why you always rake out your fire. And then I used to hate going to the shed to get the coal. Was it coal or coke? It might have been coal, actually. Because we used to have a coal bucket, and the shovel was metal, and the coal man would deliver it into the shed. They would just sort of empty all this coal in there, and that would keep us going. And you would move your metal shovel over the stone floor. The noise, I can't begin to tell you, was most awful. It was like Tom and Jerry, going down the side of a ship with their nails. Oh, equally as terrible. I used to sit there thinking, oh no, not the coal again. It'd be freezing cold. And we had an outside loo. You didn't spend much time in it, I tell you. That was it. I mean, nowadays in houses you can spend days in the loo, can't you? You don't need to, bother sort of doing anything at all. And but in the early days, it was the outhouse. But morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Chirpy as always. How infuriating! You imagine turning on. It's like being in the actually hilarious bit in the jungle. Hilarious bit. Oh, Giovanna was bullied at school. I don't want to sort of diss anything, but I only know people who were bullied at school. There was always... In fact, I was watching a thing on bullying in the movies. They had a thing on people being bullied, and it was always with kids who had superhuman powers. And it was really quite good to watch. Robbie Williams is backing Gemma Collins for the Christmas #1. Poor old Robbie, honestly. Always back in the loser. Always back in the loser. Gemma's releasing Baby It's Cold Outside with Darren Day. And apparently Robbie is such a fan of her, he makes a cameo appearance on that dreadful programme, Diva at Christmas. Oh, dear. How desperate, honestly. That's the best show you can get on the television. A programme watched by hardly anybody. How embarrassing, honestly. A mob of up to 100 unmasked teenagers stormed Harrods. Good Lord. Shopper Andrew Josephs says bottles were thrown and people were being sick. Nobody was wearing masks. Earth's going on with people. The stupids are out there. Hilarious, though, because I'm a Celebrity winner. Giovanna Fletcher says bullying at school gave her the grounding to be crowned the first queen of the castle. It doesn't really work like that, dear. It's sweet to hang a peg on it, but it really doesn't work. And she says, I'm very happy to be barefaced and watching the grey hairs come in and wrinkles. Oh, dear. Oh, well, there you go. But anyway, she was known as Mama G in camp. But how funny, because Jordan North was singing her praises in the paper the other day, saying, oh, these are all, they're all now my best friends. And I actually said, no, they're not. These are people that they won't know who you are. And you probably know who they are because they're marginally more famous. And then she's done a verdict on her TV chums. no mention of Jordan North at all. She's done Shane Ritchie, Vernon Kay, Victoria Derbyshire, Bev Callard, A.J. Pritchard, Ruthie Henschel, Russell Watson, Mo Farah, Holly Arnold and Jessica Plummer. He doesn't mention him at all. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? He thinks that they're sort of best buddies. Mind you, he did actually say, he said, can't wait for everybody to come back and then I'll be going out for sort of drinks with Shane Ritchie. I thought, of course you will, dear. Of course you will. Why do these people assume that if you're in show business, everybody is, is your bezzy mate? Because they're not. It doesn't work like that. People are very competitive nowadays. People go, yeah, I'll be your friend. Not. And they go, yeah, give us your telephone number, and we'll have a chat. And we're great mates. Not at all. Seriously, we're not. It's just that he's actually trying to build up. So when he goes home for Christmas to his parents, Luke, he'll sort of say, oh yeah, Steve, you've heard him on the radio. We're like best mates, best mates all the time. And his parents go, oh, why did you not bring Steve back for Christmas? He went and didn't want to come. And you can't just turn up to somebody's house, can you, for Christmas? That looks a bit rude. Who was that thing? Was it Only Fools and Horses, where Rodney and Dell go back to the house where Rodney was brought up, and he thought it was his nana or something like that, and so he goes, hello, Dad, he gives her a big kiss and all the rest of it. So she sits down, she makes them food, and at the very end of it, she says, I don't really mean to ask, but who are you? And he goes, you know who we are. You're so-and-so, so-and-so, and we're Dell and Rodney. We're your sort of, nephews or whatever it was. And she went, no, the woman who lived here before me had nephews, but not me. He said, but you've just cooked us a meal. He said, and we've had your hospitality. She said, well, I thought because you knew me, perhaps I should know who you were. So she made him this food. It was hilarious. Monica keeps their fire going for the whole of winter. Wow. I love a fire, but you just can't see. Your cheeks go bright red. You sit in front of a fire and bright red they go. And you just look ridiculous. Just look ridiculous. Steve, to our family, says Alfie, lighting a fire every day is second nature. And to this day, we even teach the kids to light fires and clear them out. It's the clearing out bit I hated. I used to hate the clearing out bit. You just sort of pull the little plunger thing in and out, and that sort of moves the metal grills, which is great. Strictly's Motsi Mabuse has quit Twitter after trolls accused her of being drunk on television. Why don't you just ignore them? Just delete them. I'm sick to death of people, The trolls have been around for ages. You just delete them. It's quite simple. It's not complicated. Not complicated. Also, stars of The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings movies are helping to crowdfund $4.5 million to buy the former home of J.R.R. Tolkien. And 3 people have been arrested over a fraudulent fundraiser for 4 car crash victims. Some £4,000 was raised for a memorial for these youngsters who died in an accident in August. Police investigating the GoFundMe page have arrested a 17-year-old male, a woman 32 and a man, all from Northampton. They want to trace donors who are promised refunds by GoFundMe. People do that nowadays. You've got to be very careful. Very careful. Sometimes somebody will set it. I mean, we had that woman, didn't we, last week in the paper? She shaved all her hair off and pretended she had cancer. Pretended she had cancer so that people would give her money. There was one woman shaved her kids' hair off so they would think that they had cancer, so she could get money. I mean, honestly, there's some sick people. Amazon's Alexa has banned the Pogues fairy tale of New Yorker for fear it may cause offence. The only way you can hear it is by disabling the profanity filter. I mean, to be honest with you, all these years later, why are they making such a big song and dance over it? It's ridiculous. One Pogues fan said Alexa was playing it fine 1 minute and then overnight decided it was offensive. I can play it by turning off the explicit lyrics filter I have for my kids. The hit is the most played Christmas song of the 21st century, but its lyrics are sparking controversy. Lord. Radio 1 is refusing to play the original version. Singer Nick Cave has accused the Bee Bosses of destroying the hit. Oh, there's such mamby-pambies down there, aren't they? Do you remember when Mike Reed banned Frankie Goes to Hollywood? The moment it was banned, it went straight to number 1 in the charts. I mean, completely defeated the object. They looked like such turnips. Such turnips. It's ridiculous. So Peter Alice in all the papers today, which is good. And here we go. For the first all-electric filling station, 36 vehicles can charge at the same time. I dreamt about an electric... Oh, that's right, it was a Ferrari, an electric Ferrari. Somebody had bought a second-hand one. They said because they're always breaking down. If you leave a Ferrari for 24 hours, guaranteed when you turn it on, it won't work. Really. And so there's this company, and they do it on the television. I think it's in America, where they or it could be this country. No, it could be this country. And they literally take all the innards out and all the rest of it, and they put in the charging unit and the charger. An electric Nick Ferrari. Just plug him in. Have you seen it? You lift up like a headlight or something like that, and you plug it in. Plug it in. He'd love that. They call his hair stand on end. Steve, lovely fire kept by a load of coal in the morning, another one in the evening. Something nice about a proper fire, isn't there? Definitely. Workers staring at their faces on Zoom video calls are fueling a surge in cosmetic surgery requests. Do you know, I've often thought about cosmetic surgery, but I think, how could you improve on perfection? What would be the point? Going in there and the surgeon is saying, well, Stephen, you don't need anything doing. I go, I know, I just wanted to hear it secondhand. Because, you know, when you look at some of these peculiar people from the Housewives of Cheshire, I mean, honestly, they are the brides of Wildenstein. They really are. They look really awful. Don't do things like that. One of them, she's had, face peel, she's had boosters and this and that, and, dear, most ghastly, most awful people. Seriously, I used to think the Housewives of Orange County were bad enough, but the Housewives of Cheshire come a very, very close second. Very close second. Here's Rianne in her underwear again. God, you must be wondering, dear, what you're going to do when your career collapses. What will you be doing? Are you going to be taking... Perhaps they'll give you a chat show. You know, that'll be quite nice. Anthony says, I still remember God Save the Queen by the Sex Pistols being banned. God Save the Queen? That one. Poor old Sex Pistol. Then what happened to him? Johnny Rotten, Johnny Lydon, had to end up advertising butter. What a sellout. What a sellout. Oh, music. You know what that means? It's coming up to 5 o'clock this Monday morning, the 7th of December. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's lovely to have your company. It's cold out this morning. Do please put on a jumper or put on a scarf or wear a hat or do something. Because it's bitter out there. You will realise just how cold it is when you get outside. Also, the landlord, Brian Hall, is beating Tier 2 restrictions by serving substantial pot noodle meals. Pot noodle meal. That apparently now is a substantial meal. I haven't had a pot noodle for ages. Perhaps I should go and buy some today. Just have a pot noodle. It's quite exciting, isn't it? It's already, surely. Yes, it can be. You know why? Today, I mean, for some people, today will be a day of putting your feet up on the settee and turning the heating up and going, do you know, I'm not moving. I've decided it's too cold. So everybody went out and did shopping yesterday. But I think this week will be busy, and I think next week will be absolutely chronically busy. You know, even my driver said to me this morning, he said, have you done all your Christmas shopping? I said, well, I don't do Christmas shopping. I haven't done Christmas shopping for a long time. I'll give people boxes of chocolates, liqueur chocolates, but mainly money. Mainly money, because it's so much easier, because the godchildren, 2 of them are driving anyway, so what they want is, money for petrol, which sort of helps them out a little bit, because petrol's so expensive now, and their insurance is so expensive. So that's always useful. So my brother's daughters will get money, my brother gets money, and the only person who doesn't is his wife. And we've got a list of a few little items and things like that. So Christmas is fairly easy. But I remember years ago, you'd buy all these presents for people and start wrapping them up. Well, nowadays, people don't want presents. Luke bought me a present. He bought me a present. Very useful present, actually. I mean, because I haven't had any presents up until now. I've had little bits and pieces. I had my lovely Christmas wreath for the front door, which is lovely. And he's bought me the crown. I know. But I hadn't bought it. I mean, that was lucky, wasn't it? So I've not bought it, and he's bought it for me. So that's it. He's obviously planning on keeping me out of the high street and just making sure I stay indoors. I might have some more chicken today, actually. Yes, I'm going to... Absolutely, yeah, definitely. Because the thing is that, depending on where it starts, I've grown up with all the members of the royal family. I've grown up with all the shenanigans. I've grown up with all the looking miserable, looking happy, taking their clothes off, doing all these sort of usual bits and pieces. So I would know what it was. I wouldn't need to check with anybody. And I'm not particularly bothered about the absolute accuracy of it. I mean, as long as it gets roughly different bits and pieces. I'm okay with it, but they're never going to know exactly what went on, are they? They're never going to know that, because that would be behind closed doors. Unless somebody's cheating. So the Grinch. Now, I can't remember if I've ever said, it's not Roald Dahl, is it? I don't want to mention Roald Dahl too often. Dr. Seuss, is it? See, I don't know anything about that. Is that the one who did Cat in a Hat or something? Oh, well, right. That's as far as I go. The Grinches want to ban Christmas dinner because so much gets thrown away. Eco-activists have hit out at the 150,000 tonnes of turkey and trimmings that go to landfill. Where do they get this rubbish from? Listen, I've never known anybody over the festive season who eats turkey. And not everybody eats turkey. There's vegetarians and vegans, and they'll be having their own little meal somewhere else, and people don't throw it away. They eat it. The good thing about Christmas is that if you have a turkey, and some people just have turkey crown, because you don't need any more than that if you've got a family of 4 or 6 or something. But if you're having the big Norfolk turkeys, the bronze turkeys, which are about £100 each, you would have that spread over the days. So you have turkey for the Christmas day, Boxing Day, you'd have cold meat, and Branston pickle and all sorts of other nice things. And then you probably have sort of soup or something, or a risotto or something the day after. Nobody ever throws Christmas food away. It's ridiculous. Your butcher says people going away from... they're eating capons. I always wanted the bird inside the bird inside the bird. Remember those ones? It's very... Stop it. Because I was disappointed. I thought it was actually a whole bird inside another bird. And it turns out it wasn't like that at all. It was a bit disappointing. And I always thought, imagine having 5 birds on the trot, wrapped up in each other. And I thought, well, that'll make a good court case. And so, but we never had that. But a lot of people, we had, one year, years and years ago, we had, goose. Well, I don't know why. I mean, no, it's only recently that we've been having turkey. Up until then, people had goose. Hence, the goose is getting fat. Please put a penny in the old man's hat. If you haven't got a penny, a halfpenny will do. And if you haven't got a halfpenny, well, God bless you. And that was all about, Christmas is coming, the goose is getting fat. People had a goose, but they're so fatty that you need to cook a goose on... Apologies to vegetarians and vegans. I can imagine you go, oh, shut up. And you have to put it on a wire rack so it drips through, because otherwise the thing is just swimming in it, and it's a pain. But I mean, I'm more than happy with turkey, more than happy. But you've got to have the crispy roast potatoes, and every chef on the television, thank the Lord, tells you how to make good roast potatoes. Phil Vickery sent me a lovely picture of his roast potatoes, and they they really did look delicious. They really did. And it's only once that I've had 2 Christmas dinners where the roast potatoes, on both occasions, 2 different families, were absolutely sensational. They were exactly as my mother used to make. Everybody says that, don't they? My mum used to make the best roast potatoes. They were small. She parboiled, dried them, and then put them in, then she would baste, and they were crispy round. Oh, they were delicious. We don't want things the size of your fist. You just want small roast potatoes. It's got to have cauliflower cheese. In fact, to be honest with you, your plate looks a bit like the Somme by the time you'd finished. It just looks like a terrible mess. But no, eat it all up. So we don't throw away. And they want to ban Christmas dinner. Why don't you go and mind your own business? Nothing worse than people, beaky noses. They said, maybe we should think about banning Christmas dinner altogether. God, I bet Christmas in your house is an absolute wow, isn't it? Oh, look, how exciting is your Christmas? Well, we don't have turkey. But that doesn't matter. You don't have to have turkey. Whatever you can have a ham sandwich. Have a ham sandwich. You know what I didn't buy the other day, and I was going to buy it, and I never bought it? I was going to buy a Scotch egg, and I was going to cut it in half and then in quarters and dip it in salad cream. That's what I was going to do, and I didn't get around to doing it. So today, I'm going to be doing it. I've decided. I don't care. It's Monday. Monday is the day where you can go, yeah, let yourself go. And the shops will be full of people. They really will be full of people. Shane says, I've just come back from Christmas shopping. He's in Sydney, Australia. And he says, I bought gift vouchers. Oh, you see, my pet hates Shane. You know why? I think a gift voucher, because a gift voucher generally means that you're getting it for, a department store, of which there are very few, and or a chemist or something like that. Whereas I think, I'd rather give somebody money as opposed to a gift voucher, because if you give them a gift voucher, they're tied to that one place, aren't they? Although I did give a gift voucher to my main producer, and he said, I don't think he's spent it yet. He's trying to work out what he can do with it. He's going to buy a coat or different bits and pieces, and so I always think cash, because then they can go and buy anything they like, and it's very difficult to actually sort of, if I give Luke sort of a Boots gift voucher, God forbid, that'd be a case of, so he's tied to Boots. And he's either going to buy suppositories or it's going to be a lipstick. Well, both totally useless to him. Totally useless. So give him money, he can then go and buy whatever he wants. Groovy Gang glasses, anything like that. That's what it is. You have to, let them do it. I gave up gift vouchers a long time ago. I don't think I've been given a gift voucher apart from an M&S one some years ago. Do you eat capon at Christmas? No. And another one here says, how do you help someone who has lost their Christmas spirit? Nurse them back to Elf. Nurse them back to Elf. What's a Christmas tree flavoured candy? I can't read that one. Oh, ornaments. That's even worse. What's the weather report every Christmas Eve? There's a 100% chance of reindeer. Seriously. How does the snow globe feel this year? A little shaken. And how do chickens dance at a holiday party? Chick to chick. Right, you're barred. Won't be hearing from you ever again. Coming onto my show with these cheap, tacky things. Other less-known programmes will be nicking all of that material. They'll be writing it down as quick as possible. Steve, one here says, not sure why you hate people who don't want to hurt animals, though. I'm vegan. I rescue abused animals. It's a shame you talk about vegans with such disgust. You need to listen to the programme properly. I can't help it if you're not the brightest person in the book today. No, I have a producer who's a vegan, and he's vegetarian, and he's flexitarian as well. And he's very happy with the show, so mind your own business, OK? Nothing worse than a little sort of curtain twitching. Curtain twitchers. Oh, dear. So bad. So bad. Loads of people. I'm amazed how many of you have got real fires. Seriously. I seriously thought everybody had sort of proper central heating nowadays, but obviously not. Obviously not. Also, Liam Gallagher has taken a swipe at the government during his live stream show over the weekend. I think he's slightly peculiar, Liam Gallagher. I've never quite got the Gallagher brothers. I'm sure they were absolutely wonderful in their time. Tyson Fury reckons he's actually a shy bloke who likes to sit at home with a cuppa. Of course you do, dear. Of course you do. Pokey little house. I was a bit surprised, actually, by that. I thought you'd be living in something, especially with the amount of money you must have made out of it. And samples of alien soil have landed on Earth after a 6-year asteroid mission. This is the Japanese space agency, JAXA, have launched a spacecraft named Hayabusa 2 in 2014. They piloted it remotely to an asteroid called, I think it's Ryugu, where it landed in 2018. It collected particles of rock 186 million miles away, put back inside a capsule, which was, blasted back to Earth. Isn't that amazing? 186 miles away. Shan't be going there for tea, shall we? And cheering and singing football fans do not boost their team's chance of winning, don't they? I thought that was the whole idea. They do. They do boost the chances of winning. My friend Ian says, my friends, who I'm doing Christmas dinner with in Dallas, are proposing beef Wellington for dinner. You see, I think that's quite a nice idea. What do we think about Yorkshire puddings? We think it's brilliant. We love Yorkshire puddings. Can you eat you can't eat Yorkshire puddings, can you, Lou? Oh, you can? All right. Do they do vegan Yorkshire puddings? Or you just eat the normal one? Yeah, just eats the normal ones. He's not a curtain twitcher. And so, yeah, beef Wellington's lovely. That's where you cook the beef, you sear it in a frying pan, then you wrap it with the... I've just realised what we've not got. I've only just realised... Is that where you're going? Is that what he's doing? He's printing off, I bet you. Is he printing off? Here we go. No, he's gone straight past the door. That's a slight... Oh, no, the door's opening. Oh, here we go. What have we got now? Oh, lovely. Lovely. Thank you. It's like I've got bad eyesight here. It all looks a bit sort of hazy, doesn't it? I can read it. I'm not being a diva or anything like that. A diva would make you print it again. But I wouldn't. See, I'm not like that. I'm a much nicer person. Much nicer. Frontline police officers should be given special protective uniforms to stop suspects biting them. Have you seen the amount of drunks that the police have to pick up now who spit, bite, kick? I mean, really, it's quite ridiculous. Quite ridiculous. And royal fans, there's not many left. There really isn't many left. Have hit out at the cruel and unfair portrayal of Prince George in a new US cartoon. It's called The Prince. It shows the 7-year-old as a spoilt brat. In a scene showing his first day at school, George shakes his teacher's hand and says, "You curtsy lower tomorrow if you want to keep your job." One Disney producer says it's morally wrong to use a child to get cheap laughs. Show creator Gary Janetti, who also provides the voice of George, said, "Everything is meant with affection." The trouble is, you know, we're losing the sense of humour, aren't we? We've got no sense of humour anymore. You should better laugh at most things. I walk in, I look at the producer most days, that makes me laugh. I look at him and go, ha, 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 ha. You know, he doesn't care. He doesn't mind. He knows what we're like. We'll work together long enough, for goodness sake. And what was the other one? Oh, it's a dreary old Maura Higgins and her little boyfriend. Honestly, your life must be so shallow and empty. I feel a bit sorry for you. Oh, worst foods, which I'll tell you about in a moment, but we need to make sure we get you to work. Steve, what can I cook for 2 people for Christmas? It'll be done in a microwave. Everything. 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 You can put, I mean, you can fit a, I don't know. Yes, a lot of, you can do a big plate of disappointment, assistant producer boy says to me. Disappointment. What can I cook for 2 people in a microwave? Yeah. Steve, recipe for turkey gravy. Roast the turkey on a vegetable trivet of celery, carrot and onion. Oh, right. I mean, I do like gravy. I can't have a dry Christmas lunch. But I have a feeling this year I might not get a Christmas lunch at all. I might have to... But it's all right. I can wait for next year. I'm prepared to be good. Neil in Maidstone says, back from a pack Dubai. Great to hear you. Thank you. Oh, isn't it dreadful? Why? Who wants to go to... What is there in Dubai, apart from my friend Chris? You know, that you sort of think to yourself, makes you want to go there. It's all too modern. I want something that's got a bit of, you know, antiquity to it. Definitely. Steve, other things from the countryside. Every neighbour has a tree up already, says Monica. Hanukkah, only 3 days to go. Woo! Which is good. And, Steve, very foggy morning here, says Graham in Southgate. Have you had, little bits under the body? No. Do you know, I've never cooked a chicken in my life. I buy them ready cooked and reheat, which is so much easier. So much easier. I can't be bothered to do anything else. So Maura Higgins, very boring, very dull, very dreary. And the most hated food ever by fussy Brits. You know, when you go somewhere, they go, "Oh, you have this and black pudding." Oh, no. And number 10, chilli. I love chilli. Chilli's great. Chilli's great. Number 14, mince pie. Love mince pies. We were telling Zora Suleiman, she's got it, she's blaming me. She's blaming me for the mince pie addiction. 13, Brussels sprouts. What? Brussels... Oh, no, definitely not. Salmon, number 12. You cannot beat Brussels sprouts put in with some salmon steaks, some watercress sauce over the top, and then steam it. It's delicious. Christmas pudding, number 11. You see, I mean, I'm indifferent to it, but I wouldn't put it down as the worst food ever. Gherkins. Whoever came up with gherkins, what a sick person they must be. They put them on burgers and stuff. Ghastly. Sorry, can you take the gherkins off? Well, a bit difficult now. Avocado. See, I quite like avocado. But, goat's cheese. That's quite nice. Goat's cheese is quite nice. Do you like goat's cheese? He doesn't know what we're talking about here. It's all food from another planet. Olives. Do you like olives? See, I don't like olives. Most boring things under the sun. Bit of feta. Yeah. Oh, well, whatever. Number 6, mackerel. I don't think I've ever had mackerel. Have you had mackerel? No, not your sort of thing at all. Far too rich. Sardines. No, I've never had sardines either. Blue cheese, definitely not. Oh, do you like blue cheese? Oh, still, no. Black pudding? No, see, I wouldn't. No, it's blood. It's cooked blood. Why would you want that? Ghastly. Oysters, number 2. I've had an oyster. Somebody said it's an aphrodisiac. Well, I had 3. Not a peep. Nothing. And number 1, anchovies. 43% of you in this country have decided that anchovies are your worst food. I don't like anything. Anything you open up a tin and there's a lot of things that are dead in it. No, thank you very much indeed. Definitely not. David Gandy, he's a model, has revealed how a piranha almost bit his finger off. But he got his own back when he scoffed the fish afterwards. Dada One Dave, who is worth around 12 million, said he was fishing in the Amazon when the saber-toothed beast struck. Well, there wouldn't have just been one. They move in shoals, don't they? And who's this one here? Oh, Netflix have no plans and see no need to add a disclaimer to the crowd to say it's a work of fiction. The Culture Secretary, Oliver Dowden, has previously said he fears viewers of the lavish royal drama with Emma Corrin could mistake fiction for fact. They don't care, Mr. Culture Secretary, OK? They really don't care. It's just a bit of television. That's all it is. It's a bit of television. It's nothing more than that. We're not bothered about accuracy. Good Lord. I mean, every time I go and see a kung fu film, which is about once every 1,500 years, I don't really imagine they can leap into the air and leap over tall buildings. I really don't. Reality bloke Liam Gatsby Blackwell is set to quit Towie. Goodbye. Thank you. The sooner they go, the better, these people. He joined in 2015. He's not a star. He's the most dreary person on the television. He plans to leave and move to America. Good. Goodbye. Thank you. Had enough. He says, my family all live in LA, so in the near future I'm going to go and build a career there. Doing what? What are you able to do? He said, I'll be sad to leave the show, but I want to start a new life. Bit old for things like that, aren't you? He's starring on a new dating show, Celeb X in the City. Oh, dear. Try and put a smile on your face, mate. It doesn't really cost a lot to tell your mouth to smile a little bit. And then somebody wrote to the Daily Star, I mean, this is almost heresy, saying it's hard to believe that Corrie's been on the go for 60 years, but William Roach, 88, Barbara Knox, 87, Sue Nichols, 77, a combined age of 252. In normal life, they'd have been retired 20 years ago. Yeah, but that's the whole idea. You have to keep people there to add the touch of reality. You know, in real life we have elderly people. I get them as curtain twitchers. Oh, you can't be a vegan if you... Oh, God, honestly. Nothing worse is the snowflakes. Snowflakes where the family brain is out for ages. Recipe for turkey gravy, which is quite nice. Recipe for turkey gravy. Roast the turkey on a vegetable trivet. I was tempted to ask Luke whether he knew what a trivet was, but I don't think we'll bother. Of celery, carrot and onion. Roast the turkey for 1 to 2 hours under foil and towels. Towels? Once he's having a shower as well in the oven. Take the baking tray plus the vegetable trivet, put it on a medium-high heat on the hob, add the giblets and the neck and fry for 10 minutes. Add a tablespoon of flour and cook it off for 2 minutes. Add a glass of red wine. Oh, it's got the booze in it. There you go. And you put red wine vinegar to taste, salt and pepper, optional cranberry sauce or sugar. Best gravy you've ever had. I just go and buy it. It just says turkey gravy. That's it. Well, I mean, I don't buy it. The people I go to with don't. Only my mother used to make gravy. Only my mother used to make proper gravy, and she did it very well. But I mean, you know, the smell of cooking turkey in our household was legendary. You know, all the birds used to line up in the garden. You know, go, we can smell that turkey. Dawn French and Rob Brydon love being hands-on for their latest TV project. Actually, I heard Dawn French. She's very busy at the moment because she's got the Vicar of Dibley coming up as well. And Claudia Winkleman's about to bring some sparkle to the Big Fat Quiz of the Year. She's signed to take part in the show after weeks of secret talks. There's no such thing as secret talks. They go, listen, do you want to work for this much love or not? You don't want to do it? Don't do it. OK, there's loads of other people on the list. I'll do it. So producer said she is said to be ecstatic. Of course she is. It's a gig. Good Lord above. I mean, honestly, just don't tell Eamon Holmes. Don't tell Eamon Holmes. He'll be furious that somebody else has got a gig on the television. I don't know where we put him. That is the problem. That is the big problem nowadays. Where do you put Eamon Holmes? I mean, he'll still be coming back to This Morning, and he's in the ITV Christmas thing. But I should imagine that was done before they announced that they weren't going to be using them on the Friday. Proper pea super in Medway. Yes. Who was it was talking? Medway. Medway's in Kent, isn't it? Medway's in Kent. Apparently you've got dreadful coronavirus down there. The statistics are terrible for reasons best known to yourself. Shane says, I love Brussels sprouts. I've just had them with steak and potatoes with gravy. Oh, I love Brussels sprouts. The little tiddly ones. The little, bite size where you can get about 3 on your fork. They're delicious. I could just have them by themselves. Let's get the news headlines, shall we? This morning, if you've just woken up, I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast here at the News Desk. Have your company, and from Tony in Derby. God, I bet it's cold there today. He said, Steve, I had a dozen oysters with the missus last week. I was a bit disappointed. Only 11 worked. I didn't get on with oysters at all. They came from Whitstable. They're supposed to be the best oysters that you can get. And I just couldn't get into them. They just tasted like something which had seawater in it. I didn't fancy that idea at all. So the very idea that it could be an aphrodisiac, I'm afraid, in my books, definitely not something working at all. Steve and Anne says you could put Eamon on top of the Christmas tree. I mean, I can imagine he must be fit because she's working non-stop every time I turn on QVC. There's Ruth. She's on Loose Women. And she's got loads of other little bits and pieces. I mean, Eamon, they are... I mean, she'll probably be grateful for not having to get up early on the Friday, and they can actually have sort of, a bit of a life together. Because otherwise, they just seem to be working all the time, and you can't work all the time, can you? You have to have a little bit of rest, because otherwise it makes you a very, very dull person. But he'll be fuming, I should imagine, especially when he sees all these other people getting gigs. But there was a talk, wasn't there, a while ago, and I don't know where it came from. And they were saying, Eamon and Ruth are going to be given a chat show on the BBC. And I thought, well, who are they firing on the BBC? Like they have a slot. They go, you can take over every morning. You can do a chat show on there. I don't know why. People, they say that, don't they? They go, so-and-so could do a chat show. There's a woman who's on the television at the moment. She's an American. I think she's an estate agent. And they're saying, she could have a chat show in this country. What for? How many more chat shows do we want? It's the same people on all of them. Shakin' Stevens performed for This Old House of Windsor at the start of the Royal Tour to thank people for their efforts in the pandemic. William and Kate met transport workers at Euston Station to hear how they've kept the country moving. Shaky, who is 72. 72. He was brought in to perform his hit Merry Christmas, Everyone, for the couple and the railway staff. It was number one in 1985. It's nice, isn't it? And a palace spokesman said this is their way of saying thank you on behalf of the nation. I can say thank you. I don't need to be told how to say it. Somebody else doing it. But there'll be some Christmas good tidings. They're on a train. He doesn't have to shovel coal into it. They'll have chefs on board and all these other people. I mean, it's a right little gig. If you can get hold of this gig, it's brilliant. Last year, for 3 outings, this Royal Train cost £63,000. Could we not give them a travel pass or something? Could they not go on the bus? Make it a lot easier. I'm sure they'd be keen on doing that. They're very keen on telling us that they're just like us. And then I looked at a picture of a house, and I thought, I've seen this house before, and it's lovely. Do you know whose house it is? It's the McAllister's house from Home Alone. This thing is made entirely of gingerbread to mark the 30th anniversary of Home Alone. 50 years for the Railway Children. 30 years for Home Alone. The film is streaming today, and Michelle, she's a British cake maker. Well, she's brilliant. I mean, this thing is fantastic. If ever you could afford something, I don't know how much it would cost to have something like this. I should imagine many hundreds of pounds, but absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. She's very, very clever. And then they've got Kevin in the Snow. He's fallen off his skate. It's great films when you look back on them. I thought they were very, very good. Posh Voices. The nation's most loved wafflers. Okay, number 10. First of all, the accents. The accents in order of priority. Number 10, Scouse. I won't bother doing any of the accents. You know I always get them wrong. Number 9, the West Country. 8, Cockney or Estuary. 7, Yorkshire. 6, Geordie. 5th, Northern Irish. 4th, Welsh. 3, Scottish. 2, Queen's English or Posh. Number 1, Irish. The most popular accent. And the voices. The top 10 voices. Number 10, Idris Elba. I wouldn't know what he sounded like. I mean, it would be rude. Number 9, Brian Blessed. Yes, we like Brian Blessed. Very good. Number 8, David Tennant. 7 is Dame Helen Mirren. Dame Judi Dench, just one above at number 6. Number 5, Sir Trevor McDonald. 4, Sir Ian McKellen. 3, Joanna Lumley. 2, Stephen Fry. And 1, Sir David Attenborough. Joanna Lumley. We love Joanna Lumley. In fact, we love all those people actually on there. But I still wouldn't recognise Idris Elba. Would you be able to, if somebody said in here, for £1 million on Who Wants to Be a very lucky winner, would you better recognise his voice? Would you? Oh, right. Of course you would. One, isn't there? I don't think I would. I wouldn't be able to do things like that. And yet I'm generally quite good with voice. I'll hear voices on adverts and I go, I know who that is. I'll know who that is. I can always tell. And Steve, when it was snowing in Manchester last week, I saw two elderly northern ladies who looked like Ina Sharples dressed in dressing gown and slippers coming from the newspaper shop. I was shocked they would do that in the cold. With some people, I mean, it's a culture kind of thing, isn't it? You go out. It's like we used to get all those pictures of women who were seeing the kids off to school, approved school, and they'd always be wearing their pyjamas. And they'd have their pyjamas and slippers on. And there was a bloke getting on the bus the other day, and he was wearing pyjama bottoms and slippers. And I remember thinking, do you think he knows he's out? When I say out, I mean outside. Stevery oysters, Colchester natives are the oyster of choice, sweeter and far superior to Whitstable. Oh, I'm not starting a row. Steve, this lyric linked to today, 6 o'clock already. I was just in the middle of a dream. I love dreaming. Some people never dream. I love dreaming. I think it's the best thing ever. It really is. And I've seen nothing of Coronation Street recently, but they've got 60 years of explosions and all sorts of disasters and mad people. But they had mad people in Brookside years and years ago. I remember there was one mad woman in it. Oh, my goodness me, amazing. David Platt's in there, Michelle and Steve, and you know, all the sad things. And they say that they put them in there because it reflects life, except that you get all of life on this one programme. And when it first started, I thought it was just the story about everyday northern folk. I never thought that it was going to be sort of things that represented what we saw about us. But now it's very much like that, very much like that. And they've gained praise in a lot of cases. But I mean, sometimes people say it's just a bit too hard-hitting, isn't it? It's a little bit too hard-hitting. So all aboard the Royal Train with a shake-in send-off. They thank the key workers. I don't know where they're going, actually, on their job. I suppose they have to stick to the rails. Can't exactly come off rail, can they? It's not Harry Potter. Britain will receive up to 4 million doses of the Pfizer vaccine before the end of the year. Right. What about the ones from Oxford? Why not waiting on that? Plus, posh kids at Eton know where the power lies. We've got a bit of a problem down at Eton at the moment. Things not looking so brilliant. And families have been urged to post Christmas presents early amid concern that the rise in online shopping and coronavirus restrictions keeping people apart will cause delivery chaos. Unprecedented demand could cause issues with delivery, and it means that people are running out of time to make sure presents are under the tree. The Royal Mail has recommended people post the cards and parcels early, and you should do, because otherwise you'll never get them in time. And then people will say, "Oh, did you send a card for little Trixie?" And you go, "Actually, I did. Yes, it was not arrived yet." So you've got to make sure. In fact, do it today if you can remember to do all these different bits and pieces. I mean, I'm lucky I can sort of deliver mine by hand, save on it, because I don't know how I'd have posted your card. It's because so I imagine that would be about 3 or 4 stamps on there, first class stamps. And how much is it? A first class stamp, 85 pence. 80. That's a lot of money. It's nearly £1. Honestly, it's a lot of money, but well worth it because we like the postmen and women. So Peter Alice dies aged 89. It's a good innings, isn't he? Very good innings. Beginning of the end for the virus. First jabs, they say, tomorrow. And Boris Johnson, front page of the Express today, saying he won't hesitate to pull the plug on Brexit talks if the EU refuses to compromise. Les Mis back on the West End stage, and here they all are. Michael Ball, Alfie Boe and Matt Lucas at the Sondheim Theatre. Christopher Biggins praised Cameron McIntosh for getting Les Mis back on stage. I think people just want to go back on stage. People just want to work. Helen Mirren is very worried that theatre workers could become homeless because of the pandemic. She said many need financial support because they normally live wage packet to wage packet and the work's dried up. I know. It's terrible, isn't it? I mean, it really isn't good enough. Also, fishing. They've got lots of talks about fishing. You know what we like on fishing on LBC. We can discuss that till the fish come home, as they say. And the crazy crowds who shut the Christmas market. This is up in Nottingham. I mean, people were sort of breaking the rules. Hundreds of people. Yesterday, the Mellors Group, which operate the market, said it had to temporarily close due to unprecedented high footfall. Nottinghamshire Police said officers were at the market all day to provide visible presence and to break up large crowds in the area. It's a shame, isn't it? But then the trouble is, you say we're actually opening it. Of course, people are going to go to it. They want to get out of themselves. I mean, had they said here, oh, we're opening Winter Wonderland in Hyde Park, I'd have gone to it. But obviously not now, because we're not having it. So they're not having any of them around the country. Handbags, mumbo jumbo, you can't say that. Freedom of thought is at risk in schools, museums and football stadiums. It must be resisted at all costs, says James Taylor. In Eton, pupils at the school have petitioned against institutional bullying. And at Saturday's Millwall v Derby County match, players who took the knee were booed. I mean, seriously, goodness sake. Loads of nice people saying nice things about Peter Alice, including, what do we got here? Sergio Garcia Fernandez, Nick Faldo, all sorts of different people. Saying nice things, because people seem to like him, which was good news. And Dawn French says she broke down in tears during a filming of The Vicar of Dibley in a scene where she pays tribute to the character played by her late co-star Emma Chambers. She needed 7 takes to correctly utter her lines about Emma's character Alice during the Christmas TV reunion show, because they worked really well together. Alice was lovely, and she died far too young. I think she was only about 53, I think, or something, which was way too young. But there are 3 10-minute episodes of The Vicar of Dibley in lockdown, starting tonight after repeats of the first series. It's still good. I mean, and how much of it they can actually repeat, I have no idea. I was watching what was that painting programme I was watching the other day? There's this painting programme on the television. Some very talented people out there who can paint people, aren't there? Portrait of the Year, that's it. It's very good. It's very good. I'm very jealous of people who can do things like that. And members of the Canterbury Cathedral Girls' Choir have reunited to boost the spirits of the nation by recording an online carol service. Oh, they were snap preparing to film the last of 3 pre-recorded services will be shared online because of the pandemic. So that's nice. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I thought it was only boys. Steve, Claudia Winkleman's been on the Big Fat Quiz of the Year 4 times, plus 4 or 5 special editions, so it's not really new, says Jan, that she's on it again this year. Thank you. I knew somebody would know. I don't know these. 10 to 6 is the time. 10 to 6. 35 years after enjoying breakthrough charts success singing Walking in the Air, Ali Jones has highlighted lesser-known talents. Turning 50 on December the 29th, the Songs of Praise host describes wine as a vice, only to proudly point out, I once identified 6 different wines blindfolded. He adds to the Lady magazine, I can down a pint of bitter in under 4 seconds. Perhaps really a case of, we're staggering in the air. Doesn't work the same, does it? And treasures may be sold. Precious artefacts. The Society of Antiquaries, or whatever it is, in London, whose collection includes copies of the Magna Carta, face having to quit its home of nearly 150 years after the rent rose 3,100% to about £120,000. A new rent deal was agreed in 2005 with the government. Its collection of 40,000 artefacts include the processional cross thought to have been carried by Richard III to the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485, a portrait of Mary I, and a stunning 13th century Lindsay Salter psalm book. The charity says it's being forced out by the government and is now looking for new premises. Good Lord, they've got about 40,000 artefacts. All these different organisations. But fancy putting the rent up that much. I love it. The lease was agreed following an unsuccessful High Court challenge by the societies for ownership of the building. Despite this, we're sympathetic to the society's position, are exploring whether there is a solution that can deliver value for taxpayers and help the societies remain at Burlington House. I mean, really, honestly, they've got some lovely things. Lovely things there. I mean, just look at the picture of Mary I. These things absolutely amaze me. Absolutely beautiful. If you're celebrating a birthday today, many happy returns of the day. Hope you have a lovely, lovely day. And the Daily Mail. They're all doing it. Marco Pierre White's fuss-free Boxing Day feast. Each paper gets different people to sort of say how they're actually going to be doing it. Page 33, Victoria Pendleton says, I won't be pressured into having a baby. I wasn't aware you were. I love the way they come up with these things. We're all expected to go, oh, right. Somebody's obviously pressuring into having babies. It's almost like they must sit down with their agents and go, what have we done? Well, we've done loads of things. Have you done the being pressured to having children? You don't have to be having children at all. And after a lesson from Britain's champion turkey plucker, who beat the chef Gordon Ramsay in a 3-bird challenge. Jane Fryer's ready to take on all comers. Wow. Mentioned by Will Guyett, The Steve Allen Show. How about your own version of Walking in the Air for Make Some Noise? Good Lord above, honestly. I wouldn't even attempt anything like that. That would be an absolute disaster, wouldn't it? Waj says, locked into the Spike this morning after watching the Doctor Who movie, 1965 classic. Which one would that be? I can't remember. Which was the Doctor Who movie from 65? Was that Roy Castle? Daleks. Was it William Hartnell in it? Peter Cushing, that's right. Oh, our expert is with us in the studio today, dear. No fooling him at all. So, Doctor Who and the Daleks. Peter Cushing as Doctor Who, Roberta Tovey as Susan, Jenny Linden as Barbara, and Roy Castle as Ian. That was then followed by, of course, the Daleks Invasion Earth, 2150. I like that. I think I might have it, actually. I'm pretty certain I have a very young Roy Castle. Very young everybody, actually. And they go to another planet, a time and space machine called TARDIS. But we'd already seen it, hadn't we, I suppose, really? But they find all sorts of different things on this planet. Sounds brilliant. I might have to get that one out and watch it, but I can't because I'm watching The Crown today. And as I've said, I'm going to be watching The Crown. That's the thing. Toxic car fume levels dropped after a green low traffic zone was scrapped. Analysis shows levels of nitrogen dioxide fell after a low-traffic neighbourhood, LTN, was ditched in Wandsworth in southwest London following a backlash from residents. The Department of Transport says it couldn't draw any conclusions from the limited data. Yeah, made an egg on face, I think. Winter scenes of settled snow could become a thing of the past, according to a climate change as put forward by the Met Office. Oh, that's a shame. We like a bit of snow. And I think I found the cheapest mince pies. I'm sure I read it correctly. And you could get Marks and Spencer's 2 boxes of mince pies. That's 12 for £1.50. But I think Aldi are doing a box of mince pies for 39p. Can you check? Because if it's, I mean, you can't even make anything for that price. 39p for six mince pies. I mean, that seems like phenomenally inexpensive. And I mean, I don't know how many we actually get through. There you go. The cheapest mince pies on the block. So they've got here, so how much are they? Best mince pies, Iceland and Asda. How much are Aldi, though? Not the best ones, I want to know cheapest. Cheapest, I like. Better. So, luxury mince pies, No, Aldi. Oh, there we are, Aldi. New shopping rules. But the cheapest mince pies came from Aldi and Lidl, with their packs of mince pies priced at £1.49. Good. You can't even make these things, can you? Somebody's saying, could you cook bacon from frozen? Do anything you like with it. I could just eat a bacon sandwich now. I could just go a bacon sandwich with a little bit of ketchup. That'd be quite nice. Toasty ham and cheese. That'd be good. If we get a frying pan in here and a little Bunsen burner, I could bang out a few little treats, couldn't I? We could do something. I see no reason why not. It's 5 to 6 in the morning. It's the time people do have their breakfast. There'll be people settling down now to enjoy their breakfast. They'll be staying in hotels. No, they won't be in hotels, will they? There's nobody in hotels. There's nobody coming over. But the moment they do, they'll be having. They eat this stuff. Yeah, they have bacon sandwiches. Bacon sandwiches? What do you do with it? You put the bacon inside 2 bits of bread, or failing that, you toast it. Toasty bacon. That's very nice. But you've got to be careful. Sometimes they don't cook it there. It's already been cooked. They just microwave it. Not the same, is it, really? Brent Cross has opened up a Winter Wonderland alternative, calling it Winter Festival. Have they? Oh. I'm not sure about that, actually. I don't want to go there. I've been to Brent Cross before. And Rejoice, the real-life Vicars of Dibley. Here they all are. And a lovely collection it is, too. Famous people you've never heard of, but it doesn't matter because they're all people who sort of move into the church, and that's where the Vicar of Dibley got the idea from in the first place. Plus, well, we was just 15, if you know what I mean. Rare pictures of the baby-faced Beatles from 1958. Do you think they ever would have realised that when they all got together as the Quarrymen in 1958, that they would be the most successful group in the entire world? They would sell millions and millions and millions of records, and they would still be playing them today. Why? They don't date. They absolutely do not date. You could listen to Lovely Rita, Meter Maid, or, you know, at the benefit of Mr. Kite. Who does the McCartney photo remind me of? I don't know. Who does it remind me of? No, he sat down in the background with a guitar. Who's... No. Henry. Oh, it does. It looks a little bit like Henry. Oh, poor old Henry, honestly. Luckily, he's not here this week. We can say whatever we like about him. I think he's away, having his tag adjusted. And, I think he had to take... He's got 2 weeks holiday, I think. I'm pretty certain. I remember thinking, good Lord above. And I think he's away somewhere. He did actually tweet where he'd gone to. And it sounded quite nice. It sounded very nice. And he's gone there. And he's gone by himself, which I thought was very brave. I'm always very jealous of people who can go away and do things by themselves. I can't do anything like that. But he decided he wasn't going to go abroad. He definitely wasn't going to go abroad. And the reason was... There's nowhere really to go. That means he doesn't sort of self-isolate when he actually comes back. But I can remember thinking, because he did tweet yesterday about, is it Shrewsbury? Shrewsbury, yeah. I think you might be right, actually. I think it might. I don't know what there's family down there. He has family that. Well, so he says. You know, you never believe anything he says. It's. You don't get... Exactly. There's got to be a reason for going to Shrewsbury, hasn't there? So I think it's family. I think he's actually got family there. Speaking for the nation, Sir David has the UK's top voice. OK, I shall try not to get jealous about it. And thousands who panic bought a puppy in the pandemic. What on earth is the matter with people? Why would you want to buy a puppy in the pandemic? Most of them get pinched back again by the people who've sold it to you in the first place. Happy birthday to Sue Johnston. She was Sheila Grant in Brookside, Barbara Royal in the Royal Family, Dr. Grace Foley in Waking the Dead, and Maggie Smith's Lady Maid in Downton Abbey. She's 77 today, so many happy returns of the day. And also Victor Khayyam was born on this day in 1926. He died. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to the 7th of December. Welcome to the Have You Made a List? Have you checked it twice? Have you been out there? Have you bought the tree, bought the Christmas wreath for the front door? You've got to watch them nowadays. If it's a really nice one, people try and pinch things. Dreadful. And you've got to get all the shopping. Because the sooner you've got it done, the sooner you can put your feet up and relax over the whole idea of the festive season is to actually have a rest. It doesn't work for everybody, but it works for a few people. So I'm hoping that we're all going to be looking after ourselves. So what was it that happened back in 1982, on this day, 1982. I thought it was earlier than this, but apparently not. It was the first lethal injection used to execute a US prisoner in Texas. And I can remember thinking, I thought they'd been doing it for ages and ages. And then they went through a phase of not executing people with lethal injection. But the other story which we've got, and I'll run through the front pages of the papers in a moment, but this is this tags on to a story that I did yesterday on the programme about a guy called Mr. Watu. Mr. Watu works for a company who basically said, what he does in his private life is entirely up to him. What does he do? He kills animals for sport. However, this is the second one. And the story in the Daily Mail today is a story of Abigail Day. Abigail Day is accused of killing more than 200 animals for sport, including endangered lions and elephants. She's one of only 2 Britons known to have won a Safari Club International Africa Big Five Award for shooting a lion, an elephant, a leopard, a rhino, and a Cape buffalo. I mean, I seriously can't understand whether or not she's got a few screws loose. But she's going to feature in a book called Trophy Leaks, Top Hunters and Industry Secrets Revealed. Now, this one, apparently, as well as boasting of her Cambridge education, she highlights work in international law, banking and property, but she chooses to to omit the fact that she's one of the world's top trophy hunters. And so she declined to comment when approached by the newspaper at her home in West London. However, the busts of 2 oryx antelope were said to be on the walls of her front room, alongside the warthog heads flanking a mirror. On the mantelpiece was a stuffed big cat believed to be a leopard. What is it with these people who want to go out and do these things? These animals are bred in certain places. So to be awarded, I find it difficult to believe myself, the Safari Club International's Africa Big Five for killing a lion, an elephant, a leopard, a rhino and a Cape buffalo. And you get an award for that. It's really quite bad, actually. Canned hunting sees animals such as lions bred on farms to be shot by wealthy foreigners. What for? Can somebody explain to me what for? I mean, Abigail Day, you know, what you choose to do in your private life is up to you, but frankly, you've done yourself no favours whatsoever. Not surprised you didn't want to answer the door. Not surprised at all. Terrible, isn't it? Perhaps there's something the matter. Perhaps you're missing... I don't understand how anybody could actually go out and just kill an animal for the sheer sake of killing an animal which has been bred in captivity, which hasn't got the faintest idea what's going to happen. Not the faintest idea. Steve, I've just started watching The Crown on Netflix. It's brilliant. Dean says, obviously I was never there, but it looks quite realistic. Well, there are certain people who are complaining bitterly about it, saying it's not as realistic as it could be. But surely that's television programmes. I mean, we all sit there and watch Peter Pan, don't we? And the Darling Family. You don't believe it. You know, and there are loads of other things. It's called journalistic licence. They're allowed to be a little bit economical and to twist things to make it more entertaining. They say in fact, if you've read The Only Way is Essex, they say this is an entertainment. You know, the people are real, but these storylines, many of which are made up for your entertainment. So, you know, when they say so-and-so's been out with so-and-so, I mean, there's a very good chance they have, of course, but it's made up for your entertainment. And that's it, because they're making a television programme. Like when they make the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of It, they're making a television programme. They'll film loads of stuff before they start, and then they'll decide whether they release it to you. And so what you're watching is not necessarily what has been going on. Apparently, Shelley says, mince pie is definitely 39p in Aldi. I bought some. Roma says, yes, in Aldi we do mince pies for 39p for a pack of 6 Santa Savers for this week. 39p. I mean, that's just phenomenal, isn't it? Even at that price, Nick is toying with the idea whether or not to go out and have a mince pie. You haven't had one? It is December. You're allowed to. We used to have somebody who used to work at LBC years ago, and he wouldn't eat anything that was to do with Christmas. So he wouldn't touch nuts, and which of course seemed quite right at the time. And he certainly wouldn't have satsumas, because he said no satsumas are for Christmas. And I remember thinking, I suppose he's right in a way, but it's like mince pies. I think we should have them all year round. I see no reason why not. Why not? It's just mincemeat in a pastry case. It doesn't have to be in a Christmas box or something like that with a bit of tinsel around it or anything, does it? It just has to taste nice. And what should we have special at Christmas? Well, nothing. It should just be all year round. We should have, I mean, mulled wine, you can, I quite like a mulled wine. That's like a winter warmer. That's quite nice. Turkey you can eat all year round. I think it's like robins. People think that robins only appear at Christmas time. They're there all year. It's just at winter time you notice them because it's, you know, snow on the ground or a frost. But apart from that, no, I mean, should there be something? Frost only at Christmas. You never get, I don't know, we've had it late. We had it in April one year. We had the snow that came down in the April one year. We were knee deep in the stuff. Knee deep in it. I went out there, went da-da, disappeared completely, you know, fell into a snowdrift. I like it. But I mean, I don't know if there are certain things that should be special for Christmas. Sprouts you can get all year round. Turkey gravy you get all year round. Roast potato you can make whenever you want. In fact, to be honest with you, I could just have cold meat and roast potatoes today. Christmas, the trouble is, does anybody eat Christmas pudding now at all? It's too rich. You just set it on fire. The royal family do that. They pour like a gallon or something of, Courvoisier or something, and then sort of take it, and they all applaud the pudding, as indeed people used to. Does it make any difference whether you set fire to the pudding or not? I can remember one year we lit ours and the holly caught fire. It was much more splendiferous to watch as the house burnt down around our ears. But it was, no, there are certain things. I mean, Christmas crackers you only get at Christmas, don't you? But if you buy loads of them now, you can have them in January and February. Have them for birthdays. Why can't we have birthday crackers? I love Christmas crackers. Just the contents that are always a bit disappointing. You know, so I always look on the back of the box so you can see what arrives in the contents. I like the one that's got, you know, a pair of nail clippers, stuff like that. The little fish that's sort of made out of cellophane that sort of bends itself up on your hand. They're fairly good. Fortune-telling fish, I think they're called. And that fish, it's a fortune-telling fish. It's a little thin bit of thing, and apparently if you're red-blooded, it starts moving on your hand. Have you ever seen that? Yeah, you must have done. You've not. Because it's so thin cellophane that the heat of your hand makes it bend up. Can you find cellophane? You can buy them on Amazon, I'm pretty certain. Fortune-telling fish. Can't wait. Ooh, buy some of those. And some people make their own crackers, and they're called meanies. There you go, fortune-telling fish. 30p. £1.49 for a load of them. I'm surprised you've never seen. They've been around since I was a child. If the fish turns over, the holder is false. But if its tail moves, she's an indifferent type. I mean, it's a children's toy that's been around since I was a child, and that shows how long ago that is. There's obviously a factory somewhere churning these things out and put it on your hand. And we used to have great fun with it. So, curls up entirely, passionate, turns over false, moving tail indifference, moving head and tail in love, moving head jealousy, motionless, dead. Which would presumably kind of par for the course if it's motionless. But yeah, I mean, I might buy some actually and distribute them to people, say, look, because everybody does it. You take it out of the little packet and you put it on your hand, you go, it's moving, look at that, it's moving. I was always the motionless one, it was dead, from the neck downwards, I'm afraid. But no, you don't remember things like that, no. You remember them, but you don't... Nobody... Oh. No, you put it in your hand. That was the whole idea. And depending on whether your hand was hot or cold, determined on whether it moved or not. I'll have to get some in, actually. And we'll take it out of the packet and put it on your hand and see whether you're passionate. Which would be quite a nice... Hey-ho, hey-ho. Apparently you can get hot cross buns all year round, says Sarah. Can you? Oh, you can, apparently. Actually, I used to have hot cross buns, but I suddenly realised, as a diabetic... They really send your sugar levels through the roof. I didn't realise. I just thought, oh, it's a hot cross bun. It's got some fruit in it. And oh, goodness me. Dense or what? I've still not been to KFC yet. I keep meaning to do it, and I never quite get round to it. It's the effort of walking up the high street to go to KFC. Joseph in Bethlehem says, here we go. This is the Christmas countdown. Diddy, boo. 17 days, 17 hours and 40-something minutes to Christmas. Will you be tracking it on NORAD? You can track it on their site, can't you? Father Christmas Sleigh. Yeah, you've ever done... I've done that. All seem to avoid my house. I sit there because I haven't got a fire, so it doesn't really help, does it? How else are you going to get down? Never mind. Listen, at least we made the effort. At least we made the effort. So what have we got? So at least we know. Harrods, 6 mince pies, £10, says John. They must be super-duper luxury mince pies. 6 mince pies for 10... Actually, that's, six... Yeah, but that's less than £2 a mince pie, isn't it? So it's actually I think that's quite good value. I personally wouldn't... I nearly bought, some years ago, I went to Harrods Food Hall. Because it's actually quite good value, Harrods Food Hall. And they had little mangoes in... And I thought, I'll buy a box of those. They were like 60 quid a box. They were super duper, little tiny mangoes, the best mangoes you can get. And I sort of picked them up and I went, I can't justify it. And I put them back down again. Headed for the champagne fountain. Do you think fortune-telling fish could help Boris and Brexit talks? Oh, shouldn't think so. It's cold. It's a chilly day today. It's thick coats, thicker socks, and probably a vest. Steve, I didn't think coal fires were allowed anymore. Is that the reason? Well, they're not coal, are they? It's smokeless fuel, I think. But it's the same sort of thing. I mean, but you know what it is. Steve says, Jonathan, as I'm a type 2 diabetic, I can't eat mince pies, but I buy them carefully for my guests and put them in the safe. I worry about them getting stolen. Oh, dear. He's got to go, hasn't he? No point in keeping him. He's in Tower Hill. Should be Tower Prison, I should imagine. Steve, yesterday, 1 hour line to get to my favourite garden centre, Van Hagues. I couldn't believe it, says John, but at least there were hot donuts outside. Hot donuts. Hot donuts. I brought donuts in here yesterday. And very nice they were too, weren't they? Very nice. Very nice. But hot donuts, I remember going to one of these markets some years ago, and the bloke had a little machine. And it was literally, it was no bigger than yay big. And it was a tray which had oil in it, a fire hazard immediately. And he had a gun not a proper gun, it was a gun that shot the donut mix in it. And he just went... And these donuts used to bob along. When they got to the other end, it flipped them over and then tipped them out into a bag. They were little tiny donuts. And it just sort of dipped them into a sugar thing. And you get like 10 for £1. They were really good. Very good value. Very good value, I thought to myself. Not as good value as 39p for 6 donuts. I mean, that was a bit staggering this morning. Steve, sorry? Mince pies. Oh, sorry, I said donut. I do beg your pardon. No, the donuts I got yesterday, I might go back and get some more of those. They were actually quite nice. Steve, there are 11,000 bulbs going around Harrods. The electricity is generated by themselves. I used to work there. Well, for the first time ever, I saw them on yesterday morning. For the first time. Obviously, they're doing them at different times now, just to annoy me. And I drove through and, the lights are on. You know, leave them on all the time for those people. So if they actually generate the electricity, or have they got a generator or something? I've never heard of that before. But I always think if a bulb goes and you've got to get all the cranes out and everything else for Harrods to climb up there and change one bulb, you know. Still looks pretty, though. Still looks pretty. We have a new bit of lighting in Twickenham. And it's sort of like it's an arch, which the council have put, what for? I think people are going to drive through it thinking it's a LERV tunnel. And it's just got lights on. Because my neighbour Lynn said, they've got this arch. I think it's been up there for about a week, and they've screwed it to the pavement. And there's no logical reason for it being there. It doesn't sort of tie in with anything. I suppose Father Christmas could sit underneath it, which would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Talking of Doctor Who, Steve, says Patrick, watching Johnson and Starmer at the dispatch box conjures up disturbing images of a porky Cyberman pulling the wobbly bits from a Dalek. Yes, you're going to be hearing lots about these sort of things. Actually, he's self-isolating, isn't he, actually? Starmer, this is the second time I think he's self-isolated. So, front page of the Mirror today, Christmas treats, it's festive recipes, and the first COVID-19 jabs have arrived at hospitals. Matt Hancock says it could mean pandemic tier restrictions lifted by March, and he can't wait for normal life to return. Nobody can wait for normal life to return more than everybody I know. All the people in show business, the restaurants, everything. We want it to go back to normal, and we'd quite like it next year, please. Thank you very much indeed. So whose brilliant idea it was to open up that fun fair type thing in Nottingham must be mad as a broomstick. Whole idea is you just sort of leave it. But there's a very heartbreaking letter from a nurse here. And she said she's working on these intensive care wards where they do lose people. She said, I held his hand through double gloves and placed a knitted heart on his chest, my visor steaming up from my tears. He was just 57, same age as my mum. And she says, I rang his wife. I couldn't hold or comfort her as we could pre-COVID. That's why the sooner we've cleared all this up and we're all being good again, the better. I don't care if you're one of those sort of people and who says, I don't believe it, it's all fake and all the rest of it. Good. Well, that's your business. But frankly, we don't want to talk to you. I'm not remotely interested. You know, if you don't believe in something, you don't believe in it. But 1 million people around the world are dead because of something you don't believe in, which is hilarious. Steve, do you like potpourri? I do like potpourri, and I like Christmas potpourri because it turns up in the garden centres, and you get a big bag of it, a fir cone drenched in something interesting, and little bits of sort of cut up this and that, and I put it in and it's very nice actually. So when you walk in, your house smells of trees, which is quite festive, isn't it? And Nige, who's in Welsh Wales, says, I love roasted chestnuts, but you need a loan from the bank to get them these days. Well, it's like, I tried the other day to buy lychees. They're so expensive at the moment. They're so expensive. Fresh lychees, not tinned lychees. Do you not like lychees? It's funny, I love lychees. I think they're really good, but most people have never seen a fresh one. They've got no idea. They just assume that they come in tins and they've taken the stone out for you. But I love lychees. I might go buy lychees today. I don't care. I'm going to be reckless. It's Monday. And Steve, every Christmas my mother used to buy an oval box of dates, and every year they'd end up in the dustbin as nobody liked them. Yeah, do you remember Eat Me dates? And they would always come on a plastic bit that made it look as though they'd been growing on there. I love dates. My favourite are there's a name for the posh ones. Gemellan or something. I can't remember what it's not Gemellan or something, but I mean, they are the best dates that you can buy. And those are they can't even work out if they're good for you. You don't do dates. You not do dates? But best ones. Shop next to, oh right. Persian dates. Persian dates. Have you ever heard of such a place? Persia. Steve, my friend had Aled Jones. on his flight once. And as Alid went to the toilet, my friend sang, "I'm walking in the air." Alid wasn't amused. I can well imagine. I wouldn't have been amused either. Terrible thing. It's not funny, as Nick points out. It's just not, he'd have used it. It's not funny. What you can imagine, though, people, it's like, if you end up with a catchphrase, I mean, the poor bloke, Victor Meldrew, used to walk down the high street, everything, "I don't believe it." After you've heard it 500 times, you've had quite enough of it, I should imagine. But, no, I do like dates, and I do love roasted chestnuts, Nigel. I didn't realise they were so expensive. I thought they were cheap. Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose, and that was the thing that we bought in London. You still see them. Sorry? Jack Frost nipping at your toes. Jack Frost nipping at your nose, isn't it? Find the words. There could be money on this one. We could be quids in by the end of the day. I thought it was Jack Frost nipping at your nose, but I'm prepared to accept that I might have made a mistake. But if I have, we shall not be telling anybody. Nat King Cole, the Christmas song. Jack Frost nipping at your nose. Yuletide carols being sung by a choir. Who calls it Yuletide? And folks dressed up as Eskimos. So I'm offering this simple phrase to kids from 1 to 92, although it's been said many times, many ways. Merry Christmas. And it's Majule dates. Majule dates, as in me jewels. I'm going to get you some Majule dates, and you will say they are the best dates you've ever bought into. Oh, we now got the right. I'll bring you some Persian dates, he says, honestly. Of course, it's a rash promise. I'm still waiting from last year. The stick in the dates is to help pick up the dates, says Anita. Oh, I'll just use fingers, And also, I've had dried dates. They're not as exciting. I like them when they look a bit moist. I love them. But they keep for ages. But we used to have a box of Eat Me dates on the sideboard. Mind you, we used to have a bowl of nuts. And my mother was the only person who used to eat the blooming things. The most boring thing under the sun. You can buy them in all over the place. Bags of assorted nuts. Hazelnuts, Brazil nuts, other nuts, and other nuts. And then you'd sit there with a pair of nutcrackers, crack it. The most boring thing ever. Seriously. You've got to have the shells. No, it's not. I mean, some people do sort of festivities, right? And also, when do you eat your Christmas lunch? Do you eat it lunchtime or do you do evening? Because the latest trend, believe it or not, is evening. So, well, I can't wait to the evening. I've got to be back home in bed because I'm working the following day. But I'm told the evening, I've spoken to lots of people and they go, Steve, you've got to have Christmas lunch about 6 o'clock. And then you go to bed with a very heavy tummy. I'm not sure I could do that. Quality street breakfast and Satsumas, mince pie brunch, and then you have your lunch. Yeah, lunch about between 1 and 1:30, 2 o'clock, something like that. Finish in time for the Queen, sit down, watch the Queen, complain bitterly it wasn't as good as last year. And that's right. And then Indiana Jones or The Sound of Music you fall asleep to, just when Mary Poppins is singing about her favourite things in the Abbey. And you're right. And then you fall asleep. And that's the fun bit. You fall asleep. And then when somebody goes, "You asleep, Steve?" You go, "No." You go, "You were." You go, "No, I wasn't asleep." They go, "You were. You were snoring." My father was a terrible fibber for that one. You go, "Dad, you're snoring." "No? Huh?" Like that. Favourite things for Sandy. Oh, well done. Yeah, but she also did Mary Poppins. So I was linking her to Bod. She also did. She was Mary Pop-Outs in the film 10, wasn't she? Where she went top. Check it out. Right, 6:30. Steve, says Neil, I know money isn't everything, but I'd love to be a millionaire like my dad. It's not everything, is it? I sometimes remember thinking, actually, that you can have just as much fun with not very much money as you can with having money. I don't think it brings you happiness, money. I think it just buys you material objects. Steve, just remember, Majule dates are full of sugar, natural sugars, but you can play havoc with your blood sugars. From Eve. Thank you very much indeed. And do you like lavender bags? Are they the ones that you put in the wardrobe to get rid of moths or something? Because they don't like the smell of lavender. I'm sure that's what it is. Royal Mail has given 4 post boxes a festive makeover to encourage people to send their Christmas cards and parcels early. People will be sending millions of Christmas cards this year. And the oldest known place name sign in the world has been found in Egypt. It dates back 6,000 years. Researchers discovered 4 hieroglyphics on a rock, domain of the Horus king Scorpion from the late 4th millennium BC. A circular sign shows it's a place name in Wadi Abu Subera, east of Aswan. Professor Dr. Ludwig Morenz of Bonn University said Scorpion was prominent in the emergence of the first territorial state in world history. So now you know. Goes back 6,000 years. 6,000 years. Plus, tier swapping can be a very tricky business. Going from Tier 1 to a month of lockdown and then to Tier 2 sowed confusion among the ranks of the beer-loving, which is Paul Routledge. He says, my local can serve alcohol, but only with a substantial meal, a definition around which the politicians have been dancing like so many angels on a pin. They can't agree whether a Scotch egg meets the requirements. But I digress. He says, the White Bear offers various meals for £5, and I chose goujons and chips. For those with a limited grasp of French, a goujon is a fish finger, only smaller. It was very tasty, but in my hungry haste, I made the mistake of cleaning my plate too quickly. And the rules stipulate that you must leave the pub as soon as you finished your meal. No more ale. I mean, I've never heard of that. It's such a ridiculous ruling, isn't it? I mean, it really just gets worse and worse. Even most people I know have got no idea what's going on. Teenage pregnancies plummeted as youth unemployment fell and university admissions among girls rose, a study has found. And consumers should get the same protection from PayPal as they do using other forms of payment, the campaigners say. PayPal has its own buyer protection that safeguards against goods which never arrive or are fake, faulty or not as expected. Because everybody can fall foul of this. And there'll be lots of people who've ordered stuff, on some of these shopping sites. And when you get it, you'll suddenly realise you bought fake. And it's very, very difficult to try and then trace the people back again. Because once they've shifted loads of stuff, they disappear and move on to something else. Cocaine worth £100 million has been seized from a shipment of banana pulp. What on earth do you do with banana pulp? I can't imagine what you do with banana pulp. Border Force officials found the stash weighing slightly more than a tonne. A bit more than a stash, isn't it? Weighing more than a tonne. During a routine inspection, it saw the cocaine was put on a ship in Colombia and was intended to be delivered to Antwerp. Priti Patel says drugs fuel criminality and destroy lives. Class A drugs, such as cocaine, inflict unimaginable damage on our citizens and communities. But what do they do with it? It's pulp. Presumably then I don't know what you do with it. So it's been seized from a shipment of banana pulp, and they've got pictures of it worth £100 million if it eventually hits the streets. But presumably you have to sort of boil it or do something with it, and then the residue will turn into cocaine. To be honest with you, I've really got no idea. I'm just always amazed that they come up with all sorts of different ways of getting it into the country. Snow settling on the ground could become a thing of the past in Britain because of climate change. Might mean the end of sledging and snowmen. What? Sacrilegious. The end of snowmen and women. Ridiculous. They say if no action is taken to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, it could all happen within 80... Oh, thank God for that. It says within 80 years. Well, I won't be around to worry about that. Somebody else can worry about it. Analysis suggests that as soon as the 2040s, most of southern England will not have days which stay below freezing. Again, I don't need to worry about that. That doesn't affect me in the slightest. So you're going to get all these sort of pictures, and they say, make the most of it now. So I've got a picture of somebody taking their dog out for a walk. Do you think dogs really want to walk through the snow? So it's got a coat round it, one of those nice things which is buttoned on with Velcro and everything else, and nothing on its feet. Nathan Morley over in Cyprus, he used to put little booties on his dog. Little boot. I was never sure whether that was a good idea or it wasn't a good idea, but it seemed to keep him happy. Derek in Aberdeen says, good to see a few rugby fans back in Twickenham yesterday. The result was even better. Good. Glad you enjoyed your visit. And another one. So, wait a minute. What have I done on this one here? Oh, a lot of people talking about this Nottingham Christmas market. It only lasted one day, and then they closed it down. And I think there were concerns of the crowds not social distancing. But mind you, I was looking at pictures of people in Regent Street the other day. Loads of people out there. There was that fighting outside Harrods. I mean, who ever heard of such a thing? And people not wearing masks. It's such an easy thing to do, isn't it? The announcement, Nottingham Christmas Market. This is the one that was approved. The Christmas market was closed yesterday, which we assessed the first day of phase opening on Saturday, following ongoing meetings, including observing strong city centre footfall again, we made a joint decision not to reopen it. But surely they must have realised that if you open it up, people are going to want to go to it. That's from Nottingham City Council, who approved it in the first place. What did they expect? Nobody would turn up to it. And they did. Nottingham City Council are the ones who have to approve these things. So they sort of said, yes, you can open. Then they went, oh, my God, there's too many people. So they close it. So, of course, all the people of Nottingham very upset. Going, why do we have it? Because nobody else has got one in the country. Nobody else has got one. And where else are you going to get a hot sausage from? I ask myself. I would have thought that was fatal, because what's Nottingham full of? Students. What do they want to do? They want to go out. They want to have a few bevies, go on a ride, big Ferris wheel, stuff like that. Now they can't. So it's closed, I think, for the rest of the year. They're not opening it up again at all. But the council were the ones who approved it. Very odd. Very strange. What was that a picture of, actually? And, it's a picture of, Cliff Richard. It's a time for forgiving and for forgetting. Or so Cliff Richard says in Mistletoe and Wine. So who better to join Sir Cliff at Christmas than an actress who's probably hoping for both? Yes, Lily James, making her first appearance since the Dominic West scandal. I love it. They call it a scandal now. It's amazing, isn't it? Do you remember that story? No. They were pictured out. They've filmed together. They've got a film which is currently running. And they were pictured at a cafe kissing. But you don't know whether it's a short kiss or a long kiss, or just a little peck on the cheek kiss, or hello, how are you kind of a kiss, or a showbiz airbrush kiss, or airhead kiss, or whatever it is. But anyway, so she then went into hiding, cancelled all her interviews and everything. Why these people don't brazen it out? It's as if they're sort of so desperate for the publicity. They go, I'm not going to say anything at all. Better to say nothing. So, of course, people speculate, don't they? Which is not so good. But Lily pulled out of a number of these interviews, including the Graham Norton show. And then she was pictured with Dominic on a tandem scooter ride. But they've just said that they're just good friends. I mean, is it possible to be good friends with somebody of the opposite sex without people thinking the worst? The answer is probably not. It comes into it at some point, doesn't it? The Great Festive Bake Off. Cinnamon Star Biscuits, orange tarts. Chocolate trifle looks quite nice. It's got profiteroles in it. And spiced chocolate mousse with peanut brittle. Oh, we like the sound of that one. I never make any of this stuff. I just like looking at all the bits and pieces. The Guardian this morning, front page, Barry Gibb on fame and ultra fame. It can destroy you. He's absolutely right. Unless you're a level-headed person. And there's only him left now out of the group. There's nobody else left. They've all gone, unfortunately. Minister under fire for the Millwall comments. George Eustace accused of providing shelter to racists as he fails to condemn the fans who booed taking a knee. What is the matter with these people? Is the matter with them? And what do we got here? This is topping up the scorecard. What remains on the table at the moment? You can hear that on LBC as we go through the day. Hospitals taking delivery of the frozen vaccine as the over 80s prepare to receive the first jabs. So, presumably, we'll then all get a message, or you get a card, or I don't know how it's going to work, actually. Do you get a card, do you think, from them going, by the way, would you like to present yourself to this particular venue, and we can make sure that you get the coronavirus injection? I'm going for it. You going for it, Nick? You're going to go for it? Yeah. You want to go for it, Luke? I think we're all going to go for it. And if the Queen's going to go for it, if it's good enough for the Queen, it must be good enough for the rest of us. And Biggins was up, because Biggins was talking about it, wasn't he, last night? In fact, actually, I might play that again in a minute to you. Shall I do it? In the next, in the next quarter. Yeah. Look at that, editorial decision. I made a decision. Yeah, well, I don't want to do it now, because you know what happens now. Actually, I've decided I'm going to save Biggins, I think, because it was last night Darren Adams caught up with Biggins talking about being in the audience for Les Mis, which returned on Saturday. And I was listening to it, actually, and he's written about it in the papers today as well. Absolutely loved it, as indeed did everybody else. So, if we're all good, and we're good over Christmas, and we try and socially distance, and we don't have any more than the 3 families in your bubbles and stuff like that, well then, with a bit of luck, by March, it's not that far away, we can surely put some things on hold and say, listen, might not be able to have Christmas this year, but we can always have it next year, in which case it'll be even better. it'll be even bigger and better, and you better hug and do all the usual things. And then hopefully we can get back to some sort of normality. That's all everybody wants. We want this normality. You know, I don't want to have to sit on a bus with a mask on all the time. I do, but I don't want to have to do it. So the care home residents are going to be having this jab in time for Christmas. The Queen and Prince Philip have said that they're going to be having the jab. And then the one thing that I want to know is, how do they know you've had the jab? I mean, will we be given a little card which you keep with you, which has got some barcode on, which has got your name on, to prove that you've had the jab? Because otherwise people are going, yes, I've had the jab, and they might not have had the jab. In which case, you know, what do we do about them on buses and things? I don't know. I mean, I can understand if it's in a care home, the residents are not going to be sort of dancing to zippity-doo-dah, are they, anytime soon? But I just wonder whether or not they give you a card or a piece of paper which you carry with you or stick it in your wallet to say, I've had the coronavirus vaccine, or 2. That's what we're looking for. You'll be having 2 of the things. So Boris is going to end those Brexit talks and the agony today, and then the first COVID jabs tomorrow, they've said. But don't panic if you don't get a card or a phone call or a message from your doctor saying, you know, you're next in line, because there is a pecking order in this, and once we found out what the pecking order is, it should be okay. But they will get round to everybody. It's not that we're going to run out of money, you know, for having the COVID vaccine. I can't wait to try it. But as I say, for all those people saying, oh, I'd rather wait and see if there's any side effects, everybody will react differently. It's like look at it as wearing an aftershave. I can wear an aftershave and it'll smell completely different on me than it will on, say, Luke or Nick or anybody like that. You know, but everybody's different. Everybody's skin reacts differently. So you might smell aftershave on sort of a perfume. I've followed a woman down an escalator once. I had to. I was standing behind her, and we sort of moving down, and I could smell her perfume. And I had to ask her what it was, because it was so nice. It smelled like cashews. I mean, whatever it was absolutely delicious. Not cashew nuts, but cashew. It was quite lovely. And everybody always comments on it. So everything's different. So when people get the vaccine, people will then be saying, oh, well, you know, I'll wait and see what the effect is. Well, you have to wait till you try it. You know, you might be one of those who it doesn't, you know, react on, in which case you're fine, or you might get a slight reaction. I think the slight reactions they're talking about are, you might get a feeling of tiredness, you might get a feeling of a headache, but bearing in mind that everything that's being rolled out, and this is from Pfizer, we're not talking about somebody working in the Scout Hut at Ponder's End here, it's already passed its clinical tests and procedures. Put it this way, if anybody's being clever about it, we are. Because there are some countries who would perhaps just roll it out. But America is also fairly stringent with it. They had lots of medicines on their shelves that we don't have here because they've not been passed for their clinical tests. So this has been passed, okay? A group of scientists, nothing to do with the government. Nobody sat down like Keir Starmer going, okay, well, I'll roll it out. You know, it's been passed by the scientists. They have to. You can imagine the disasters they've learned bitterly from previous years. So first jab, so it could be the beginning of the end for the virus. We hate the virus. It's ruined so many lives. Seriously, ruined so many lives. And so at the moment, and I don't know whether they're actually on the train now. So do you think William and Kate will be sort of sleeping on this train? The beds didn't look most luxurious. They're single beds in the cabin, and they're doing England, Scotland, and Wales. So that's quite nice, isn't it? I mean, is it a normal train or just a royal train? Can anybody get on this thing? It's a royal. Yes, I think you're right. I think it's a royal carriage on a train. Yes, but they call it the royal train, which has cost a small fortune in previous years. And they say Kensington Palace hope the tour will provide a much-needed uplift and a boost to morale. I mean, I don't want to be rude about it, but frankly, no. Okay, we can listen. All you need to do is listen to the radio to hear, you know, uplifting tales and stuff like that. 2 people travelling on a train, having listened to Shakin' Stevens singing "Merry Christmas, Everyone." I'm afraid it's not my idea of morale boosting. Come round and give us all £1 million, and then I shall fall into that the trap. It's only normally used by the Queen and the Prince of Wales. Oh, I bet Harry's fuming. He'll be reading that saying to Meghan, "We could have gone on that. We could have been on that train. Let's take our clothes off and run around the garden." Far more exciting. So the Royal Mail is saying, and I said it earlier on, please post early, because if you don't, and I really mean this week would have to be your week for posting stuff. I think we discovered it was the other day that you couldn't post to America. You've already missed the deadline for America and stuff like that. You'll find all the details online. And then snow vanishing by as early as 2100. Global warming eradicates it. Try telling that to the penguins who are sitting on that biggest iceberg, which is, 7 trillion litres up, whatever it is. It's huge, absolutely the biggest thing ever. And it's got tunnels underneath it and everything, because there's more under the water than there is on top of the water with icebergs. That's how they work. I don't know why I know that. Tons, yes, not litres, no. Unless they're going to be met. It's an awful lot of water, though, isn't it? And those poor penguins sitting there going, woo, we've got our own world. It is like, what was that penguin movie where they all danced? Happy Feet. Was it Happy Feet? Where they danced and sang. Did you ever see that? No, just me again. I always get to see these things. I get to see all the silly things, but I don't mind, because today I've got The Crown to watch, and then I shall report back tomorrow and let you know whether or not it's as good or as sort of loose as they say it can be. I don't mind, actually. I don't mind. Whatever it is, I know all about the story. I'm quite well acquainted with the story, and I'm quite well acquainted with how the royal family work, because I absorb this stuff. I absolutely love it. So I was watching the programme the other day on Christmas at Sandringham, which of course has changed this year for the first time in goodness knows how long. So it's Christmas at Windsor, which is nice. So they'll be able to sort of go out and do all their bits and pieces. And they don't do a lot. They really don't do a lot at Christmas. You know, the Queen hardly dresses up, you know, and sort of goes... But they do it formally. They do it formally. We've had the chefs on there saying this is what they eat, this is how they play their games. They'll be... The only television they watch... I mean, if they knew that Die Hard was on, they'd be watching it. Will and me going, oh, Mummy, can we watch it? You know, and Philippi going, no, let's have another game of charades. OK, 2 words, sounds like... You can have, but they buy odd presents. They don't buy, but you know, because they are quite rich, they don't buy presents that you would associate with rich people. That's nouveau. So when we were telling you yesterday about the Fortnum Mason's hamper at £6,000, they wouldn't buy that for anybody. What would they do with it? They've got chefs, they've got cooks, and so they buy novelty presents, like whoopee cushions and stuff like that, you know. Of course, they didn't need to worry about too much with certain members of the royal family, because they were whooping their own cushion, I should imagine. But no, so they go for soap on a rope, or probably those fortune-telling fish. They'd like those. You know, you imagine the Queen, look at this is very good, very funny. She'd like things like that. I think so. I've got to go. Have yourself a fantastic day. And I've got a free little bit extra podcast. I have 2 podcasts every day this week. 2. One is my complete show, and the other is my free little bit extra podcast. Do download it, please. Laura Whitmore's seen out with her boyfriend Ian Sterling. I mean, really. And they go out with a photographer. Very embarrassing. People are still complaining that The Crown isn't true to reality. People need to grow up, get over themselves. Alfie Boe and Matt Lucas reunite on the stage on Saturday as the Les Mis concert returned for the first time in 9 months. Breakdancing could be seen as an Olympic sport. I mean, I sometimes wonder whether or not we've completely gone round the bend. And it was on this day in 1980, John Lennon was shot outside the Dakota building. And we still talk about him today, as indeed we should. Mark Chapman, who's now discovered God. I don't think God wants him at all, and that's why we're leaving him in prison. Dawn French reveals she dumped an ex-flame because he was a Tory. And who has the most magical festive film scene? Home Alone. Do you know that film is 30 years old? 30 years old. I was having a little competition with a friend of mine yesterday because I'm suffering in pain at the moment, which I shall tell you about in a moment. I was debating whether to tell you whether I was suffering in pain, and then I thought, nah, sod it, I'll tell you. Because then everybody else will sympathise, hopefully, with a bit of luck, knowing exactly what it is I'm going through, which is not good. Robbie Williams says people wanted to punch him as a teen. I should imagine he was probably very irritated, but everybody got that, didn't they? I mean, you know, when people talk about being bullied at school, everybody was bullied at school. I don't think there was anybody who wasn't bullied at school. Also, Ali Ross, not a fan of I'm a Celebrity. And it does make me laugh, you know, when you read the people who come out of this sort of programme, for which they get paid, actually, a fair amount of money, more money than you and I would ever see in a few weeks. And then then their agents have to start the the process of trying to make out that they're really somebody fantastic, and like Giovanna Fletcher, they were saying, oh, she's going to be the new Oprah Winfrey and be given a chat show. What for? Good God in heaven, if Eamon Holmes can't get a gig, there's no hope for anybody who was in the, I was going to say the jungle. Oh, by the way, the place where they were doing the show in the castle, they've had to start a GoFundMe page because they need the money. Oh, just let it fall apart. Who cares? Who cares? There'll be people who book into it, I suppose. People who go there, oh, this was seen on the television. But I always feel it's a bit mean. They earned about 300,000 quid, but never satisfied. They want more. They want more. Jordan North, who was the one that nobody had heard of, who'd been, on Radio 1 apparently for years and years, but apparently now, according to one of the columnists in one of the papers, only one, I have to tell you, they're lining him up. He's going to be a superstar. They're going to be giving him his own show with an audience, so obviously he doesn't pull an audience, and that's not much use, is it? Commercial radio, he wouldn't survive at all. And it's a case of, he's been floating around. He's called the supply teacher because he's called cover. In the real world, he's the one driving around in his Mini, hoping for the phone call saying, oh, somebody's gone, oh no, they're better now, thank you. Thank you. And so what are they going to do? Fire somebody from Radio 1 and give it... He's not suitable for Radio 2, so he could only do Radio 1. But what are they going to do? If they're going to give him a show with an audience, that obviously means that the show that he's doing doesn't get an audience. In which case, and he also, somebody told me, whether it's true or not, I do not know, that he wasn't first choice for I'm a Celebrity. Somebody else dropped out, and so you ended up with him, which actually didn't make any difference, but he didn't win the thing. He came third. That's called losing. I don't want to make a big deal about losing. But you can't... We're not still with these blooming lollies, are we? Good Lord. So anyway, there is no little bit extra today. No little bit. There is a reason for this. Because for the first time in my life, I've got cystitis, and I've never had it before, and I'm telling you now, I don't want it ever again. It is absolutely... Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. It started the day before, and I thought, oh, don't like this. And anything to do with sort of, illnesses. I can cope with most things. I can cope with 95% of things. But this was something else. And so I spoke to a friend of mine. She said, I know the pain you're going through. Because women immediately say, I know what that pain is like. It is absolutely dreadful. And it's apparently not as common in men as it is in you ladies. Well, I'd never had it before. And it's like weeing glass. It is like pain. It is like pain you have never had before in your life. So in the end, yes, I get home and I thought, right, phone up the surgery and I'll get an appointment. Then suddenly, of course, they're not doing appointments at the surgery. Somebody phones you. And so I said, oh, I think I've got a urinary infection. And I said, at the moment I said the word cystitis, she went, I know what you're going through. She said, every woman I've ever spoken to over the last 2 days has gone, I know the pain. I tell you, I know the pain. I said, you can't imagine. And then the producer, bless his heart, meaning well, not being qualified as a doctor and all that, he sort of said to me, you should go home. I said, and do what? I can't do anything. It's exactly the same. It's still cystitis, whether I've got it here or whether I've got it at home. It's just that here I can moan about it, and at home I've got nobody to talk to about it, so I have to open the front door and start shouting to people. But I'm telling you, and for those people who don't know what it is, in a nutshell, you want to wee, but you can't. And when you do, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time, it's agony. You can be doubled up in pain. So anyway, I then get somebody phoning me from the doctors yesterday. Actually, I'm always grateful for something happening to me because it fills the programme beautifully. Sometimes you think to yourself, what are we going to talk about today? I was going to do William and Kate, and I thought, no, I think cystitis is... more people will identify with cystitis than they will about William and Kate taking reindeer around to go and visit kids in school, who aren't frontline workers anyway. And so she asked me all these different questions. You have back pain, all this. Have you got pains in your stomach? No. Have you had it before? No. Blah, 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 blah. So she said, right, well, they obviously give you somebody to talk to who then goes to the doctor and says, I've just spoken to him, he's got this, this and this. It sounds as if it's cystitis, so you'll have to bring a sample in. Well, of course, of course, I don't have any of these test tubes. So you turn up at the surgery, which luckily is very close to me, and she then gave me a test tube and all the rest of it, and she said, I'll send the prescription round to your chemist. Well, I thought in my naivety, they'll give you the penicillin. I've got penicillin for 7 days. At the moment you take the first one, it vanishes, and you just complete the course. Oh, no, it's still here today as it was yesterday. Except yesterday, I didn't get much sleep. Didn't get a whole lot of sleep yesterday either. And it was a case of every 30 minutes I'm up. And so you just sort of stand there waiting for nothing, but you're doubled up in pain at the same time. So it's a bit of a pain. It really is. And Darren very kindly said that he would actually sort of stay and sort of do an extra hour and all the rest of it. And I thought, well, I can't do anything being at home. I'm not going to achieve anything. I'm going to hit myself over the head with a hammer or something. It's you just have to sort of put up with it. But there'll be loads of people who'll be going, oh, right, we know what that is. But it's funny because every person I spoke to, women, and in fact, I spoke to a friend of mine, actually, and he'd had it as well. He said, he said it hurts. I said, it hurts? Don't tell me about it. I said, I'm quite well aware of how much it hurts. I said, it really is. I said, but I've taken the penicillin, so this is day 2 of the penicillin, and I'm hoping by the end of today, we might actually have it might start easing on the pain bit. That's all I want. That's all. I just want the easing of the pain. It's sort of to get back to normal. And then she said at the end of the 7 days, you'll need to do another wee sample. She said, and then we'll sort of check that one as well. There you are. Somebody said, yeah, Simon says, been there, absolute agony. It says, isn't it? You can't believe it. I couldn't believe it. I thought, where does it come from? I've got no idea. I realise you can pick it up from other people, but that's unlikely. So I've got no idea where it came. It just sort of came, and then somebody said, have you had stress? I said, no. In fact, I'm the least stressful person, apart from the producer going, why don't you go home? Why don't you go home? Go and lie down. So I had to lie down before the programme, which actually, it doesn't make any difference. Because you still wake up and think, I need to go to the toilet. But of course, because you can't, it's a bit of a pain. And then there's a lot of people have said cranberry juice, but there's some reason I can't do cranberry juice, and I have a feeling it's because of diabetes. I have a sneaking feeling. There was definitely something. But even Jackie says drink plenty, and my friend Rich says just drink plenty of water and liquids and stuff like that. But of course, the more water you drink, the more liquid you need to pass through. The idea is flush through your system. It bloody well hurts. And of course, it's not like you do. Sometimes you don't even bother going. Sometimes there's sort of nothing to, I don't know how it works. It really is not very good at all. Not very nice. So a lot of agony today, I'm afraid. So doing the programme, it's like Dr. Footlights. It's a case of, I feel really good. But in fact, yesterday, we started the programme. I didn't tell you yesterday because I thought I'd sort of save it. And we were just going to start the programme. And all of a sudden I thought, I need to go to the toilet. I know I'm going to go through absolute agony, but I need to go to the toilet. So I went to the toilet. So there was no intro at the beginning of yesterday's programme. And today there is no little bit extra. But small price to pay, I think, for getting yourself back in one piece. I just need to know. Somebody will tell me. There'll be a doctor listening or something like that. Because it's always the questions you never ask people. How long before these bloody penicillin kick in? Is it soon? Will it be today? Reggie says cranberry juice is a good remedy. Unfortunately, I don't have any cranberry juice here, and I don't think I can drink cranberry. I have a feeling I can't. I don't know why. And I think it might be something to do with diabetes. But either way, let's just hope that it disappears very shortly. If anybody else is suffering with it, yeah. Mike says maybe you could have stayed at home and Jordan North could have done your cover. There's always one bitter person, isn't there? Always one bitter person out there. Listen, he's only cover. It's like sort of the bridesmaid, but never the bride. Steve, and it doesn't sound pleasant at all, says Dan. It's not. It really is not. I wish I could sort of laugh it off, but you can't. You can't laugh it off. But there is no I don't think there's any cranberry juice in the building. Even if there was, I wouldn't want to sort of risk it. It's all you want to do is go to the toilet. That's all you want to do. It's a blooming nuisance. What else we got for you this morning? 27 ways not to put weight on over... Oh, then I get a phone call this morning from the doctors. Well, it was a recording, because I've got a meeting with the diabetic doctor this afternoon. Well, that's going out the window. I have no intention of... It was only going to be a video conferencing call. I'm going to have to sort of cancel that, because he's just been off for a week as well, so everybody's going down with illness. It's not good at all, is it? IKEA are axing their print catalogue after 70 years. I didn't even know they did one. Did you know that they did one? I mean, people are going to get very, very upset. Andy Ivy, I mean, if it wasn't for the Argos catalogue, the poor boy would have nothing to browse through. It's ideal reading for the bathroom. Isn't it? Definitely. ITV were warned years ago about the shady handling of competitions. They've just been told off again, about 41,000 people. Because, you know, when you do a competition and they do them on the television, they generally run them over Loose Women, This Morning, Ant and Dec, Saturday Night Takeaway, and a few other bits and pieces like that. And then it's a case of, if you don't want to do this and pay however much it is, you can just send in to this address. Well, apparently it turned out that 41,000 people sent into the address, and they didn't stand a chance of winning. So they've been told off again for not being entirely truthful about these competitions. There are so many strict guidelines that you have to sort out. And so, because they were warned years ago, Ofcom have now warned them again. But there's 41,000 people who thought that they were being entered into a competition. It's like years ago, there used to be a competition with a magazine, and they would say, you know, would you like to enter our £1 million draw? Send back in the no envelope if you didn't want to take advantage of this book. And I just assumed they just threw it away. I just assumed nobody ever was going to win, actually. Jay says, agonising like razor blades. Absolutely is like razor blades. Like razor blades. Take paracetamol. I've taken one this morning, and I took one the other day. So 2 to 3 days, says Giles. Oh God, I'm sure I can wait 2 or 3 days. I mean, so today will be day 2, and then hopefully by tomorrow we should start getting better. It's all I want to do, because because you sort of all of a sudden you need to go. It's a case of, I need to go. So the producers lined up all sorts of little bits and pieces. So if all of a sudden you hear something, you think, oh, I wonder what that is. That'll be covering for Steve Allen and his cystitis. But as I say, at least it's a fairly common thing. Not for men. Not for men. For women it is. I don't know why that is. I've got no idea why. Lots of barley water. Don't drink fizzy drinks. I don't do fizzy drinks, which is good news, isn't it? All I want to do is just go to the toilet. I don't ask for much in life. It's a fairly simple request, isn't it? But let's hope that by tomorrow we should be feeling an awful lot better, and I can bounce around, you know, like Tigger on acid. Avoid anything fizzy, orange, blackcurrant and caffeine, as these aggravate the bladder. Cranberry only helps prevent it, says Rose. Shane says, I'm sorry you're in pain. I'm not sort of so much in pain now. It's when all of a sudden you go to the toilet and you think, and then the pain starts. Somebody says, water and more water. It helps flush it out, says Joy. It should kick in a day or two. Blooming well hope so. I hope so. Because you've got no idea. You sort of stand there waiting, and it's an absolute pain. It really is. But never mind. We'll do our best, shall we? We'll do our best. We get through it together, which is the easiest way. Somebody said, hope you don't have a stone. Because I've heard of that as well. You can have kidney stones, but nowadays they shatter them with a laser. It's all done sort of internally. They can do fantastic things. I'm just waiting for the penicillin to kick in. Is that Jackie from Watford's text? Which one? The one I just read out. Wait a minute. Where is it? About it being a step. Yes, it was actually. Yes. Yes, we like the beginning of that one, but that's unlikely. Not going to be happening anytime soon, is it really? She kept saying to me yesterday on the phone, she kept saying, by the way, have you got back pain? I said, no, I had to think about it. She said, you hesitated. I said, well, I had to think of it, have I got back pain? And I haven't got back pain. So it can be all sorts of bits and pieces. But it's sort of, and then you take the penicillin. What does it say on there? Your wee might change colour. Just the kind of thing you're waiting for, isn't it, really? You go, oh, look, I wonder what... Oh, it's like having your own rainbow light system going on. And so it's changed now. It's now gone slightly pinky. Either way, it's still not very pleasant. Still not very pleasant. But isn't it funny that ladies get it more than men do? Men get it, but it's not rare, but it's certainly not as common. So all the ladies know exactly what we're going through. They know exactly. It is horrible. And it lasts, I mean, presumably for the duration of the penicillin. And once you've done the penicillin course and it's cleared it up, which actually normally works for me. I'm normally quite good with penicillin. So Jordan North has revealed he was the last-minute replacement, and so he appeared. He comes from Burnley, which is in Lancashire, isn't it? I know Burnley quite well. I used to stay there actually, but somebody dropped out, leaving him with 2 days to do everything. Very nearly never happened. Why do people want to do it? He said because he does think. He said, am I going to have a career at the end of it? Well, no guarantee yet. There's no guarantee yet. It was the interesting things in the papers where you think, if you worked on the same station that he worked for, and he's the cover, okay, although to be honest with you, I said before, I've got friends who know him, but I'd never heard of him. But that's obviously because I don't really listen to music stations, so it doesn't really help, actually. But it's a case of, they've said, oh, you know, they're going to give him something with an audience. And I remember thinking, what, so he hasn't got an audience at the weekend, and they're going to take somebody's show away from them and give it to him? Why would they do that? It's like the other day we had a bit with Eamon Holmes and Ruth, and somebody said, oh, you know, they're still very upset about the way that they were dropped. They weren't dropped. They just decided to have a change, which happens all the time. I mean, it's not like some people. They only manage a few sort of weeks, months, year, couple of years, something like that, and then they move on, and everybody just accepts it. It's not nice. They had 13 years of it, and it was a good run, and they decided they wanted to try something different. Perhaps they're sick. Who knows? Alison Hammond might sort of actually be able to produce a bigger audience. We don't know. We really do not know. And then they said, but they did feature on ITV's Christmas message. They do a montage of all the things on ITV, and I thought, yeah, because and that would have been filmed weeks ago. If they hadn't featured on there, they'd have gone, wait a minute, why do we not feature on the ITV thing? So they would have put them on it anyway. But I bet something like this has been discussed at high levels for a long time. They'd all be looking at different things, you know, to actually, to sort of get people through. You know, it's just the way it goes. It's just the way it goes. And so in the case of Eamon and Ruth, what they obviously thought was, let's put somebody... Bearing in mind, Alison Hammond's been around for about 19 years. It's not like she's only just popped up out of nowhere. She might have been on a reality show, and then Ruth very inadvisedly gave that thing about, you know, we worked our way through the business. That I understand. That's to me like somebody saying, you know... I don't know, actually. I'm trying to think what it would be. Somebody saying, oh, you know, can you do that? Who knows? But at the end of the day, they've decided to have a little bit of a change. They might have made a mistake. We don't know. We really don't know. We have no idea at all as to whether or not this will work, but it's something different to do. It's like LBC. We're constantly having little tweaks. Constantly do a little tweak. And they'll sort of say, oh, we're going to put so-and-so in at the weekend, and they come in. Some people it works over the years, some people it doesn't work over the years. It just depends. And in the case of Jordan, I don't think you can put somebody on the television and all of a sudden they go, oh, right. I mean, obviously his agent's got to try and work because his agent's on a commission, and the agent will be looking for money. But you can't get rid of somebody just to put him on there because there was no evidence on the I'm a Celebrity that it makes him a good radio presenter. Why would that be the case? I could understand if it was a radio presenting programme on the television, but it's not. It was just, let's face it, he threw up on day one. So, not exactly the best thing, but where can you put him? And just supposing you put him on something, and he turns out, you know, nobody's going to be turning on to somebody on the radio because they've seen them on the television. Take my word for it. Take my word for it. I'm in a business where I know exactly how it works. And if you're not huge into somebody on television, you ain't going to like them anymore on the radio. You know, they have to bring something to the table. What can he bring to the table? He didn't demonstrate anything on the programme. I'll read you out what one of the TV critics said. I'm sure in a minute. But it's a case of he's probably perfectly pleasant. But I would hate to think somebody's going to lose their job so they could go, because he's actually got a bit of publicity, we can put him on here. Because he's been there for donkey's years, and so far nothing's happened. So obviously he's a bit desperate for it, and he'll do all the rounds, like, you know, we had the Fletcher family the other day and things like that. And, you know, we're sort of going, oh, she's going to be a chat show host. No, she's not. To go where? If you want a chat show host, you can have Eamon and Ruth back. Perhaps they might... Oh, I watched that BBC programme the other day in the morning with Kim Marsh and somebody else. Oh, dreadful. Dreadful. Honestly, it was like amateur hour. It really was bad. And you know me, I'm a very hard taskmaster when it comes to sort of people on the television who sort of think, oh, I'll just be a presenter. As if anybody could go out there and be a presenter. You've got to bring something to the table. So in the case of Jordan, what's he going to do every time they open the mic? Throw up? Because I don't see anything else. He gets candid about his stint. He spent 3 weeks earning thousands of pounds. What is there to be candid about? There's nothing to be candid about. Let's not over-egg the pudding. That made me laugh. Who was that one that we had on? He was from Chelsea, Spencer Matthews. And he said, I think I'll be a presenter. I thought, what do you mean you think you'll be a presenter? How does that work? You can't just think you'll be a presenter. You either are a presenter and you do it naturally, or you can't. I mean, you're listening to a presenter who can get nearly 30 minutes out of cystitis. You know, itself an achievement. I feel the pain's going already. As usual, you are right. You're absolutely right. If you're diabetic, you're more likely to get cystitis at high levels of sugar in your urine can provide a good environment for bacteria. Well, to be honest with you, I've never had it before in my entire life. Believe you me, I'd remember. Believe you me, I would remember. But definitely not. Try flat ginger beer, says Frankie in Weymouth, and a shot of chili vodka. If I thought alcohol was the problem, believe you me, I'd have no hesitation at all. But I think that I'm hoping by tomorrow. Most people say to me it's the 24, 48 hours, and then the penicillin will start to kick in, and that will be good. And somebody else got it. Somebody else got it. So we'll come around to. By the way, if you've just joined us, this isn't medical hour. I just said I'd mention that now, just in case you think we're sorting out people's medical hours. We're just doing me. But thank you very much. Have your company, 27 minutes to 5. It's Steve Cystitis Allen this morning, saying we're sort of doing medical... It's amazing, actually, how many of you seem to understand this completely and understand the pain. Oh, the pain. Terrible, terrible. And drink loads of water and cranberry juice, sugar-free available, says Susie. I might try the sugar-free thing. I'm hoping by the time we get round to tomorrow, though, that the pain has started subsiding, which would be quite nice. Jackie, a little bit worried about the colour change of the wig. It's not bright pink. Don't worry. It's nothing like that. I'm not sort of day glow as it is. Also, really does help, Steve, but don't worry. And one here says, I thought you might be impressed. My 89-year-old Dad and I listen to you most nights from Saskatoon in Saskatchewan in Canada. Dad's originally from Cairncross in Gloucestershire, immigrated to Canada originally in 62, then returned in 69 to 76, returning to Canada 76. Too many bloody dates. Too many dates. That's like sitting on a swing, isn't it, going backwards and forwards. And Donna says, probiotic yoghurt, drinks, tablet form gives you a much higher dose of the friendly bacteria. I don't want it again, I tell you. You can take paracetamol as well. 48 hours for the antibiotics to kick in, says Mike in Berkshire. That's what they said. 24 to 48 hours. 24 to 48 hours. And, Steve, I've just finished work and I was craving a McChicken sandwich. Got to the order window. They gave me coffee, chicken dippers and a cheeseburger. I think somebody's in a zombie state, however. I did offer to take it off their hands. They're open at this time of the morning. Where are they open at this time of the morning? Lord above, I could eat chicken dippers now. I'm eating a lot of chicken at the moment. I don't know why. There's no particular reason for that at all. But and then somebody said, I've lost the blooming thing, is it? Somebody says it's much easier for men to get it. Oh, right. My wife Gillian says Peter is now a member of the Groovy Gang and listens to you. She fell asleep outside the house. Oh, lots of these stupid things, honestly. They do annoy me. You click on something to read it, and then you just sort of gear yourself up to it, and then the blooming thing vanishes again. So she fell asleep outside the house on Sunday, fractured her hip, it's not sleeping too well. So there you go. So she fell asleep and fractured her hip. What God's name is she doing when she's asleep? Ridiculous, honestly, these people. Somebody else gets this as well. Abdominal pain. And an enlarged prostate. You see, I haven't had any abdominal pain or anything like that at all. I'm sort of, it's just the weeing. Just the weeing. Let's have a quick look. Apparently Tom Hanks had the same problem in the film The Green Mile. Actually, I liked The Green Mile. I thought it was a very good film, actually. I had no idea that Tom Hanks got it as well. And another one here. Anything that causes pain happens. It really makes you appreciate what living without pain is, says Anthony. Absolutely. Oh, don't listen, believe you me. I've spent a lot of time with sort of things like that. But we're doing all right. Listen, we're all sort of keeping going. And somebody else talking about flat drinks. Flat drinks. Shane says, I always meant to ask you, I was watching Britain's Got Talent, the theatre where they film it. Is it in London? I couldn't tell you, actually. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know where they film Britain's Got Talent. I really have no idea. I mean, I don't think it's a TV studio. I'm pretty certain it is actually a theatre, in which case you can use them, most of them, at big old cinemas. The big old cinemas have actually got a stage area, and that seems to work quite well. Did we find out if the other one was sort of regular? The one we looked at? No. Oh, what a shame. So exciting, actually. I was looking forward to doing that one. And so I'll try and find out for you, Shane, but don't hold out too much hope, because I think they moved the location around for filming. That's what I think. Split equally between the Palladium and Manchester's The Lowry. You know why the Lowry? You know what Lowry? Do you know who that is? Chris Lowry. It might as well be. No, L.S. Lowry. And he painted matchstock men and matchstick cats and dogs. Have you ever heard of Lowry? No. A painter, yes. Very famous painter. Very famous. He did The Tiny People, yes. Yes, that's why it's called The Lowry. That would be the clue. We had this the other day. I mentioned something and Luke looked at me completely blank. Oh, I must thank somebody. I don't know who it is. They've sent me in 3 elves on shelves. I've got one, Corey's got one, and Luke's got the other one, which is very nice, isn't it? So Corey's been entrusted to pass on the elf on a shelf to Luke. He's now manfully straddling the microphone. Now he's not. Now he's fallen on the desk. Now, it's really not your sort of thing at all, is it, really? Perhaps he can go on your tree. I gave Luke some lollipops the other day. Not lollipops, little candy twist things to go on the tree. Got about 4 boxes of them. And he bought me, which was very nice, he bought me series 1 and 2 of The Crown. So I've got that to look forward to. Unfortunately, with the pain and the agony, you only get 10 minutes in when you need to go to the bathroom again. We don't really achieve very much. Steve, Britain's Got Talent is filmed in the Apollo Theatre in Hammersmith. Oh, right. OK. There's going to be a major fight. Fight! It's going to be like that, people trying to sort things out. Tina Turner on the secrets of her happiness. She's 81. 81! And, which is good. And Lee says, have you tried... Thank you. Somebody said a hot water bottle's quite good for something like that. So I might, so you sort of straddle a hot water bottle or cuddle a hot water. I might have to do that, actually. I know, it's strange enough, I nearly bought a hot water bottle the other day. It looked quite comforting, and I thought, I think I might buy a hot water bottle. And then I didn't, and I wish I blooming well had done, because it might have sort of eased the pain a little bit. And somebody says, Steve, I've had cystitis twice, and I'm a bloke. It's like peeing through the gates of hell. It certainly is. It certainly is. You can't imagine, can you, all these things going on inside your body. You thought the good Lord, when he invented us, he would have come up with something a little bit easier so we can work it out. So if something doesn't work, you just literally open a flap, take it out, put it to one side and zip yourself up again. But definitely not. George, thank you very much indeed, has recommended some capsules. I can't recommend capsules on the programme. I could talk about cranberry juice and light cranberry juice and stuff like that. But when it comes to actual medicine, I can't do it, because then people say, oh, that might work for me, but it might not work for somebody else. So we have to go to the doctors. That's the best thing. And, Steve, I cured my cystitis years ago, says Connie. It was perfumed and soapy shower gel that gave it to me in the first place. Really? Well, I don't have any... I do have shower gel. I mean, how can you have a shower gel that's not soapy? I like a shower gel, actually. And Steve here, says Hannah, I've had the same as you recently with a couple of other symptoms. The cranberry sachets aren't cutting it, and you've inspired me to call the GP. Absolutely call the GP. Absolutely. If they can get you on penicillin... Although, do you know the only thing she never asked me? She didn't ask me if I was allergic to penicillin. Although she might have done in a hazy phone call. They normally have to say, are you allergic to penicillin? I did say to her, I'm diabetic. But the funny thing was, I had a urine test, big blood test, only a short while ago. And she checked on the computer. She said, no, it's all fine. Blooming not. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Good luck to all the people who are going to get their vaccine today. I wish I was one of you. And there's a load of other people who want them too, because we want next year, please God, to be very nice. I've had some lovely Christmas cards. Thank you very much indeed. And happy Christmas love from all the members of the original Facebook Spikers group to Steve and the Groovy Gang. And they managed to find a picture of Auntie Enid, and there's a bottle of Prosecco, very nice looking bottle of Prosecco, one of the Groovy Gang glasses with "Have a very Merry Christmas." Thank you very much indeed. That's a large card. We like a large card. We're very much into things like that. We'll tell you what, Nick Ferrari is doing on his programme a little bit later on this morning. And what else we got? Oh, Dawn French revealed she dumped an ex-flame because he was a Tory. Maisie Smith, you know, the one who's they're desperately printing stories about to trying to make her of interest to people. It ain't happening. It really isn't. And Anne Hegarty brands an ex-UKIP leader an idiot because he said the vicar of Dibley was a Satanist. I mean, where are these people coming from? Where are they coming from? Also, Jeff Bezos is going to help with the first woman on the moon. The way I feel at the moment, you could take me up to the moon. I'd be more than happy. And the Christmas recipe list grows and grows. And William and Kate are trotting around the country on a train, meeting school children. First of all, they had to suffer with Shakin' Stevens singing them off at the station, which I'm sure he was miming. It sounded too perfect, I think, even for Shaky. And then they go and visit school children. I thought they were visiting frontline people who've helped out. What are school children to do with it? I don't quite understand what they're doing it for, but there you go. And what else have we got? Oh, Rita Ora again. Another cock-up, honestly. She becomes more stupid by the day. I hope that her fans are sort of going, I don't think we'll be taking any notice of what you tell us what to do. Have you ever heard of the reality star Sophie Haboo? No, nobody has. You've heard of her. Oh, of course you would, have you, the age. Made in Chelsea. Who's her boyfriend? Here we go. Come on, who's the boyfriend? Come on, you know him. He's got blonde hair. Yeah, he's Jamie Lang. The one who isn't heir to anything at all. It was just a good story to put out. But Sophie is watching him. She's from Made in Chelsea. And he's had a hair transplant, I think. He's certainly had something done. It's, 1 minute he had no hair, then the next minute, ta-da! It sort of magically appeared, which I thought was quite good. I'm a Celebrity's campmates sang tunes by the Beatles, Queen and Disney to hide their gossiping, as they knew the show bosses couldn't get permission to air the songs. It's not a case of they don't get permission to air the songs. It's a case of you have to log it, and you have to pay. But Jordan North says it was you have to get permission to air the songs. No, they don't. All they have to do, because the company that made I'm a Celebrity will be registered for performing rights, and it can cost quite a lot of money. I mean, really costs quite a lot of money. So that's the only reason. It's got nothing to do with having to get permission to use a piece of music on a programme. All you do is you log it, as indeed they would log music on your show. And if I was playing music, I'd have to log it. But we don't play music. Nice to have your company. Pete says, I had a strange experience. I fell asleep listening to LBC last night. About half an hour ago, I started to wake up that I was dreaming I was on stage with Rick Mayall. Good Lord above. There's a strange dream. Very strange dream. It says, I don't know why, as I'm not an actor. And I was stood beside him talking about cystitis and cranberry juice to the theatre audience. Only this programme. More on dreary old Maisie Smith. God, blimey, you ever known such an attention seeker? It's beginning to look so sad now. And this time, apparently, she's revealed she was insecure about her body. Yes, as we've known, darling, every single day when you get all your bits and pieces out for us, that's a great insecurity. And then Khloe Kardashian said she had great legs. I'm drooling over yours. You're gorgeous. It's obviously a fake site. And Maisie then writes back, thanks, chicken. Thanks, chicken. What does that mean, for God's sake? What, do you think Khloe Kardashian's Kentucky or something? What's that? Thanks, chicken. But also we've had her mother saying, oh, she's very this and she shouldn't. And I was saying she should be taken out of the programme. She's quite clearly not, not there, but she's obviously loving every bit of it. But it's not working, dear. There's too many other people coming out of programmes now. You're way down the list. Way down the list. So, joining Team GB at the Olympics, breakdancing. Breakdancing. I can understand most things, but this competitive breaking street dance style has been added to the final lineup at the Paris Games in a bid to attract a younger audience. Yeah, but the trouble is most of the people who do breakdancing aren't young anymore, are they? They've all moved on. They've all moved on a bit now. I didn't know people still did breakdancing. It's like I'm always surprised when I'm standing at the bus stop and there's somebody about 40 years old standing there holding a skateboard, if you please. And you think, where do you use that? Where do you use that at your age? I'm assuming perhaps they go to sleep on it or something. Nobody does skateboarding anymore now. That's so dated. Everybody's got their own rocket ships to the moon. We've moved on a bit. Mark Wright had his car stolen from the drive yesterday while he was inside the house. Hilarious. He pleaded for witnesses, but he and the police were able to follow the car because it had a tracker. They got it back within an hour. Apparently it ended up in Ilford in Essex. How appropriate. And He said, the car was just this second stolen off my drive while we're home. Unbelievable. Harry Kane's Range Rover was stolen last month. What's the trouble? You drive a car like that, somebody's going to come and nick it. You want a car like mine, Mark? Nobody goes near them, which is much better. William and Kate meeting COVID-19 hero workers. And I don't really understand what this is for. I don't want to be a bit mean about it, but what is the point of... Does that make anybody feel better when Kate and Wills turn up? Or is this their sort of good deed for the day? You know, as I say, they had to suffer, poor little souls, with Shakin' Stevens singing at the station. Ali Ross says here, you'll like this. Always makes me laugh, actually. Always makes me laugh when I sort of criticise the TV programme. Somebody goes, oh, you're very bitter, very jealous. Which, of course, is nothing could be further from the truth. I've never been jealous of anybody in my entire life. And this one says, I'm a celeb, by Ali Ross in The Sun. I'm a celeb schmaltz fest ended with a victory for somebody called Giovanna Fletcher, second place for somebody else called Jordan North, and Vernon Kay claiming I'm over the moon with third place. But then he also described Ruthie Henschel as a tonic and said Beverly Callard didn't need a facelift. So I take everything Vernon said with a large pinch of salt. I mean, honestly, you have to laugh, don't you? I think it's very funny. And what else we got? Oh, it's all the people who are trying now to find work from the I'm a Celeb. Because if you remember Shane Ritchie told us that he'd run out of money. He'd run out of money, went in there because if there's no work in the business, and bearing in mind, not everybody in show business, I think at any one time, I think it must be the only business where more than 70% are unemployed. And this would have been the time that they'd be earning money. Because it's pantomime season, they would be earning good money. But unfortunately, they're not. So lots of people who've come off the television. I think Shane came off EastEnders. He was due to go into pantomime. But, of course, no pantomime. So, no money. And if you've got a house and you've got children and you've got expenses and you've got living and you've got a mortgage to pay and food to buy and presents to get and a tree to get, and all of a sudden that's taken away, what are you supposed to do? So that's why it's so important that we get this vaccine sorted out and we try and get it to as many people as possible. You know, and so we stand a chance next year of having a really super-duper Christmas. I'm going to go mad next year. Absolutely madly crackers. Also, Tipping Point, one of the worst quiz shows of the entire television series. I mean, it really is. I don't know how many they record in a day, but even poor old Ben Shepherd's looking a bit tired with the whole thing. When you get people on there, the question was, famous for carrying a weaponised umbrella. Annalise said, Bzz. Yes, Annalise. Mary Poppins? I mean, seriously, where'd you get people that stupid from? She's obviously related to Rita Ora. OK. And wearing a tuxedo, the Batman villain, Oswald Cobblepot, is better known as the Penguin. Oh, dear, honestly. The TV quiz. Who said the following and where? OK, little quiz for you this morning. This is one of the nicest Manchester tarts I've ever tasted. Was the answer Phil Vickery on This Morning, Matt Lucas on the Great British Bake Off, or Wayne Rooney on Gary Neville's Soccer Box? They love to have a good dig, don't they? No, I think you'll find actually it was Phil Vickery probably on This Morning. I don't think I've ever had a Manchester tart. Seen a few, but I don't think I've ever had one. I don't think so. Mind you, what's the matter now? What are you looking at? No, they're nice. They look lovely, don't they? I brought some fruit in today because I was thinking, being a healthy person, I brought some satsumas in. Would you like some satsumas? Okay. Well, when we go to the news, you can have your very own little packet of satsumas. Because I found the little satsumas in Waitrose, but these are slightly bigger. So for your, mouth, they're sort of a godsend. Because you won't get a whole satsuma in your mouth. Little ones you probably could have done. Also, another picture of Victoria attention-seeking Beckham going out there wearing another ludicrous outfit. Where do they get these outfits? Who buys them? That's what I want to know. They go here, Victoria Beckham loves being in the red, despite a net worth of over 350 million. I think you find most of that's Dave's. I don't think she's been particularly successful. I don't think her business has turned a profit yet. And here she is. She's 46 now, heading to the 50s. Ridiculous sunglasses, don't suit her at all. And she's wearing a dress with frilly collar and cuffs. She looks like she's sort of a reject from Mary Poppins, circa 1964. But apparently it's Dave's favourite colour, red. She's lovely, isn't it, really? And what else we got? IKEA axing their catalogue. Do you know, I didn't even know that IKEA had a catalogue. I've seen the Argos catalogue. I quite like looking through that, but I wouldn't keep it at home. Isle of Wight, the beach, a monolith's turned up. Well, there must be CCTV cameras. Somebody must be seen putting these things out there. You know, because there's now been a few of them. And I'm beginning to wonder whether or not, you know, it's some art installation that we're not privy to. I don't mind. I just wish people would tell you the truth. Makes it a lot easier, doesn't it? Rita Ora, given short shrift by her millions of fans. Well, she's an idiot. Twice she's broken the COVID rules. Twice. What an idiot. What a pathetically stupid person. And your mother, God help us, works for the NHS. And she was criticising people who sort of crowd everywhere. That time you sort of picked on your own daughter, the idiot of all orders, because of all daughters, because she comes back from this thing in Egypt or Dubai or wherever it was she was going for a huge amount of money, which she's going to donate to charity. Of course you are, dear. You need to dig yourself out of this hole very quickly. And then she goes straight to that party. Again, illegal. Shame. Very bad, very bad. What else we got here? It's another picture of little Rebecca Vardy. The attention-seeking but dull and plain Rebecca, arriving as an elf at Dancing on Ice training, luckily with her own photographer. She obviously must be paying a fortune for this. Also, the that's right, on day of £175 million jackpot, one mum's amazing story of kindness. Did anybody win the 175 million? I can't remember. I'm not sure. We shall find out, actually. But this couple won 114,969,775 pounds. And they've given away so far about 60 million quid. They've got a very ordinary house. It's very nice. It's a 5-bed in the northeast. And also, after they announced that they were going public with their win, they were caught up in a con. After they'd announced they intended to help 50 friends and family, scammers began sending out phishing emails pretending to be the lottery winners. Francis says, I was shocked at how quickly people were getting emails, supposed to be from us, asking them for their bank details so I could send them money. Oh, the sick people out there. That was the old joke about the lottery, isn't it? We won the lottery. What do we do about the begging letters? Oh, keep sending them. Keep sending them. But anyway, the National Lottery got that sorted and taken down almost immediately. Can you believe that there are people like that? Oh, hi, it's so-and-so. We just won all this money. We'd like to help you out. Send us your bank details. We'll transfer money to your account. Luckily, nobody fell for it. These people should be taken and put in prison for a long, long time. Brussels sprout farms are reaping a bumper Christmas crop, so don't believe anything that you ever read in the papers going, oh, there's going to be a shortage of sprouts this year. There isn't. There really isn't. There's no shortage of sprouts. Aldi, they've got 6 mince pies for £1.39 pence. £1.39. The other day they were doing them really cheaply for mince pie. I mean, you can't make them for this price. Oh, in a minute, as Corrie marks 60 years, 2 looks at the changing times from 1960 to 2020, and the twists and turns. How many births, weddings, deaths, barmaids, licensees? How many people playing the same character? That's a fairly interesting one. All of that to come. Morning, trying to make light of cystitis this morning. Won't hear many radio programmes going, oh, the presenter's got cystitis. Steve, however bad you think Tipping Point is, it doesn't come close to the train wreck that is the winning combination. And don't even get me started on the wheel and the wall. Oh, the wheel. Oh, the wheel is Michael McIntyre's, isn't it? Which apparently is a total disaster. Shane says, I can't wait to get vaccinated. We start in March. Oh, blimey. Oh, you've got to wait a little bit of time for that one. It's Mikey in South Norwood. They're not monoliths, says Paul. Lith means stone. These are all metal. No, they're not. Oh, no, they're not. I'm ahead of you on that one. They're wood. Covered with glass. Covered with mirrors. So they're monoliths. Thank you. Letter of apology, please. Signed by both your parents. Yes, so they aren't made of metal. People think they are, but they're not. There's some bloke here, and it's a mirrored monument. It's a mirrored monument. And they dug down, discover it's wood covered with glass bits, because there was a rumour, wasn't there, that they've come from outer space, which, of course, is a load of old baloney. They don't come from outer space at all. First they were in Utah, then Romania, California and Pittsburgh, and right now, this one is on the Isle of Wight, I think. Isle of Wight. Very exciting for them. They look lovely. They do look... I don't know why people just don't leave them there and sort of go, well, that's it. That's an art installation. So much it... The producer thinks they look like obelisks. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Why would you be making a contribution to that? Ridiculous. Carol says, many years ago we used to have buttered Brazils. Oh no, they're still available. I can remember buttered Brazil. Do you remember buttered Brazil nuts? No, you probably don't. And if you're going to dribble, do it properly. They were sort of like a Brazil, and then covered with that sort of, it was like sort of a golden, golden sort of colour over the top of it. As you bit into it, they were quite, well, if somebody can tell me where you get them from now, Carol from Woodhall Spa would be very grateful. I remember those very, very well indeed. Very sweet, but very nice. It was a way of eating nuts, wasn't it, if you weren't a nut eater. Steve, just heard about your cystitis, says Joanna. And if you can keep your bladder area warm. And how do you propose we do that during the programme? The producer does not have a hot water bottle. I'm going to go and buy a hot water bottle today. I was supposed to be doing the doctors this afternoon, but to be honest with you, I'm going to have to cancel it and save it till next week. I'm not feeling in the right frame of mind. Thank you very much indeed. And Steve, if ever they do the weakest link, you have to be the host as Antoinette and just see your response at some of the stupid answers. I mean, but some people they're just so dim. I mean, I'm really rude about it. But how do they ever don't they do like a test to find out if you're sort of suitable for it? I mean, of course, in this studio, totally waste of time. I've tried it with Corey and with Luke, and sometimes they don't even know what I'm talking about. They really don't. It's ridiculous. Steve, unfortunately, once over the age of 60, things start going wrong with the human body. It's like a car getting older with high mileage. Oh, that's right. Pick on poor diabetic. And a lot of people explaining to me why women get cystitis more than men do. Whatever it is, it's blooming painful. Doesn't matter who it is. You know, it really is. It's not pleasant at all. So I'm hoping that by tomorrow or later on today, we've started to sort of get back into relative normality, but I'm not holding my breath on it. So Bob Dylan's entire catalogue of songs has been sold for about 230 million. He's obviously worked out at the age of 79, you can't take it with you, but he's going to have a blooming good try. So you thought he could have left that. It includes everything, Blowing in the Wind, Knocking on Heaven's Door, and so it's quite a nice thing. But I never liked Bob Dylan. I always thought he was the most dreary protest singer I'd ever heard, actually. I like some of his things, but his songs have been covered more than 6,000 times by artists including the Jimi Hendrix Experience and Guns N' Roses. Like a rolling stone, you see, we are the world. Didn't he do that one? I think he did We Are the World, I'm pretty certain. But the answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. I thought that was one of my favourites. I liked all the early stuff. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. But then I like... Who was the one who did about the big yellow taxi? Was that Joni Mitchell? Pick up a parking lot. Ooh, pop, 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 pop. And actually, there was a lovely programme on the telly last night. In fact, it was so lovely. If I hadn't been in so much pain, I might have enjoyed it more. And it was looking at the Andy Williams Christmas shows where he had the Osmond brothers on there, and they had to learn. They said Donnie was saying how tough it was to learn all the songs, and Andy learnt to skate and everything, and they were very popular. He was Mr. Christmas. You know, they'd have the kids on there, his family were on there. Really lovely, really, really lovely. He came over here, and I tried to get an interview, but I think by that time it wasn't going to be happening at all. Steve, I think me and Luke would recommend 6 pints of lager. Right. Who's that? Who's that one there? Who is that person? Who knows Luke? We haven't got Luke now until after Christmas. We've sort of lost him. I think he's working with young Swarbrick on his programmes. Anne says, ask one of the boys to get you a hot water bottle. We don't have any hot water bottles in the building. I wish we did have. I'm going to go and buy one today. Tipping Point says Ed is very good for an afternoon snooze. And Michael McIntyre's dross got turned off after a minute. Yes, I would think that was about how long it lasts, actually. There is an online store called A Quarter of Something. You get every sweet. Yeah, I think they're called buttered Brazils. I think they're buttered Brazils. Have you found it? Have you found it? One. Yeah, on who it is, yes. Oh, right. Oh, have they? Oh, right. Oh, we live and learn, don't we? Honestly, you enjoy your oranges. They're very good for you, aren't they? Especially when you dribble them. It's very exciting. You did dribble. It hung off your mouth. Yeah, that's called dribbling. What do you call it? Goodness sake. So, in Coronation Street, they've had many twists and turns in 60 years. I can't remember when I came in, but I did used to watch it in black and white. They've had, these are the statistics, 57 births, 131 weddings, 146 deaths, 66 barmaids, 30 barmen at the Rovers, 20 licensees of the Rovers, 8 actors playing Amy Barlow, 7 playing her Uncle Peter, 7 weddings by one character, Steve MacDonald, 58 named animals, including Chesney's Great Dane Schmeichel, 2 disasters from the same viaduct. That was a freight train crash in 1967 and the tram tragedy in 2010, and 171 awards. It's still going, though, and they've now built the Close. You can see them all there, streetcars, the Platt's house, Underworld, the Undies factory, the Webster's garage, the cabin. The cabin, it's interesting. When you see all these sort of places, I appreciate the fact that people love this kind of thing. I personally couldn't give a toss either way. But I like watching it, but I'm now used to whenever you see somebody in the upstairs window of a house. Years ago in Coronation Street, you knew they were standing on a ladder looking out the window. It must have been highly dangerous. But they looked out of the window. Now they've actually brick-built places because they've got to last. In 1960, they had the railway viaduct. I mean, you could see it's all done in a studio. Albert and Ken's kitchen, the Rovers, and Albert Tatlock's house, the home of Ken Barlow. It was all good stuff, wasn't it? I loved all the characters. I thought they were great. I thought they were really great, which is very nice. Nick Hewer has done 10 years of Countdown, and he says, I've decided it's a good time to step down. He said, at the end of my contract in the new year. He's in his 77th year. It'll be his 10th year hosting the great British institution that's Countdown. I think it's time to smell the flowers and get a dog. Yes, I think so. But who will replace him? Oh, we can give it to Jordan North. He's obviously going to be the new talent, isn't he, on the block? He won't be getting that. So that's the trouble, you see. I mean, you could give it to Eamon Holmes. But to be honest with you, I don't know whether or not that's, I don't know, really. Rylan? Oh, God, no, they wouldn't give it to anybody. It's got to be somebody with gravitas. You can't go from Nick Hewer and all the people who've done it to some sort of, reality person. That wouldn't be very good at all, would it? I don't know who could do it. I'm looking at some of the people on Blankety Blank, and oh look, we're back with Jimmy Carr, Sue Perkins. It's Bradley Walsh doing it. Do you know, I really cannot get over the fact that I'm now strangely drawn to it. I wish I wasn't, because whenever I watch Bradley and the chase, I saw the new bloke the other day. I didn't rate him that much, but I can't get over the fact that Bradley is not very tall. And you only realise it when you see him standing next to other people, and you suddenly realise that he isn't very tall at all. At all. And I remember thinking to myself, isn't that funny? It never even crossed my mind until somebody wrote into me and said, he's 5'6" or whatever he is. And I remember, is he? Well, it seems to work on television. See, television likes people. In fact, actually, I don't think it's too good to be too tall on television. Unless you're Where are you going now? Unless it's Richard Osman. And Richard Osman is tall. He is very, very tall. Very, very tall. And so you've got Bradley. He's also starring in the Doctor Who Christmas special. And the Blankety Blank Christmas special will air on BBC One on Christmas Day and is set to be the channel's highlight. So they're all filmed. All their stuff is filmed now. Now, whether or not it's with an audience or it's not, but I don't know who the other people are. There is a picture of them, but I can't really tell who they are. Nobody looks particularly exciting. I mean, I don't mind Sue Perkins and Jimmy Carr, but Jimmy Carr's on just about everything, isn't he? Is this him showing off his new Botox and everything else? Also, Steve, if you don't have a hot water bottle, put a towel or a jumper in the microwave, then roll it over you to warm your extremities. Ooh, do you cut Christmas pudding with scissors? Don't have Christmas pudding, Trevor. Don't have it. I mean, I don't know anybody who eats Christmas pudding now. It looks lovely. But it's not the kind of thing I would... I mean, sometimes I think, that'll be nice. It's very rich. You don't need a lot of it. And it goes better with the booze, doesn't it? Something like that. But I'm not too sure about Christmas... And it's got to be hot. I do like a hot Christmas. I don't like cold Christmas pudding. And then something at brandy butter? No, thank you. I can't think of anything worse. What a dreadful waste of brandy to put it into something like that. No, just squirty cream or ice cream or custard... Anything. If you do it with custard, it's even... That's delicious. That is absolutely delicious. Steve from Pete, new Countdown host. Gemma Collins. I've got a 7-letter word. Cat. Oh, dear. You could replace Nick on Countdown. Wouldn't you like to work with Rachel Riley? She's very slim. She's very slim. Yeah, you don't have to do a lot if you're the host. You just have to go and so. I'd have to start vetting the people in Dictionary Corner. You know, there's some people who've been in it too many times. We'll have to find some new people. Sunil says, big shout out to my nephew who's driving to work and will only listen to your show. Is this the 10-year-old nephew? He's driving again to work, which is quite good. And somebody said, oh yeah, we've had all those jokes about Dubai, thank you, which are very good. And it's the buttered Brazils that we can't find this morning. We cannot find the buttered Brazils. She may have a reputation as one of telly's cuddliest judges, but one of Bake Off contestants Laura Adlington and Lottie Bedlow suffered a severe Prue Leith scolding that had to be cut from the show. I mean, what, did they cry or something because they were told off for being on a show? I've never really liked it. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Absolutely ridiculous. But Stephen Bear has hit back after his ex, Georgia Harrison, accused him of making a secret CCTV tape of her and showing it to friends. Dear, why do people do these things? Why do people do them? But anyway, back to little Jordan North, gearing up to be the headmaster. He's been the supply teacher for ages. In fact, he's been the supply teacher, but nobody knew about him. But they say, as far as Jordan is concerned, the sky is the limit now, as he appeals to everyone. He didn't win. He was third. So his profile's going to be raised massively, and they're going to get him a more coveted spot on the air. What for? Because he threw up on a television programme. Good Lord above, honestly. It says he was the rank outside. He nearly didn't make it, actually. His biggest fear is snakes. Who cares? He's a radio presenter. I mean, I'd be more worried if they said he was allergic to a microphone. You know, something like that. And you go, oh, that actually gets... Sandy Toksvig could do it, but she can't. She's got QI. Can't put her on too many other things. But you're right. I mean, she would be very, very good. But Susie Dent... No, she's in Dictionary Corner. Can't move her over. No, you can't. No, you won't. No, it's at the start. Just because you've obviously got, a bit of a thing for Susie Dent on the programme, Corey. Goodness sake. I mean, to be honest with you, if Sandy hadn't been doing QI, I'd have recommended Sandy Toksvig. See, Blankety Blank was filmed with a virtual audience because I was in it. Bradley was very funny, but most of it won't make the edit as it was very rude. Yes, I can well imagine that would be very rude. I've seen these reality audiences. I'm not sure how they work. I've seen the Ellen DeGeneres one. And that's awful. It just doesn't work. It really doesn't work. They need to get back to having, proper audiences. But it's this sort of Jordan, apparently. As far as he's concerned, the sky is the limit. He appeals to everyone. No, it doesn't. That's why he didn't win. Loads of episode over Christmas of Mr. Bean. It must be the cartoon version. They're all repeats. I wonder how much of the other stuff is repeats. So you've got James Martin, poor soul, the other day. He was on This Morning. And they do their quiz thing, and they got some bloke who came from Leicester, and they said, and for an extra bit of money, blah, 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 who is the chef on the show today? And it cut to James Martin. He had no idea who he was. Not a clue. They went, it's, they were trying to give him sort of hint, and he didn't have the... Even when they actually gave him the first name, he still wasn't any wiser with the second name. You thought he would have heard of James Martin. Poor soul, I feel very sorry for him. How about Spencer Matthews, says Roger, to host Countdown? Dear, I don't think so. He's got that sneering kind of look, hasn't he? It just doesn't work on the television. It's a bit like watching, not John Turode, the other one, Greg, somebody, the one with that, Greg Wallace, that creepy smile. Hello, Clary. It's a bit like that, isn't it? Like, ooh, not sure. Ian says, ever since I've been listening to you, I've got into the DVD bug. I've got over 2,000 in over 2 years, and I can't stop buying them. Yes, I mean, I've been fairly good with not buying loads of DVDs. I'm trying to be a little bit better, because I do have thousands. Are you not thinking of chocolate Brazils? No, buttered Brazils. Why would I be thinking of chocolate Brazils if I was talking about buttered Brazils? Says Ringo. And a friend of mine came from a huge family of 12 kids. He swore blind that in 1960, after the youngest was born, they got their first telly. His dad fell in love with Elsie Tanner, and his mum never fell pregnant again. Well, she was the femme fatale, Elsie Tanner of Coronation Street. Oh, yes. Oh, God, was she ever? Oh, blimey, I remember that. Very, very well indeed. But we can't find the celebrity list of Bradley's Blankety Blank. All we've got is Jimmy Carr and Sue Perkins. But, I mean, looking at the picture of Jimmy Carr, because he's had a hair transplant and he's had the Botox and all the other thing, he almost looks a bit unrecognisable. I mean, I'm assuming they got the name wrong. And I'm looking at sort of pictures of people on it and I'm thinking, who are they? I can't see properly. There's a picture of 6 people there, but who they are, Gould alone knows. It'll be somebody off a reality show that you've never heard of. Well, it's a very tiny little picture. Very tiny little picture, but who they are, we have no idea, which is a shame, but never mind. So, I mean, do the kids still celebrate at Christmas in school? Do they still do the nativity play, or have they been banned again? Because if you remember, some years ago, you couldn't film, could you? Because people didn't want their children being filmed, and then some schools went, oh, this is just ridiculous. And so they say here, missing out on grottos and nativities is like cancelling Christmas for our little angels. They look forward to it. I mean, I didn't want to be a shepherd. I had to be one of the 3 kings, and I got to sing the solo. So low you couldn't hear me. But it is the highlight of the school calendar for children. They spend ages getting ready and trying to find out how many tea towels Mum's got at home you can stick on your head and make it look as though you are a shepherd in the fields. I mean, the best bit to Christmas is the build-up. That's what it is, because it's over so blooming quickly. But this poor little girl here, her mother's called Caroline, spelt Caraline, and her daughter, Isabel, it's her first school nativity, but it means she'll miss out on the key development milestone. Caroline, Caroline, he's married to a businessman, Jason. Can't imagine what sort of work they do. But anyway, this year is going to be Isabel's first Christmas production. It's not going to be happening. Which is a shame, isn't it? Because, you know, the kids do look forward to that. I mean, I used to do it. Oh, look. Oh, my goodness me. Oh, you've got it. Where did you find that from, Treasure? You've been looking. Really? So this is the lineup for Blankety Blank, OK? Amelia Fox. Nope. Who's Amelia? Oh, right, OK, related to a lot of songs. Amir Khan, the boxer. Sue Perkins, who I met once, says Corey. Have you got a picture taken with her? Yeah, he showed me. It looked like stalking. Jimmy Carr, Anita Rani of Countryfile fame, and Danny Jones. That's just for the first one. I don't know how many they're actually doing. But, I mean, that doesn't seem too bad. Amir Khan, we're not sure about. And Danny Jones, he doesn't put... Perhaps they all get to that stage where they decide they want to start appearing on television. Like Tom Fletcher's wife, isn't it, really? According to my star signs for today, here we go. Brace yourselves. Pisces, you're a chart chameleon and can be everything to everyone. Loving, helping, encouraging. Now, it's time to put the warmth onto yourself. Hot water bottle. I've got to go and get a hot water bottle today. It says, and also you can give your dreams a chance to shine. If you're in love, Venus shows a partner's journey is ready to be shared. Shan't be boddling with that. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, no, definitely not. Definitely not. Can I thank the person from Sutton Coldfield? Oh, I wish I could remember who you are. Now, I don't know if the name is Christian or Christine. I don't know. I'm hopeless. Why can't people print their names properly? But it's quite beautiful. And we got some lovely chocolates. And we got Pigs in Blankets game. Thank you very much indeed. They're Polish confectionery for you to share with the... I'm not sharing them. Share them with who? What would you've seen the size of the people I work with. We don't want to encourage that kind of thing. Good Lord above. I'll have their girlfriends on me saying, oh, Steve, you're fattening him up. And, oh, no, definitely not. Steve, I put £5 on the new Countdown host being Eamon Holmes. He's popular with the older demographic Countdown audience like Des Lynam was. No, his trouble is he's not. That's why they decided to get rid of him. I don't think he's ever rated. That's the trouble. People keep seeing him on the television, and it's it's one of those sort of things. I don't think he'd be right, actually. He wouldn't be right on it. Definitely not. Giles Brandreth for Countdown. Well, I mean, he'd be perfect. The production team go, yes. Yes. Monica says, I've sent you a link on your Twitter for Brazils. Thank you. Monica's my favourite Jewish cabbie. Hot Sock says it in the stars. Thank you. And you can get buttered Brazils on Amazon, says Lee. Can you show me on Amazon? Show me buttered Brazils on Amazon. I'll tell you whether they're the right ones. They used to come with a piece of sort of waxed paper written, sort of wrapped round each one. They were particularly delicious. I haven't had them for years because it's a bit like toffee around a nut. See, just Brazils, buttered Brazils. No, go down. No, Thornton's Brazil nut toffee. No, special toffee, Fool's Gold. No, Reese's. No, roasted pistachios. No. Well, not that I've noticed. That raw honey looks quite nice, doesn't it? Unheated and unfiltered. Straight from the bee. I haven't eaten honey in donkey's years. Oh, that was it. So we don't have any buttered Brazil. Sorry, not on Amazon. The boys have looked. They've looked, and they go, no. They had a bloke the other day on the television. It was on Ideal World, which I sit there fascinated watching professional salesmen, and they had a bloke demonstrating one of those Julienne things. And, you know, he could only stick to his script. He couldn't do anything else apart from the script of this thing. And then he went on to this Bamix or so, whatever it was. And you could tell that he walked straight out of the Ideal Home Show, because that's what he was doing. Do this, and if you want thin, and it was a learnt script. And he was just demonstrating it, because the poor presenter didn't get a word in edgeways, which actually was to be applauded. The ITV con has been slammed, Daily Star, and also, what was the other bit I like? Oh, Kevin Bacon has appealed for help to find a home for a pig that shares his name. What, bacon? I mean, most pigs are bacon, aren't they? Emma Thompson got a shock at the Oscars when heartthrob Richard Gere eyed up her mum. Yeah, she's got a bit of a bad carbon footprint, hasn't she, Emma? You know, don't do this, and then does completely the opposite, so that wasn't so good. Every corner of the UK has received doses of the COVID-19 jab as Britain's biggest vaccination drive starts today. Good luck to everybody. Enjoy it. And are they going to do a super flu jab? Will it be a combination of the Pfizer and the Oxford? That's what I'd like to see. Oh, look, another picture of dreary old Maisie Smith. My God, you're an attention seeker, aren't you? It's not going to amount to anything, dear. It really isn't. As indeed I'm predicting for Jordan North as well. I think he'll end up still being swing at the weekends. I don't think he's covered the breakfast show, has he? I don't think so. Not as far as I know. Another one. We got some loads of your texts and emails coming in. So more of those in a moment, including the most magical festive film scenes. And I can tell you that Home Alone's Kevin is top of the list. Do you know the house exists? The house that was used for Kevin's parents, because they had the woman on the television and she said that was our house. They rented it, which they do. I thought it was lovely. And Lottie. Sorry, we're having a discussion over what you do in radio if you're working on New Year's Day. You go to bed at about 8 o'clock at night. You don't go partying. How can you go partying? I've seen people. I remember seeing a presenter one year. I won't tell you which station they worked for, but they staggered in the early hours of the morning. And I went, oh, wow, have you been to bed? And I went, no. And they were so ill. And, of course, if you've got a chat show to do, it doesn't work. They spent the whole time with the waste paper basket sitting next to them, and every 5 minutes they were not very well at all. And in the end, they had to go home. And I said, you can't do it. There are certain things you have to give up, and one of them is partying. There's also, who are you going to party with? You haven't got anybody to party with. You live with her. You're probably not allowed to. There won't be any of that sort of, going out doing bits and pieces. You can watch Jules Holland doing a hootenanny. It's the same thing every year, isn't it, Jules Holland? They just sort of bring on some people, and I wish I could play the piano like him. I really wish I could, but I can't. So there's no point in worrying about it. But I can play the recorder, which is very good. Noah says, today I shall be travelling home from university. Hope my train is empty. Well, it won't be. It'll be all the other people travelling home from university, which is quite... it never appealed to me, university, which is just as well, because I didn't get there. Steve, one of the Real Housewives of Cheshire, thinks they have psychic abilities. Yeah, the psychic ability to discover is what they were in a previous life. Most dreadful, what horrible people they are. They really are quite nasty. Quite nasty. Although there were some other housewives of Sydney, Australia. Good Lord above. They were even worse. Even worse. Steve, the Home Alone is located at 671 Lincoln Avenue, Winnetka, Illinois, but the image is blurred out on Google Street, sadly. Yeah, they had the girl who was in the film, and I think she was one of the sisters, who said that was our house. And I thought, what a lovely house. It's been made in cake. Euro lottery is now 175 million. Well, that's what it was last time round. That's what it was. That's what it was. And nobody's won it, is it? How lovely. I've got 5 notifications, so I might have a little bit of money. Unlikely. Might relieve the pain, I think. Somebody thinks Claire Balding. Yes, Claire. Do you know Claire Balding would be very good for it? Very good. And she's not been on the television for a little while. Have you ever had a psychic experience, Corey? No. Unfortunately, Corey doesn't know what a psychic... He thought it was a physic ability. And so you can tell what I'm thinking, yeah. I can tell what you're thinking right now. Yes, you can tell I'm in pain. I've got that look of pain on me. Maureen Lipman would be a good host for Countdown. No, but she was too wrapped up in Corrie. I mean, she could probably do the both. She could, but she'd be very tired, and nothing's worth the money. Nothing's worth the money. And but all the agents would be putting people through. But I think you're right. Claire Balding would be very good. Very, very good. What else we got here today? Jason Manford becomes a secret Santa to help kids, which is lovely. He has to do many good things, of course, after his little debacle on the internet some years ago, which we're all aware of. This monolith has popped up on the Isle of Wight, and there's pictures of it. But if I tell you it's wood and it's covered in glass, then you'll know what it is. They say similar metal structures were spotted. It's not metal. It's not. It's wood. They say it's similar to that monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey. Well, it's not. There'll be an artist doing it, and they'll be taking it out there in a boat, paddling into shore, digging a hole, putting it in there, and then paddling out again. And somebody somewhere will see them. Somebody somewhere will see them doing it, and then they'll give the game away, and they go, oh, I couldn't possibly comment on it. And we'll all have to go, oh, right, OK. 40,000 viewers entered ITV competitions. They had no chance of winning. Competitions on Good Morning Britain, Lorraine, This Morning, Loose Women, Ant and Dec Saturday Night Takeaway, and The X Factor, the band, were all ruled to have broken broadcasting rules. Ofcom said in all cases, some viewers who participated using the postal entry route had no chance of being selected to win. But of course, you didn't have to pay for that. That's why people entered. The number of viewers affected between 2016 and 2019 was 41,252. That gives you an idea of how many people... Because what they're looking at, when they have these programmes and they say, right, the quizzes, and you could win £100,000, 2 cars, hang gliding and all that kind of stuff, they need to take in a lot of money. And once they've actually covered the money, then the rest of it is profit. MP Julian Knight, who chairs the Digital Culture, Media and Sport Committee, said it is beyond belief one of our major broadcasters failed to follow proper procedures over a period of 3 years, with more than 40,000 people duped into believing they had a chance of winning. So phone, text and online entries usually charge a premium rate, while those entering by post pay only the cost of a stamp. ITV says the issue is due to human error putting data into a spreadsheet. Angry viewer Diane tweeted, I've spent a small fortune posting in entries. What's the recompense to viewers who do postal entries? I should imagine nothing. I don't know how they're going to work that one out. Also, the minimum age to play the National Lottery will jump from 16 to 18. What are you going to have to do? You're going to have to produce evidence that you are of the right age to actually sort of play the lot. Nobody's ever asked me. Steve, I presume Nick Abbott's doing a festive run of shows over the Christmas period. I don't know, actually. I really don't know. You know. Oh, you know. He is. Is he? Oh, he is. OK, right. How do you know these things? You couldn't find Buttered Brazil, so there's no point. How do you know this thing about Nick Abbott? You don't know. Yeah, you do know quite a lot of things. Most of them totally useless to this programme. But at least it's a start, isn't it? Very shortly we'll have sort of Corey, The Secret of My Happiness, after Tina Turner did it at the age of 81. So William and Kate heading off around the country. Loads of pictures in the papers there, them sort of greeting school children and things like that. 27 ways not to put on weight over Christmas. Don't eat. New electric cars get green number plates, or something else to try and confide with. Oh, and I've got Christmas cracker jokes. The best ones are 2020. You'll like these. You'll like these a lot. And the children who hatched 12 chickens from a box of eggs bought at M&S. 12 chickens. How much do you think they just go out and buy eggs that happen? I mean, because I don't know how these things actually happen. They hatch 12. Who wants 12 little chicks running about all over the place, you know? Ridiculous. Tina Turner. Oh, well, I shall do that that list, actually, the most magical festive film scenes. Because we've all got favourite film scenes, haven't we, that we enjoy watching, which was lovely. Oh, look. Strictly Judge Shirley Ballas has told how school bullies yanked her hair and gave her a black eye. See? Everybody was bullied at school. Everybody. You know, if you were remotely different from anybody else, like, you know, you had sticky out ears, ginger hair, glasses, freckles, too tall, too short, too fat, too thin, everybody got bullied. There's always somebody who'd be taking the mick out of you. Absolutely. Always. Here are all the people. Here, not the only star, John Lennon, to be shot dead. And 40 years ago, since John Lennon was murdered. This was leaving millions of fans mourning. And he's a crazed fan. And this is Mark Chapman. Mark Chapman. After he was shot, I mean, he was shot 4 times in the back. You know, I thought that they had the death penalty in America. Obviously not, but Mark Chapman wants to be released. He's apologised now. Unfortunately, apologies just don't cut it, do they? No, not for me either. Sam Cooke, known as the King of Soul. Another Saturday night and I ain't got nobody. Mystery surrounds his sudden death aged 33 in 1964. Police were called to the Hacienda Motel in Los Angeles where they found his dead body. He'd been shot through the heart. Manager Bertha Franklin claimed to have shot him in self-defence after he'd stormed into her office wearing only a jacket and a shoe and demanding to know where a woman he'd brought to his room had gone. Well, Marvin Gaye, of course. He had a troubled relationship with his own father, who'd beaten him as a child. Marvin Sr. was a hard-drinking disciplinarian, preacher, always the way. I mean, Marvin was struggling with drug abuse and debt and sharing a house with his parents. He was the father, actually. He was given a 6-year suspended sentence, died aged 84. Tupac Shakur had sold 75 million records, but at the height of his fame, he was gunned down in a drive-by shooting as he went to a Las Vegas gig. It's amazing, isn't it? There have been all these different people. I wonder what John Lennon would have been like now, actually, had he lived. We'll never know the answer to those sort of questions. You just have to sort of go, oh, well, you know, he'd have probably still been turning out music, I should imagine. Steve, I wouldn't go anywhere near the Housewives of Sydney, says Shane. Not at all. They're dreadful. I saw them on the programme yesterday. Really dreadful. Really dreadful. Sue Barker for Countdown, says Nicola, as they said she's too old for a question of sport. Yes, I mean, she'd be good in it as well. I'm preferring Claire Balding, if you don't mind. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't actually mind either, or either. Makes no difference. Another one here says, had to pull over on my drive up the A1. Steve, my lovely. Oh dear. Don't say jealous when you mean envy. I don't understand that one, actually. So, jealousy is a feeling of unhappiness and anger because someone's got something or something that you want. So, he broke his brother's new bike in a fit of jealousy. She was consumed by or eaten up with jealousy when she heard he'd been given the promotion. So, yes. I mean, there's some reason I've never been envious of anybody. Anybody. I know very rich people. I know people who haven't got threepence to rub together. So that's the way it is. You know, that's the way it goes. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. I quite like the idea. Sue Barker, yeah, we're kind of going on there. I think a woman, definitely. Don't you think so? Ian says, how about Sue Pollard for Countdown? I don't think she's disciplined enough. Lovely though she is, Sue Pollard, not disciplined enough. 5:45, let's have... According to Gordon Ramsay, he says Gino D'Acampo isn't all that in the kitchen. He's constantly phoning him up for cooking tips and help in the kitchen. I always thought it was a bit of a fake, actually. Including the accent. I mean, the accent... He's lived here since he was a child. I don't understand why he still talks like that. Celebs go dating bosses have installed 2 luxury hot tubs in this mansion. And a host of famous faces. OK, I'd defy anybody. Kimberly Hart-Simpson. Anybody on that one? No. And Wayne Lineker. What a drip. Wayne Lineker. How embarrassing. Oh, Struth, honestly. How the mighty have fallen. It returns to E4. Love Island's Curtis Pritchard has joined the show looking for a girlfriend. Yeah, Jackanory. And what was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, Denise Welsh lied to her Hollyoaks castmates to get all the backstage gossip before she joined the soap. And apparently they've beaten up Ian Beale again. Poor old Ian Beale, he gets such a rough end, doesn't he? He gets beaten up and left for dead. And as the festive season gets underway, the repercussions of Ian's attack ripples around Walford. Well, ripples around the BBC. And so somebody says Ian realises he's created an army of enemies who are out for his blood. Listen, they'll never get rid of him. So you know he's going to survive the thing. It's a bit pointless. Pick somebody else. Much easier, isn't it? What was the other one that I quite liked? So Emmerdale. No, nothing. I was trying to find something earlier on I thought would be quite funny. It was the Christmas cracker jokes. Some of which were actually quite topical, because most of the I don't know about you, but most of the Christmas cracker jokes that I read, they're donkey's years old. I mean, they went out with the ark. But here are some of them. Why are Santa's reindeer allowed to travel around on Christmas Eve? Because they have herd immunity. Okay. Why did the pirates have to go into lockdown? Because the R rate had risen. Okay, you like that one? Yeah, none of these will be in your cat crackers. Why is it best to think of 2020 like a panto? You should get this one. Because it's behind you, yes, exactly. Why couldn't Mary and Joseph join their work conference call? Because there was no Zoom at the inn. Oh, dear. Why can't Boris Johnson make his Christmas cake until the last minute? Because he doesn't know how many tiers it should have. Actually, that's a good thing about Christmas cake. It's only got the one tier. It never has any more, does it? Which Christmas film was 30 years ahead of its time? Home Alone. Okay. And how can you get out of talking to your boss at this year's staff Christmas party? So the first question is, what staff Christmas party? Nobody's having them this year. Put him on mute. Who dresses in red and gives to the children this Christmas? Marcus Rashford. Very clever, very clever. And why did Mary and Joseph have to travel to Bethlehem? Because they couldn't book a home delivery. Okay? There are others which are equally dreadful, I'm afraid. Equally dreadful. But you won't find any of those in your Christmas crackers. You really won't. It'll be terrible. Steve, this is from Ali Ross's page in The Sun today. Random TV irritations. I'm a celebrity censoring everything that sounded like entertainment. They used to do that before. All of a sudden you'd be watching it overnight. The celebrity Big Brother, whatever it happened to be. And then you'd hear birdsong. Because the producer didn't have the faintest idea what they were allowed to say and what they weren't allowed to say. So I think they just sat there and every so often they just pushed the birdsong thing. It was very irritating. Olivia Atwood revealing shrill ITVB noise, revealing, I really hate shrill voices. Yet she can't shut the hell up. The irony. I mean, nobody knows who she is. It's a total non-entity dealing with just nothing. And her poor long-suffering fiancé, if I was him, I'd have walked out weeks ago. I'm sorry, love. You're a bit tragic. You know, leave her. And Jonathan Ross's show, comedian Mo Gilligan. You know what my favourite thing is? I've got a fair idea. When jokes aren't funny. Confirmed. I don't even know who Mo Gilligan is, which doesn't help, does it really? I'm supposed to know these sort of things. And unexpected moron in the bagging area. Tipping point. They get them all the time. Ben Shepherd. According to the common phrase, when someone is said to be very disappointed, they're said to be sick as what bird? Jessie. A dog? I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? Also, The Chase, Bradley Walsh. In America, a cataloe is a cross between a domestic cow and what male animal? Christine. A pig? I mean, these people are too stupid. Too stupid. Tipping point, Ben Shepherd. According to the common phrase, someone described as clumsy is said to be all fingers and what? Aviva. Toes? I mean, you are too thick for words. Do you think there's an agency for really stupid people out there, headed up by Rita Ora? Dreadful, honestly. And Great sporting insights. Tim Sherwood. Sheffield Wednesday had 2 penalties turned down twice. Jamie Redknapp. Arsenal have had so many moments, but they just haven't had that moment. He's so good, Jamie Redknapp, isn't he? You can understand why she left him. Not one of our favourite people. Also, the first giant tunnelling machines for the HS2 rail line have arrived. Each was delivered to a site in Hertfordshire from Germany in 1,000 pieces. Well, it'll keep them busy trying to assemble that, won't it, over the festive season? Another miserable picture of poor old Victoria Beckham. Listen, darling, if you go out with your photographer, at least have the decency to smile. Come on, you know, it's Christmas. Yeah, Christmas in the Beckham household. Must be the most miserable time of the year. But don't worry. There'll be the huge tree, which she's had nothing to do with, or him as well. Dave will be sitting there, having had a cup of whiskey, and going, Harper's cooking the Christmas dinner. I bet they go out somewhere. They generally go out, don't they? Steve, the Mrs. Beaton cookbook has a brilliant method of making a cup of tea. Would you remember when, was it, what's her name? The woman from Norwich. Who's the woman who owns Norwich, the football team? Delia. She told you how to boil an egg. And it was a book really aimed at students, which gives you a rough idea where we are with students at the moment. Not the brightest pennies in the box, are they, really? How to boil an egg for students. Another one. I had a fight and beat up the school bully at the age of 11 and got suspended for a week, says Roger, but I came back to a hero's welcome. I'll tell you what, I watched on, and it only appears in movies, it's called School Bullies. It was on YouTube, and they've got scenes out of various movie where you get the bully, come here, little squirt, and all this kind of thing. And then it turns out that the little person being bullied has got hidden powers. And it was so funny to watch. I mean, you just wish that you were that person, because when you were bullied at school, you just had to sort of either give them your pocket money or give them sweets or whatever it happened to be. But in fact, if you're one of these superheroes at this school, one of the little kids went, and this fella just felt bad. And of course, everybody cheered and clapped. It was wonderful. The one thing to do with these sort of people is just humiliate. Embarrass. Always works. Flexible working is not an option, according to 4 out of 5 job adverts. Flexible working. A lot of people working from home still. And another one here, which is talking about... do you know, every time I turn on the television now, there's the weather. Even I don't do the weather for you that often. Hey Siri, what's the weather like today in London?
It's currently cloudy and 3 degrees. Expect cloudy skies starting in the afternoon, and rain tonight with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Temperatures are heading up from 2 degrees to 4 this afternoon.
Here comes the joke. When will I see you again? 3 degrees. 20% chance of rain. 20% chance of rain. Did I bring an umbrella? Yes. Did the producer? No. Why not? I don't understand why you just don't... Wasn't it raining when you came in? It was raining when I came in. Steve, I've been having Tesco mince pies with rum. So glad we're back again this year, says Jem. Butter Brazils were very nice, as were maple Brazils. How lovely. I mean, when you see them, you'll go, oh, I know exactly what they are. Definitely. What are we going to do? Oh, I know what we're going to do. We're going to take the news at 6 o'clock. And then Top Boy actor Ashley Walters has become a granddad at the age of 38. He's an ex-So Solid crew member. Good God, they're not still around, are they? So Solid. I don't know anything about So Solid crew, but I'm sure I will probably be filled in. And 2 kittens had to be rescued from a 6-foot underground pipe on an industrial estate. I love it when they do those things. We don't normally do this. I'm breaking with tradition. If you're going to get a turkey and you're looking for frozen, they say you should order them now. And this is from Aldi, Morrison's, Lidl, Iceland, Tesco, Asda, Sainsbury's and Waitrose. Order them now. Okay, if you want a premium turkey, I don't know what the difference is between a premium turkey. If you want to go to Aldi, you need to order by December the 19th. Asda, Morrison's, Tesco, Sainsbury's and Waitrose, now. Order now. So this is breaking with tradition, because I don't normally do turkey information. That's why it's breaking with tradition. I mean, normally I'd be doing Christmas cracker jokes or something like that. Certainly don't do anything else. The cheap is fresh. Okay, Aldi, order by December the 19th. Morrison's, Tesco, Asda, Sainsbury's, Waitrose and Lidl, order now. Because if you don't, there will be disappointment. And we have discovered that there's one thing we don't want, it's disappointment. Oh, so it's the Euro Millions again, 175 million. Oh, that was quite nice, isn't it? So if you're thinking of buying a ticket, of course you can't buy a ticket if you're 16. Before, you could buy a ticket. Now you can't buy a ticket. I should buy a ticket, shouldn't I? 175 million, would that change Christmas? Probably not. Probably not, because to be honest with you, I don't really know. I mean, between now and Christmas, do you think you could spend 175 million? Have a blooming good try at it. That'd be a fairly good one, wouldn't it? Can you imagine phoning up sort of, your nearest and dearest friend and going, I've got a bit of a surprise. I've won some money. And they'll go, oh, how much you win? You go, 175. And they go, what, pounds? You go, no, not 1,000. No. What? Millions. 175. I don't know what you do with 175 million. Well, I've got a rough idea what you'd do with it. You'd put it in the bank, and then you would decide what you wanted to do with it after that, which would probably involve, in the new year, buying a house, changing the car, telling your boss to do one, which seems to be people's most favourite thing, doesn't it? You think, there must be so many people who hate their jobs, whereas I'd be sort of saying, I love my boss. I'd be bringing bottles of champagne in, and oh, goodness me, and how. Excuse me, I mustn't cough too much. I've realised cystitis, very bad for coughing. Definitely not the best thing. So if it's 175 million pounds, 175 million pounds, I don't even know where you'd begin with that. I mean, it's almost impossible, isn't it? Because the other day, I got the five notifications, and how much did I win? I mean, seriously, it was nothing worth worrying about. £2.30, £2.30, £2.30, £3.60, £2.30, £3.60. No mention of £100 million. Sorry? About 15 quid, yeah. 15 quid, all that effort. Never mind, could be 175 million by tomorrow morning, in which case, the cystitis goes out the window. Was it a profit? Yes. Oh, only tiny little profit. Tiny little profit. Hardly worth bothering about. But anyway, I'm not going to be retiring anytime soon, which is just as well, because I wasn't planning on it anyway. So. Also in the papers for today, Bake Off. All these programmes that you're going to be seeing over the festive season, all the television ones, are the ones that you will know are all pre-recorded. Everything's pre-recorded. I don't think there is anything live over the festive season apart from the news. That's why you're so much better off with the radio. I mean, you really are better off with the radio, because A, it'll be up to date, B, it'll be all the things you want to hear about. So there won't be anything. I mean, it'd be nice to sort of watch a little bit of television after you've eaten, but as far as I'm concerned, if you're driving, you take the radio. So, help put this awful year behind you. This morning I've got a panto mashup. What's a mashup? I don't know what a mashup is. Is that a potpourri, sort of chucking it all in together? Yes. Like a medley. A medley, how marvellous. Holly Willoughby and Philip Schofield hope to bring some festive cheer. They'll be playing Cinderella and Buttons. Oh, don't tell me he's going to be Cinderella. I couldn't bear it. Can you imagine? That would be a turn-up for them. That would be brilliant. They go on a journey to attend the This Morning ball. They're also joined by Sheridan Smith, Joanna Lumley, Dick Whittington and Snow White are also thrown into the mix. And other stars, Christopher Biggins, Dr. Range, Giles Brandreth, Lisa Snowdon and Vanessa. Oh, look, Eamon Holmes and Ruth are appearing as two very bitter people. And also Alison Hammond will be taking part. Oh, that'll be nice. She's the star of the show, absolutely. But surprisingly, the May the 11th show was up 156% year on year, with nearly 2 million viewers. Radio does so much better. I don't want to make a big deal about it, but I can blow our own trumpet. Another one here. It's his duty, says a veteran campaigner who became one of the first people to receive the coronavirus vaccine. Says it's his duty to get the jab. Oh, I think you should all have it. But listen, I'm not going to force anybody into doing it. If you don't want it, don't have it. That's your decision. That is your decision. You don't have to worry about that. Kenny Sampson has developed a form of dementia linked to alcohol abuse. He's been diagnosed with, I think it's called Wernicke-Korsakoff syndrome. But he was in hospital, I think. That was in May, but nobody knew what the illness was. He has been open about his battles with booze. At the end of the day, he said on This Morning, I just like getting drunk. But the trouble is, there is just liking getting drunk, and then there's the just tipping over the edge, just a little bit. This couple who've given away half their £115 million. I don't know why they've sort of come out and told you this, but they have 300 thank you cards that are each a reminder of the and how it's changed not only their lives, but other people's too. They won 114 million, and they've given away about 60 million pounds so far, and they've got 3 daughters, 3 grandchildren, 8 siblings, 15 nieces and nephews, 4 great nieces and nephews, friends, charities, and total strangers. And said that they love it. They love it. And why shouldn't they? Listen, you know, they aren't youngsters. I mean, they're not sort of ancient or anything like that. But, you know, they're very happy. They will get the rest, they say, our family, when we die. The rest will be giving to charity, which is good for them. I mean, if I won 175 million tonight, you could have a field day being nice. God, you could help Corey out with a haircut and anything like that, which he still hasn't had. We were waiting for that to sort of happen again. It's not happened, has it? You didn't go anywhere near the hairdresser, in the same way you didn't go anywhere near the gymnasium. You did, yes, you went to as far as the door, and then you suddenly realised that you could actually go inside and have to sort of sweat. So you turned around and you went back home again, didn't you? Picking up a portion of fish and chips on the way back, I should imagine. Curry, you had a curry? Did you? I could eat a curry now. I could eat a curry now. Curry and mashed potato. Oh, how exciting. It's not going to happen, but I mean, at least I quite fancy the idea of it. It's always this time in the morning. A British hacker who took over webcams to spy on hundreds of people should not be extradited to America. Christopher Taylor tricked 772 people around the world into downloading a program between 2012 and 2015. He had various people in stages of undress. And then the district judge, Michael Fanning, says, I don't find extradition would be in the interests of justice. What do you call it then? Bit of an odd thing, isn't it? Very odd thing here. Plus, a quarter of grandparents are playing online video games to stay in touch with the grandkids. I wouldn't know where to begin. I would have no idea of where to begin. Somebody said to me, can we play a video game, Uncle Steve? I go, well, you go and play it. I'll go and watch the television and put my feet up. And Diane says, I'd love to win the lottery and tell my boss where to go. I'm a nurse. I used to love my job until my boss started bullying me. Or you're obviously one of those rarities, somebody who gets bullied inside the NHS. Some people do. It's because they did away with the old-fashioned matrons, isn't it? And they brought in managers. Not the same. Not the same. Joseph from Bethlehem with Mary, obviously. So here we go. How many days to Christmas? 16 days, 17 hours and 50-something minutes to Christmas. Woo, so exciting. So exciting. Can't wait. All the kids love it with the Christmas trees and the wreaths and everything else, which is brilliant. Steve, the joke you told about the pirates and the R-rate, was it targeted at pirate radio stations? I didn't think they were still operating. I thought they went out with the Ark, didn't they, really? But it's not going to be affecting us at all. I don't know of any sort of those sort of stations who do speech radio. Far too intelligent for things like that, isn't it? Goodness sake. Also, another one here. The minimum age to play the National Lottery is to rise to 18 amid this major review of gambling. They're going to have to carry round, identity cards, aren't they? But as everybody knows, because most of these 16-year-olds go to pubs now, they print them off on the internet. The difference is with the lottery, if it turns out that you've bought the ticket and you turn out to have bought it fraudulently, you won't win. It's as simple as that. You've got to be 18. If you buy it at 6, I suppose you could always give it to somebody else and say, oh, my dad bought it or something like that. But they're going to be very careful because each till has got a camera on it. You knew that, didn't you? Some people don't. That's why when people forge tickets, they never understand how they get caught out. And you go, because each till's got a camera on. So they know the time you bought the ticket, where you were, who you were with. And if it turns out it's a young person buying it and then trying to pretend somebody else bought it, it'll be cancelled. It's null and void. It's like in America, you go into Vegas and you go and play some of the big slot machines. They have the big one, which is a giant slot. It's like $1 a play or something, or $10 or whatever it happens to be. And you can only win if you're above a certain age. And some of them are only eligible to people who live in Nevada. So these are the the moments in movies which are magical because they're Christmas. So at number 20, Scrooge singing with the ghost of Christmas Present in The Muppet Christmas Carol. 19, Anna freezes herself to save Elsa, an act of true love in Frozen. 18 is the snowman dad saying goodbye to his son. That's Jack Frost. I didn't like that film, actually. I thought it was okay, but it wasn't my favourite. Number 17, George running through Bedford Falls after deciding he wants to live in It's a Wonderful Life. That's a good bit. That's a bit. Do you know when that film first came out, it died. It didn't do very well at all. 16, Bridget meets Mark Darcy, who's wearing a Christmas jumper in Bridget Jones's Diary. 15, Scrooge revealing that he's paid Bob's mortgage in The Muppet Christmas Carol. 14, Cindy Lou inviting the Grinch to Christmas dinner in The Grinch. 13, Renée Zellweger as Bridget Jones runs after Colin Firth's Mark Darcy in her underwear. 12, the judge rules in Santa's favour and he's freed as the real Santa Claus, Miracle on 34th Street, 1947. You know, all the people holding up signs going, New York believes and all that kind of stuff. Then they say, well, that's very, very well done indeed, Chris. He was called Chris Kringle. And they said, oh, you know, do you want to come around to our place? He said, well, not tonight. And they went, what do you mean not tonight? We went, well, it's Christmas Eve. I shall be busy. And that's, you know, that's sort of, that's good, isn't it, really? Oh, I can't read any of these words. You know what these words are on this? Have you read them? What's that one on the second line down, the third word in? What's that? What do you think that is? You better find something else. We're not going to be anywhere with that poem at all. Sorry? Cows. The dumb cows from their fodder turning. Really? I don't think you've thought about this one at all, actually. I don't think this one. It's not one of your better ones. Nobody dies in it. You know, most of the producers' Christmas poetry, somebody's dead on the deck or something like that. So Bing Crosby and the cast sing White Christmas at the end of White Christmas. That's good, isn't it? And then the stable doors open and it's snowing outside, which is brilliant. Number 10, Will Ferrell's buddy tells Santa he's sitting on a throne of lies in Elf. Hugh Grant's Prime Minister at 9, caught kissing Martine McCutcheon's Natalie in Love Actually. Good film. Number 8, James wakes up in the morning to see the snowman has melted in The Snowman. 7, Bruce Willis shouts, yippee-ki-yay in Die Hard. Tiny Tim explains, God bless us, everyone, at number 6 from A Christmas Carol. Number 5, the boy finds his belief in Santa and hears the bell ring in Polar Express. I thought the kids looked really scary in that. Number 4, you can keep the change, you filthy animal. A moment from Home Alone. 3, Buddy the elf learns Santa is coming to town, exclaims, Santa! Remember that one? Number 2, Kevin has an impromptu party and keeps the burglars away in Home Alone. And number 1, Kevin McAllister asks Santa for his family back in time for Christmas. Such a good film, actually. Such a good film. I sat next to Macaulay Culkin once in Joe Allen's. He didn't know it was me, of course. I knew it was him. I recognised him instantly. And he was over in... He was doing something. I forget what he was doing. I think he was appearing in theatre here. The Diary today in the Daily Mirror. McFly's Tom Fletcher tries wife Giovanna's I'm a Celeb crown and staff on as she's earned her nap to poor woman as they've got a picture taken. And she's crowned as the I'm a Celeb winner. But, of course, nobody knows who she is apart from who she's married to. She's supposed to be a blogger, but it doesn't really help everybody because if you don't blog, you won't really know. Ian Hyland saying 4 stars for the Vicar of Dibley in lockdown. She doesn't seem to age, does she, Dawn French? She seems to look exactly the same. Every time you see her, she looks absolutely amazing. So I should have seen that. They'll bring them out on DVD and I will end up buying them. I can tell it's just one of those things. What was the other thing we quite liked? Oh, yes. Diana's bridesmaid, why at 53 with 5 children, I'm finally going down the aisle. This is an old story, actually. I suppose now you've got sort of the other bit of it. Also, the couple, this is Wills and Kate beginning a tour to cheer up COVID Britain. And they're at Berwick-upon-Tweed in Holy Trinity First School. And they take reindeer up there. And although when you see reindeer, you'll suddenly realise how small they are. They're actually quite tough. People think they look like Monarch of the Glen, but they don't. And Nicola Sturgeon was there, bit of a frosty response, but, you know, you can't have everything, can you? The Prime Minister was in Uxbridge yesterday. Crabs. Well, he's holding a crab in his hand. Ooh, makes my flesh creep, I think. And house prices have grown by more than £15,000 in only 5 months, as buyers continue to seek bigger homes since lockdown. But if you win £175 million tonight, you won't be worried about how much the house is going to cost. David said, what time are you on Christmas Day? 7 till 10. And Boxing Day, 7 till 10. Somebody claims they went to Vegas with 17-year-old twins, stayed at a particular hotel, and the kids had a flutter on the machines. I find that difficult to believe because you can't even go in the casinos if you're under 21. And believe you me, the casino security is so hot in Vegas. You know, I've seen people removing people for just standing there watching. Out. You're not allowed to be there. So at 17, you know, you'd be caught. And also, you know, do you not think that the CCTV cameras, which cover the entire casino, would notice 2 young 17-year-olds playing a fruit machine? Definitely. Absolutely. What is... Oh, we've got some more of those Christmas cracker jokes. What is Dominic Cummings' favourite Christmas song? Driving home for Christmas. Did you hear production was down at Santa's workshop? Many of his workers have had to elf-isolate. Why didn't Mary and Joseph make it to Bethlehem? All Virgin flights were cancelled. Another one. Some of these have been used before, actually. How does Santa keep track of all the fireplaces he's visited? He keeps a logbook. It's a bit terrible. Can you not find a poem? You're really having trouble with this one, aren't you? This morning. Oh, here we are. That's lovely. And what was the other one, actually? How do you play Dominic Cummings' Monopoly? Ignore the rules, move anywhere on the board you like, and never go to jail. That's an old one. And why won't Santa lose any presents this year? He's downloaded Sack and Trace. And how is the pandemic like my stomach after Christmas? It'll take ages to flatten the curve. How is Prince Andrew coping with the stresses of Christmas this year? Fine, no sweat. Good one, isn't it? Quite clever. And why wasn't Rudolph allowed to take part in vaccine trials? Because they only wanted guinea pigs. There you go. Told you, we'd like to bring you up to date with the rib ticklers, which apparently will be... I mean, do you know, you read these things, don't you? Nobody can be bothered to read the blooming things out. You're too busy trying to unravel the hat and stick it on your head. A little poem for this morning entitled Merry Christmas, written by Nicholas Gordon, who was born in 1940. It's only a little one. And when we say it's only a little one, blink and you'll miss it. Merry Christmas. Isn't it fun to say Merry Christmas to everyone? Time for a party and presents and things that make children happy and give hearts wings. Staggering, isn't it? It really is, honestly. That was Nicholas Gordon from 1940 with a poem called Merry Christmas. I love it. It's pretty good. It took him ages to find that one, actually. Steve. Marks and Spencer only have large turkeys left, says Casey. Yes, well, I should imagine, actually, Sandy's, they order the Norfolk bronze turkeys in. I think they start at around £100. And there's a queue all the way down the road for them, for people getting them on Christmas Eve. Remembering to take the giblets out and remember to put it in. I always think put it on sort of low heat. So much better, isn't it? And then, because you don't want to spend all day in the kitchen. The whole idea is Christmas Day. You want to, you know, Mum wants a bit of a breakthrough as well. Thank you. Much easier. And Steve, you've mentioned the Ponders End Scout Hut on a couple of occasions. The last time, yesterday morning, what's it significant? It's a joke. It's a joke. You know, it's like the Millionaire's Playground of Grimsby. You know. It's a similar sort of thing, you know, the Scout Hut at Ponders End. You know, it's like Accrington Stanley are a football club. Ha 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 ha. You know, it's like that. It's all ironic, so that's why it's the Scout Hut at Ponders End. It probably doesn't exist, or if it does, there's nobody in it. And also, I was watching an episode of To the Manor Born, and Richard De Vere buys the local scouts a Scout Hut because he can afford it. It's like, you know, if I win £175 million tonight, I'll be buying somebody a Scout Hut. The producer. And he could be chief scout. I can just see him, actually, in his little shorts with his woggle and all the rest of it. He'd love it. He'd love it. He'd be very good at that. Very, very good. And, Steve, I made a belt out of wristwatches. It was a waste of time. So when they decided, these two little kiddies here, Ray and Pearl Moorhead, they're only little, They decided to try incubating 24 quail eggs. Their mother said it would be extremely unlikely for any to hatch. So Ray, who's 7, and his sister Pearl, who's 4, were astonished when just over a fortnight later they got 12 fluffy chicks, which is quite sweet. They bought the eggs from their local Marks and Spencer's in Bromley, and they said, I could hear them cheeping. I was shocked. Filmed by the parents during the hatching, Ray explained that they'd used a special incubator, adding it takes 18 days and don't worry, it's worth it. Mummy thought none would hatch, but she's actually wrong. Asked where the eggs came from, Pearl said they came from the farthest away place, that's Marks and Spencer. So they've actually named these little birds. Marks and Spencer, obviously the others, Cutie Pie, Death Chopper 2, only 7, Elvis, Sophie, Honey, Rocky, Plucky, Chucky and Lucky. Mrs. Moorhead, a film producer, said the children are overjoyed and spend days and hours cleaning the chicks out. And so the family have kept 2 of the chicks. I think the others, 10, are going to a man who runs a restaurant. Yeah, okay. I bet they're thrilled at that bit. Apparently it's so that they can serve the eggs that they produce. A female quail can lay 300 eggs in a year. But apparently M&S said the odds of hatching out a quail egg purchased in a retail pack are extremely slim. Our farmers work hard to ensure free-range eggs aren't fertilised. However, on the very rare occasion it does happen, they're completely safe to eat. Don't even talk about it. I love that. So we're keeping 2 of them, Cutie Pie and Lucky, and the rest go to a bloke who's got a restaurant. It's like selling to a bloke who's got an abattoir, in the family. It's quite scary, isn't it, really? Quite scary. Happy birthday today to Nicki Minaj. I'm on the floor. Also, Sir Geoff Hurst is 79. Nicki Minaj is 38, by the way. And in 1993, the Prince of Wales was locked in a battle with bishops over his moral suitability to be king. Senior Church of England figures voiced misgivings over his relationship with Camilla Parker Bowles, whilst still married to Princess Diana. So that was an interesting one, wasn't it? I think he won. Also born on this day, Sammy Davis Jr., the American singer, actor and voice impersonator, who made his stage debut at the age of 3 and film debut at 7. And, of course, he was good friends with Sinatra, Dean Martin and loads of other people. He was also bisexual. And I read that in a book. Actually. Also in 1963, talking of Frank Sinatra, his son Frank Jr., who was 19, was kidnapped at gunpoint. He was released 2 days later after his father paid a £240,000 ransom. It was always said, was it not? I don't know if you ever believed anything about Frank Sinatra, because there was so much myth surrounding him, that he was a senior member of the mafia. And they used to talk about it. I would have thought, so somebody kidnapped his son and he paid the money? That doesn't really sound like the way that the mafia would do something like that. It's a case of, OK, we found them, we've got the money here. No, we haven't. I have seen that film, The Godfather. I loved it, actually. I was a little bit disappointed in the third one. I didn't think it was as good. But The Godfather, yeah, have you ever seen it? You've never seen it? Oh, it's very good. You must see it. I wouldn't have thought it was best film ever. It depends what you're into. Different genres in different films, different strokes for different folks. Diane says, the little girl's called Pearl. What a lovely name. It is a lovely name, isn't it? It is. Beats Kylie, I suppose, or something like that. Also, who else? Jim Morrison, born on this day in 1943. The band took their name from the Aldous Huxley's book on a hallucinating drug called The Doors of Perception. Morrison was found dead in the bath of his Paris apartment, aged 27. Although his death certificate cited natural causes, it had been claimed he actually died in a nightclub after heroin overdose. It was sort of rife. Here are these objects. It fills up pages of papers, doesn't it? They've sprung up all over the place, from the Utah desert to the Isle of Wight. Are they bizarre works of art or something from out of this world? I can tell you now, it's an art installation. But what else can it be? They've not come from flying saucers, have they? Much as I'm sure people would love to think that they have. Shelved, IKEA ditches the catalogue because shoppers flock to the website. I mean, who wants that? I mean, it's nice as a coffee table book, isn't it? You sit there and you go through things like that. But I'm one of those people who believes in actually going out to see something, because then you get a better idea. You can't. It's like buying clothes out of a catalogue. It doesn't really work, does it? It doesn't really work. But I didn't even know that they did a catalogue. I just thought it was Argos who did a catalogue, and then you get bits that fall out of the papers, which are quite nice. And it gives you an idea. You can buy this and that and all the rest of it. So I don't think anybody makes fruitcake for Christmas unless you're of a particular age and you're particularly deft in the kitchen. Six mince pies in Aldi, £1.39, but their stollen is £4.49, reduced. It's all going to be reduced after Christmas. Fashion designer Victoria Beckham. Really, when was the last time she designed anything? I love that idea. She paid a visit to her Mayfair store with her photographer, obviously doing a posed picture, but it doesn't quite look right. It looks a bit odd. She entered the shop at lunchtime without a face mask, but that's all right because they closed the store to the public for festive filming. Yeah. Festive filming, Easter filming, Hanukkah. It doesn't make any difference, does it? Somebody said everybody else on set was wearing masks. Obviously, as Victoria was on camera, she didn't wear one. It's the clothes. I'd love to know who buys these clothes. We're still trying to work out whether or not this place makes a profit or whether it doesn't. They keep sort of saying, oh, she's worth 350 million. Make it sound as though it's come from the shop. I'm led to believe it hasn't. While Buckingham Palace's gift shop is selling just one, the Royal Christmas hamper at 99 quid, Prince Charles's Highgrove store has 5. His hampers start at 55 quid, containing organic marmalade, preserves, loose tea, shortbread and fudge. Top of the range is the Highgrove Banquet Christmas hamper at £395. Pricey, but then it does include 6 bottles of booze, including the house's own Labriquet 12-year-old single malt whiskey, costing on its own £70. £70. Fancy selling all those things, actually. See, the trouble is for Prince Charles to sell that at £395, he doesn't have any concept of money at all. So they go £395. It's very reasonable. It's under £1 million. So it's very cheap. Very cheap. Oh, there's more sort of people. Oh, that looks quite nice. Beetroot. If you add beetroot cooking liquor to sauce, it gives it a nice red tinge. Well, I would think so too, actually. I love beetroot. Roast duck with peas sounds quite nice. And, they were showing you this sort of demonstrating thing on the toast the other day about that bloke who was he made his own cream. And he just sort of put everything in there. No, it wasn't cream, it was mayonnaise. And he put this Bamix thing on whatever, and just turned it into mayonnaise. Looked delicious. Very important to use waxy potatoes and be very generous with the butter. That's what they say. I mean, we're not supposed to be, but you can be at Christmas. Smoked haddock with buttery boiled potatoes. Sounds delicious. I could have that today, actually. And you just need some haddock and poached eggs and stuff like that. And it cooks really quickly. I mean, steaming fish is absolutely brilliant. I think it's great. Well, how about this one? Rice pudding with Armagnac prunes. Prunes. Who has prunes? Onion soup. Is that a good one for people? And why worrying about a pill's side effects could actually cause them, because they do a lovely, healthy few pages in the Daily Mail. And you get, the time I finish reading it, I'm so depressed. I suddenly realised I seem to have everything under the sun. And best products for your feet. It's amazing, really. You know, they talk about nail infections, yoga sandals, terribly expensive. Foot pump socks, also Heel Fix-It. It treats an injury, such as heel pain caused by increased exercising. No danger for me. Increased exercising. Can you imagine? And do you really need a spilly spoon? Helps deliver children's medicine without spillage. You pour the medicine into the handle of the spoon when it's upright, which measures doses from 2.5 millilitres to 10. You then lie it down so the liquid runs inside the handle, which rests at an angle, preventing spillage. Kids like it. No, just do different colours. Get Mary Poppins around. She'll sort it all out for you. She was the one who could get them, to take their medicine. Ooh, and then they taste it and go, oh, delicious. Absolutely delicious. So the fight back begins today. It's V-Day. It's Vaccine Day. And I wish the very best to all those people who are luckily getting it for themselves. Loads of pictures of Kate and William. I don't quite understand the Kate and William thing, but, well wishers there. They were on this royal train tour of thanks, but it seems involved going to schools. Why we're thanking school children, I've got no idea. And Debenhams, the retail king Ashley, eyes 30 stores. He could save, they say, some of the 12,000 jobs at risk. I mean, it's bad news on the high street. Lots of those big empty buildings. And they are big empty. I think even John Lewis what are John Lewis doing? Oh, that's right. On one of theirs, aren't they turning one of the stores into apartments or offices or something like that? Whatever it is, it's one of their big stores because they just cannot justify the amount of waste of floor space. Each bit of floor space in a department store has to generate an income. And if it doesn't, they have to sort of get rid of it, or they farm it out to somebody else. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Morning, every nice to have your company. It's Tuesday, as we sort of race through this month. And goodness only knows we're racing through. We really are. Interestingly enough, one of the columnists in the Express today was talking about Roald Dahl. And we all know about Roald Dahl, who was an anti-Semite. He hated Jews. He was happy to say so on record. Among his remarks were, even a stinker like Hitler didn't pick on them for no reason. And this particular columnist is Jewish, but makes a very valid point. And it says, I adored the book. I worship Roald Dahl. Could my hero author really despise me and my family? Now his descendants, she says, have apologised. Dahl died in 1990. And this is the bit. For 30 years, they've been merrily banking the millions his genius has bequeathed them. What, I wonder, prompted this apology, and what in heaven's name took them so long? A question we've all been asking. The Royals off to a shaking start. Most people seem to think it's wonderful. I can't quite work out what the wonderful thing is about it. It just seems to be a photo opportunity. And obviously very successful because they've managed to make every single paper today. Also, what else we got? Oh, there's a young man here. You sometimes get these gifted children. This one's called Alex Baker. He's 11 and he draws stunningly detailed cityscapes from memory. He's autistic. Now, I've heard of these children before and they can do things. He's actually got a book out which includes the Manhattan skyline, the House of Parliament, Tower Bridge and the Eiffel Tower. So he's hoping to sell these things and make money. I've seen other children, very young, who are excellent painters. Now, of course, when you talk to somebody like me who can't paint for toffee, anybody who can paint something that's even recognisable goes up 15 points in my estimation. And this particular one, the artist, he's made a small fortune out of it. I think there's an art gallery that represents him now, and it's terribly popular. Also, so the grandparents playing video games, are they really? Do you think grandparents know these things? And also, do you know who Doug Scott is? Do you know Doug Scott? I bet you don't know. No, but way before your time. But he's the first Englishman to conquer Everest. He's died at the age of 79. He went to 29,282 feet, and it's all very important. But in fact, in August, he was struggling to climb stairs at home for charity. And it was May 53 that the New Zealander Edmund Hillary and Sherpa Tenzing became the first climbers to reach the top of Everest. It doesn't appeal to me in the slightest. Does not appeal to me. You ask people why they climb mountains, and they always go because they're there. And that's how they justify it. That's how they justify it. What else we got? What else we got in the papers for today? The PM heading for Brussels in a bid to break the deadlock. Something's got to happen. And Panto 2021. I mean, there are some pantomimes taking place this year. I think they're socially distancing. Cameron's got the Les Miserables, socially distancing, and that seems to have got people's imagination. And Bob Dylan ends up with a Christmas bonus of about 225 million quid because he's sold his back catalogue. They don't know that it's 225 million. Either way, he's in his late 70s, very late 70s, and it's a case of what on earth is he going to do with 225 million pounds? The royalties alone coming in every year must be worth something very nice indeed. Plus Tina Turner in quite a few of the papers today, learning how to love herself. I think she's fab for somebody who's 81. She seems a boundless energy. Really, absolutely fantastic. Also, Sturgeon reluctant to welcome the royal couple across the border. Nicola Sturgeon refused to endorse the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge's visit to Scotland yesterday amid a row over COVID rules. Goodness. Why can't people just why can't people be nice? It's the festive season. Pubs are encouraging drinkers to purchase tickets for live music nights to exploit a loophole, ensuring customers do not have to order a substantial meal when buying alcohol. So in Tier 2, areas. Live music venues are allowed to operate at 50% capacity and serve alcohol to ticket holders at the bar without them having to order a main meal. And so people have found a way round it, which you knew that they would, because that's it. So Tina Turner there. The mix and match vaccine tested for potency, and they're also saying they might mix and match with the Oxford one. I thought that was the first one that we were going to get. I had no idea that we were going to get the Pfizer one. So 1,629 days after Brexit, with the talk still deadlocked, Boris setting off for the Brussels showdown. Got to sort something out. It's getting a little bit close to the wire, is it not? And the ITV Con, plus Rita Ora's mother, who works for the NHS, surprisingly, and her daughter, who just continues to break lockdown rules and doesn't seem to understand why it's so bad. It's no good just saying, oh, I'll give the money I earned to charity. That doesn't cover it at all. That's just like saying, oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm sorry I did this. And also, we'll all soon be able to do our bit to help save the planet from the ravages of climate change by supping beer and scoffing crisps. What a way to go. How nice. Snack giant Walkers are trialling a production process it reckons will slash its carbon dioxide emissions by 70%. Wow. Perhaps they could also slash Gary Lineker's fee by 70%. Plus, everyone could get their own personalised food passport to help fight obesity and diabetes, as well as preventing millions of cancer cases. It will contain details on DNA, blood type, medical history and lifestyle, and be used to give advice when shopping online or ordering a meal. What a brilliant idea, because they've now shown you what these things look like when you go and get the coronavirus vaccine. And it's a card that you'll just keep in your wallet or in your purse or something like that, or in your jacket pocket, to prove that you've actually had it, which I think is a brilliant idea. We didn't know up until yesterday what this thing was going to be like, because I was sort of saying, you know, what would you just say to somebody? Oh, I've definitely had it. Anne Hegarty, we love Anne Hegarty. She's so good. Branded the UKIP leader Gerard Batten an idiot for claiming the Vicar of Dibley was a Satanist. She waded in after Batten blasted Dawn French for wearing her cross upside down as Geraldine Kennedy in the show. But that's how you lift them up, isn't it? You lift it, and well, anyway, obviously didn't understand that. And he actually says that it's a symbol of Satanism. Quite mad, some people, aren't they, really? It's the Vicar of Dibley. The clue is in the title to the programme. Dolly Parton admits she is ambulance ready at all times in case she gets sick. I have to always stay ready, street ready, I always say. I have to keep my makeup on and keep my hair done. Well, I say keep her hair done. I mean, it's obviously made somewhere else, I suspect. But she's in Marie Claire. In Marie Claire. And she's... How old is she now? She's getting on a bit, isn't she? I think she's in her late 70s, early 80s. But she's got the ambulance ready. Probably got a little sort of bag at home of all the things that she's going to need. Technology fan Will I Am says old rockers will be left behind if they fail to adapt and perform virtual shows. They all seem to be doing them. I think Gary Barlow did one the other day. A friend of mine saw it and thought it was fantastic. Absolutely loved it. Although I read a review from one of the TV people, and they said terrible. But I think he's clever. It might be a little bit irritating, but I mean, he seemed to bring everything together. It was like a giant light show. It was fantastic. The I'm a Celeb's Newcastle home desperate needs cash for its upkeep. So in other words, if they'd not had the £300,000 that programme had just generated, presumably it would have fallen down by now. And that, as they say, is it for today. There is no Little Bit Extra podcast today due to a few technical issues with my bladder. And... which I think kind of sums it up. All those people go, what's he talking about? What's he talking about? But the back catalogue is huge and it's all available. It should be back tomorrow, provided the penicillin kicks in.